Petals on the Wind by V.C. Andrews. The book is divided into 5 parts and 35 chapters. It is 439 pages long. The following information about the book and its author is included for the interest of our listeners. Virginia Cleo Andrews was born and educated in Portsmouth, Virginia. She worked as a fashion illustrator, commercial artist, portrait painter, and gallery exhibitor before writing her first novel, Flowers in the Attic, which in 1979 rocketed to the bestsellers list only 2 weeks after it was published. Flowers in the Attic is the story of the 4 Dollanganger children. The offspring of an incestuous union, the children are locked up in an attic because if their grandfather learns of their existence, he will cut their mother out of his will. Forgotten by their unfeeling mother, physically beaten by their sadistic grandmother, the children turn to each other for love. In this sequel, Petals on the Wind, the children finally escape from the attic and are able to wreak revenge on their mother and grandmother. When Andrews is working on a novel, she reports, she becomes completely absorbed in what she is doing. Often she will work through the night. She so empathizes with her characters that if one dies, she is grief-stricken. Another of her quirks is to hang a mirror behind her typewriter so that she can then project better. It takes about 50 pages, she says, before I can begin to really identify with my characters, so they do take me up and out of myself to such a degree my own life becomes secondary. Sometimes the situation is not pleasant, but there is no beauty without ugliness and no enjoyment without suffering. We have to have the shade in order to see the light, and that is all I do in a story, put my characters in the shade and try before the ending to have them in the sunlight. Miss Andrews has written 7 novels in all, 4 of them about the Dollanganger family. The dedication reads, "For Bill and Jean, who remember when." Part 1 of the novel is preceded by a quotation from a poem by Thomas Hood. "O'er the earth there comes a bloom, sunny light for sullen gloom, warm perfume for vapor cold. I smell the rose above the mold." Part 1. Chapter 1. Free at Last. How young we were the day we escaped. How exuberantly alive we should have felt to be freed at last from such a grim, lonely, and stifling place. How pitifully delighted we should have been to be riding on a bus that rumbled slowly southward. But if we felt joy, we didn't show it. We sat all 3, pale, silent, staring out the windows, very frightened by all we saw. Free. Was ever a word more wonderful than that one? No, even though the cold and bony hands of death would reach out and drag us back, if God wasn't up there somewhere, or maybe down here on the bus, riding with us and looking out for us. At some time in our life we had to believe in someone. The hours passed with the miles. Our nerves grew frazzled because the bus stopped often to pick up and let off passengers. It stopped for rest breaks, for breakfast, then to pick up a single huge black lady who stood alone where a dirt road met the concrete interstate. It took her forever to pull herself onto the bus, then lug inside the many bundles she carried with her. Just as she was finally seated, we passed over the state line between Virginia and North Carolina. Oh, the relief to be gone from that state of our imprisonment. For the first time in years, I began to relax, a little. We 3 were the youngest on the bus. Chris was 17 years old and strikingly handsome, with long, waving blonde hair that just touched his shoulders, then curled upward. His darkly fringed blue eyes rivaled the color of a summer sky, and he was in personality like a warm, sunny day. He put on a brave face, despite the bleakness of our situation. His straight and finely shaped nose had just taken on the strength and maturity that promised to make him all that our father had been, the type of man to make every woman's heart flutter when he looked her way, or even when he didn't. His expression was confident. He almost looked happy. If he hadn't looked at Carrie, he might have even been happy. But when he saw her sickly pale face, he frowned and worry darkened his eyes. He began to pluck on the strings of the guitar strapped to his shoulder. Chris played, "Oh, Susanna," singing softly in a sweet melancholy voice that touched my heart. We looked at each other and felt sad with the memories the tune brought back. Like one we were, he and I. I couldn't bear to look at him for too long for fear I would cry. Curled up on my lap was my younger sister. She didn't look older than 3, but she was 8 years old, and small, so pitifully small and weak. In her large, shadowed blue eyes lingered more dark secrets and sufferings than a child her age should know. Carrie's eyes were old, very, very old. She expected nothing. No happiness, no love, nothing, for all that had been wonderful in her life had been taken from her. Weakened by apathy, she seemed willing to pass from life into death. It hurt to see her alone, so terribly alone now that Corey was gone. I was 15. The year was 1960, and it was November. I wanted everything, needed everything, and I was so terribly afraid I'd never in all my life find enough to make up for what I had already lost. I sat tense, ready to scream if one more bad thing happened. Like a coiled fuse attached to a time bomb, I knew that sooner or later I would explode and bring down all those who lived in Foxworth Hall. Chris laid his hand on mine, as if he could read my mind, and knew I was already thinking about how I would bring hell to those who had tried to destroy us. He said in a low voice, "Don't look like that, Kathy. It's going to be all right. We'll get by." He was still the eternal cockeyed optimist, believing, despite everything, that whatever happened was for the best. God, how could he think so when Corey was dead? How could that possibly be for the best? "Kathy," he whispered, "we have to make the most of what we have left, and that is each other. We have to accept what's happened and go on from there. We have to believe in ourselves, our talents. And if we do, we will get what we want. It works that way, Kathy, really it does. It has to." He wanted to be a dull, staid doctor who spent his days in small examination rooms surrounded by human miseries. I wanted something far more fanciful, and a mountain of it. I wanted all my star-filled dreams of love and romance to be fulfilled on the stage, where I'd be the world's most famous prima ballerina. Nothing less would do. That would show, Mama. Damn you, Mama. I hope Foxworth Hall burns to the ground. I hope you never sleep a comfortable night in that grand swan bed, never again. I hope your young husband finds a mistress younger and more beautiful than you. I hope he gives you the hell you deserve. Carrie turned to whisper, "Kathy, I don't feel so good. My stomach, it feels funny." I was seized by fear. Her small face seemed unnaturally pale. Her hair, once so bright and shining, hung in dull, lank strings. Her voice was merely a weak whisper. "Darling, darling," I comforted and then kissed her. "Hang on. We're taking you to a doctor soon. It won't be so long before we reach Florida, and there we'll never be locked up." Carrie slumped in my arms as I miserably stared out at the dangling Spanish moss that indicated we were now in South Carolina. We still had to pass through Georgia. It would be a long time before we arrived in Sarasota. Violently, Carrie jerked upright and began to choke and retch. I judiciously stuffed my pockets with paper napkins during our last rest break, so I was able to clean up Carrie. I handed her over to Chris so I could kneel on the floor to clean up the rest. Chris slid over to the window and tried to force it open to throw out the sodden paper napkins. The window refused to budge, no matter how hard he pushed and shoved. Carrie began to cry. "Put the napkins in the crevice between the seat and the side of the bus," whispered Chris. But that keen-eyed bus driver must have been watching through his rear-view mirror, for he bellowed out, "You kids back there, get rid of that stinking mess some other way." What other way but to take everything from the outside pocket of Chris's Polaroid camera case, which I was using as a purse, and stuff the smelly napkins in there. "I'm sorry," sobbed Carrie as she clung desperately to Chris. "I didn't mean to do it. Will they put us in jail now?" "No, of course not," said Chris in his fatherly way. "In less than 2 hours we'll be in Florida. Just try to hang on until then. If we get off now, we'll lose the money we've paid for our tickets, and we don't have much money to waste." Carrie began to whimper and tremble. I felt her forehead, and it was clammy, and now her face wasn't just pale, but white, like Corey's before he had died. I prayed that just once God would have some mercy on us. Hadn't we endured enough? Did it have to go on and on? While I hesitated with a squeamish desire to vomit myself, Carrie let go again. I couldn't believe she had anything left. I sagged against Chris while Carrie went limp in his arms and looked heartbreakingly near unconsciousness. "I think she's going into shock," whispered Chris, his face almost as pale as Carrie's. This was when a mean, heartless passenger really began to complain, and loudly, so the compassionate ones looked embarrassed and undecided as to what to do to help us. Chris's eyes met mine. He asked a mute question. What were we to do next? I was beginning to panic. Then down the aisle, swaying from side to side as she advanced toward us, came that huge black woman, smiling at us reassuringly. She had paper bags with her, which she held for me to drop the smelly napkins in. With gestures, but no words, she patted my shoulder, chucked Carrie under the chin, and then handed me a handful of rags taken from one of her bundles. "Thank you," I whispered, and smiled weakly as I did a better job of cleaning myself, Carrie, and Chris. She took the rags and stuffed them in the bag, then stood back as if to protect us. Full of gratitude, I smiled at the very, very fat woman who filled the aisle with her brilliantly gowned body. She winked, then smiled back. "Kathy," said Chris, his expression more worried than before, "we've got to get Carrie to a doctor, and soon." "But we've paid our way to Sarasota." "I know, but this is an emergency." Our benefactor smiled reassuringly, then she leaned over to peer into Carrie's face. She put her large black hand to Carrie's clammy brow, then put her fingers to her pulse. She made some gestures with her hands which puzzled me, but Chris said, "She must not be able to talk, Kathy. Those are the signs deaf people make." I shrugged to tell her we didn't understand her signs. She frowned, then whipped from a dress pocket beneath a heavy red sweater she wore a pad of multicolored sheets of notepaper, and very swiftly she wrote a note which she handed to me. "My name, Henrietta Beach," she'd written. "Can hear but no talk. Little girl is very, very sick and need good doctor." I read this, then looked at her, hoping she'd have more information. "Do you know of a good doctor?" I asked. She nodded vigorously, then quickly dashed off another green note. "Your good fortune I be on your bus, and can take you to my own doctor's son, who is very best doctor." "Good golly," murmured Chris when I handed him the note. "We sure must be under a lucky star to have someone to direct us to such a doctor." "Look here, driver," yelled the meanest man on the bus. "Get that sick kid to our hospital. Damned if I paid my good money to ride on a stinking bus." The other passengers looked at him with disapproval, and I could see in the rear-view mirror that the driver's face flushed with anger, or perhaps it was humiliation. In the mirror, our eyes met. He lamely called to me, "I'm sorry, but I've got a wife and 5 kids, and if I don't keep my schedules, then my wife and kids won't eat because I'll be out of a job." Mutely, I pleaded with my eyes, making him mumble to himself, "Damn Sundays. Let the weekdays go by just fine, then comes Sunday. Damn Sundays." This was when Henrietta Beach seemed to have heard enough. Again she picked up her pencil and notepad and wrote. This note she showed to me. "Okay, man in driver's seat who hates Sundays. Keep on ignoring little sick girl, and her parents will sue big-shot bus owners for $2 million. No sooner had Chris had the chance to skim this note than she was waddling up the aisle, and she pushed the note into the driver's face. Impatiently, he shoved it away, but she thrust it forward again, and this time he made an attempt to read it while keeping one eye on the traffic. "Oh, God," sighed the driver, whose face I could clearly see in the mirror. "The nearest hospital is 20 miles off my route." Both Chris and I watched fascinated as the mammoth black lady made gestures and signals that left the driver as frustrated as we had been. Once again she had to write a note, and whatever she wrote in that one soon had him turning the bus off the wide highway onto a side road that led into a city named Claremont. Henrietta Beach stayed with the driver, obviously giving him instructions, but she took the time to look back at us and shine on us a brilliant smile, assuring us that everything would be just fine. Soon we were rolling along quiet, wide streets with trees that arched gracefully overhead. The houses I stared at were large, aristocratic, with verandas and towering cupolas. Though in the mountains of Virginia it had already snowed once or twice, autumn had not yet laid a frosty hand here. The maples, beeches, oaks, and magnolias still held most of their summer leaves, and a few flowers still bloomed. The bus driver didn't think Henrietta Beach was directing him right, and to be honest, I didn't think she was either. Really, they didn't put medical buildings on this kind of residential street. But just as I was beginning to get worried, the bus jerked to a sudden halt in front of a big white house perched on a low, gentle hill and surrounded by spacious lawns and flower beds. "You kids," the bus driver bellowed back to us. "Pack your gear, turn in your tickets for a refund, or use them before the time limit expires." Then quickly he was out of the bus and opening up the locked underbelly, and from there he pulled out 40 or so suitcases before he came to our two. I slung Corey's guitar and banjo over my shoulders as Chris, very gently and with a great deal of tenderness, lifted Carrie in his arms. Like a fat mother hen, Henrietta Beach hustled us up the long brick walk to the front veranda, and there I hesitated, staring at the house, the double black doors. To the right, a small sign read, "For patients only." This was obviously a doctor who had offices in his own home. Our two suitcases were left back in the shade near the concrete sidewalk, while I scanned the veranda to spy a man sleeping in a white wicker chair. Our good Samaritan approached him with a wide smile before she gently touched him on the arm, and when he still slept on, she gestured for us to advance and speak for ourselves. Next she pointed to the house and made signals to indicate she had to get inside and prepare a meal for us to eat. I wished she'd stayed to introduce us, to explain why we were on his porch on Sunday. Even as Chris and I stole on cautious pussy willow feet toward him, even as I, filled with fear, I was sniffing the air filled with the scent of roses and feeling that I'd been here before and knew this place. This fresh air, perfumed with roses, was not the kind of air I'd grown to expect as the kind deemed worthy for such as me. "It's Sunday, damn Sunday," I whispered to Chris, "and that doctor may not appreciate our being here." "He's a doctor," said Chris, "and he's used to having his spare time robbed. But you can wake him up." Slowly I approached. He was a large man, wearing a pale gray suit with a white carnation in his buttonhole. His long legs were stretched out and lifted to the top of the balustrade. He looked rather elegant, even sprawled out as he was, with his hands dangling over the arms of the chair. He appeared so comfortable it seemed a terrible pity to awaken him and put him back on duty. "Are you Dr. Paul Sheffield?" asked Chris, who had read the sign with the doctor's name. Carrie lay in his arms with her neck arched backwards, her eyes closed and her long golden hair waving in the soft, warm breezes. Reluctantly, the doctor came awake. He stared at us long moments as if disbelieving his eyes. I knew we looked strange in our many layers of clothing. He shook his head as if trying to focus his eyes, and such beautiful hazel eyes they were, bejeweled with flecks of blue, green, and gold on soft brown. Those remarkable eyes drank me in, then swallowed me down. He appeared dazzled, slightly drunk, and much too sleepy to put on his customary professional mask that would keep him from darting his eyes from my face to my breasts, then to my legs before he scanned slowly upward. And again he was hypnotized by my face, my hair. It was hair that was far too long, I knew that, and it was clumsily cut on top and too pale and fragile on the ends. You are the doctor, aren't you? Demanded Chris. Yes, of course. I'm Dr. Sheffield, he finally said, now turning his attention to Chris and Carrie. Surprisingly graceful and quick, he lifted his legs from the railing, rose to his feet to tower above us, ran long fingers through the mop of his dark hair, and then stepped closer to peer down into Carrie's small white face. He parted her closed lids with forefinger and thumb and looked for a moment at whatever was revealed in that blue eye. How long has this child been unconscious? A few minutes, said Chris. He was almost a doctor himself. He'd studied so much while we were locked away upstairs. Carrie threw up on the bus 3 times, then began to tremble and feel clammy. There was a lady on the bus named Henrietta Beach, and she brought us here to you. The doctor nodded, then explained that Mrs. Beach was his housekeeper cook. He then led us to the door for patients only and into a section of the house with 2 small examination rooms and an office, all while apologizing for not having his usual nurse available. Take off all Carrie's clothes but her underpants, he ordered me. While I set about doing this, Chris dashed back to the sidewalk to fetch our suitcases. Full of 1,000 anxieties, Chris and I backed up against a wall and watched as the doctor checked Carrie's blood pressure, her pulse, her temperature, and listened to her heart, front and back. By this time, Carrie had come around so he could request her to cough. All I could do was wonder why everything bad had happened to us. Why was fate so persistently against us? Were we as evil as the grandmother had said? Did Carrie have to die too? Carrie, said Dr. Sheffield pleasantly after I had dressed her again, we're going to leave you in this room for a while so you can rest. He covered her with a thin blanket. Now, don't be afraid. We'll be right down the hall in my office. I know that table isn't too soft, but do try and sleep while I talk to your brother and sister. She gazed at him with wide, dull eyes, not really caring if the table was hard or soft. A few minutes later, Dr. Sheffield was seated behind his big, impressive desk with his elbows on the blotter pad, and that's when he began to speak earnestly and with some concern. The 2 of you look embarrassed and ill at ease. Don't be afraid you're depriving me of Sunday fun and games, for I don't do much of that. I'm a widower, and Sunday for me is no different than any other day. Ah, yes, he could say that, but he looked tired, as if he worked too many long hours. I perched uneasily on the soft brown leather sofa close by Chris. The sunlight filtering through the windows fell directly on our faces, while the doctor was in the shadows. My clothes felt damp and miserable, and suddenly I remembered why. Quickly I stood to unzip and remove my filthy outer skirt. I felt quite pleased to see the doctor start in surprise. Since he'd left the room when I undressed Carrie, he didn't realize that I had 2 dresses on underneath. When I sat again next to Chris, I wore only 1 dress of blue, princess style, and it was flattering and unsoiled. Do you always wear more than 1 outfit on Sundays? He asked. Only on the Sundays I run away, I said, and we have only 2 suitcases and need to save room for the valuables we can hawk later on when we have to. Chris nudged me sharply, mutely signaling I was revealing too much. But I knew about doctors. From him, mostly. That doctor behind the desk could be trusted. It was in his eyes. We could tell him anything, everything. So, he drawled, you 3 are running away. And just what are you running from? Parents who offended you by denying you some privileges? Oh, if he only knew. It's a long story, Doctor, said Chris, and right now all we want to hear about is Carrie. Yes, he agreed, you're right. So we'll talk about Carrie. All professional now, he continued. I don't know who you are or where you're from or why you feel you have to run, but that little girl is very, very ill. If this weren't Sunday, I'd admit her to a hospital today for further tests I can't make here. I suggest you contact your parents immediately. Just the words to make me panic. We're orphans, said Chris. But don't worry about not being paid. We can pay our own way. It's good you have money, said the doctor. You're going to need it. He swept long, observant looks over both of us, sizing us up. 2 weeks in a hospital should be sufficient to discover the factor in your sister's illness I can't quite put my finger on. And while we gasped, stunned that Carrie was that sick, he made an approximate guess as to the amount of money it would cost. Again we were stunned. Dear God, our stolen cache of money wouldn't even pay for 1 week, much less 2. My eyes clashed with the appalled look in Chris's blue eyes. What would we do now? We couldn't pay that much. The doctor easily read our situation. "Are you still orphans?" he asked softly. "Yes, we're still orphans," stated Chris defiantly, then glanced hard at me to let me know I was to keep my trap shut. "Once you're an orphan, you stay that way. Now, tell us what you suspect is wrong with our sister and what you can do to make her well again." "Hold up there, young man. First, you have to answer a few questions." His was a soft voice, but firm enough to let us know he was in command here. "First, what is your last name?" "I am Christopher Dollenganger, and this is my sister Catherine Lee Dollenganger. And Carrie is 8 years old, whether or not you believe it." "Why shouldn't I believe it?" the doctor asked mildly, when just a few minutes ago in the cube-like examination room he'd shown shock to hear her age. "We realize Carrie is very small for her age," said Chris defensively. "Indeed, she is small." He flicked his eyes to me when he said this, then to my brother, and leaned forward on his crossed arms in a friendly, confidential manner that made me tense in preparation. "Now look, let's stop being suspicious of one another. I'm a doctor, and anything you confide to me will remain in my confidence. If you really want to help your sister, you can't sit there and make up lies. You have to give me the truth, or else you're wasting my time and risking Carrie's life." We both sat silent, holding hands, our shoulders pressed one against the other. I felt Chris shudder, so I shuddered too. We were so scared, so damned scared to speak the full truth, for who would believe? We'd trusted those who were supposedly honorable before, so how could we trust again? And yet that man behind the desk, he looked so familiar, like I'd seen him before. "All right," he said. "If it's that difficult, let me ask more questions. Tell me what all 3 of you ate last." Chris sighed, relieved. "Our last meal was breakfast very early this morning. We all ate the same thing, hot dogs with everything, French fries dipped in catsup, and then chocolate milkshakes. Carrie ate only a little of her meal. She's very picky about food under the best of circumstances. I'd say she's never really had a healthy appetite." Frowning, the doctor noted this down. "And all 3 of you ate exactly the very same things for breakfast, and only Carrie was nauseated?" "Right, only Carrie." "Is Carrie often nauseated?" "Occasionally, not often." "How occasionally?" "Well," said Chris slowly, "Carrie threw up twice last week, and about 5 times last month. It's worried me a lot. Her attacks seem to be growing more violent as they come more often." Oh, the evasive way Chris was telling about Carrie made me really furious. He would protect our mother even now after all she'd done. Maybe it was my expression that betrayed Chris and made the doctor lean my way, as if he knew he'd hear a more complete story from me. "Look, you came to me for help, and I'm willing to do what I can, but you aren't giving me a fair chance if you don't give me all the facts. If Carrie hurts inside, I can't look inside to see where it is. She has to tell me, or you have to tell me. I need information to work with, full information. Already I know Carrie is malnourished, under-exercised, and underdeveloped for her age. I see that all 3 of you have enlarged pupils. I see you are all pale, thin, and weak-looking. Nor can I understand why you hesitate about money when you wear watches that look quite expensive, and someone has chosen your clothes with taste and considerable cost. Though why they fit so poorly is beyond my speculations. You sit there with gold and diamond watches, wearing rich clothes and shoddy sneakers, and tell me half-truths. So now I'm going to tell you a few full truths." His voice grew stronger, more forceful. "I suspect your small sister is dangerously anemic, and because she is anemic, she is susceptible to myriad infections. Her blood pressure is dangerously low. And there is some elusive factor I can't put my finger on. So tomorrow, Carrie will be admitted to a hospital, whether or not you call your parents, and you can hawk those wristwatches to pay for her life. Now, if we admit her to the hospital this evening, the tests can begin early tomorrow morning." "Do what you feel necessary," said Chris dully. "Wait a minute," I cried, jumping to my feet and moving swiftly to the doctor's desk. "My brother isn't telling you everything." I threw Chris a hard glance over my shoulder while he shot his fierce look to forbid me to reveal the whole truth. I thought bitterly, "Don't worry, I'll protect our precious mother as much as I can." I think Chris understood, for tears came to his eyes. Oh, how much that woman had done to hurt him, hurt all of us, and he could still cry for her sake. His tears put tears in my heart, too, not for her, but for him who'd loved us so well, and for me who loved him so well, and tears for all we'd shared and suffered. He nodded as if saying, "Okay, go ahead," and then I began to tell what must have seemed to the doctor an incredible tale. At first I could tell he thought I was lying, or at least exaggerating. Why was that, when every day the newspapers told terrible tales of what loving, caring parents did to their children? And so, after Daddy was in that fatal accident, Mama came and told us she was deeply in debt, and she had no way to earn a living for the 5 of us. She began writing letters to her parents in Virginia. At first they didn't reply, but then one day a letter came. She told us her parents lived in a fine, rich house in Virginia and were fabulously wealthy, but because she had married her half-uncle, she had been disinherited. Now we were going to lose everything we owned. We had to leave our bicycles in the garage, and she didn't even give us time to say goodbye to our friends, and that very evening we set off on a train headed for the Blue Ridge Mountains. We felt happy to be going to a fine, rich house, but not so happy about meeting a grandfather who sounded cruel. Our mother told us we'd have to hide away until she could win back his affections. Mama said 1 night only, or maybe 2 or 3, then we could go downstairs and meet her father. He was dying of heart disease and never climbed the stairs, so we were safe enough up there as long as we didn't make much noise. The grandmother gave us the attic to play in. It was huge and dirty and full of spiders, mice, and insects. And that's where we played and tried to make the best of it until Mama won back her father's goodwill and we could go down and begin to enjoy living like rich children. But soon enough we found out that our grandfather was never going to forgive our mother for marrying his half-brother, and we were going to remain devil's issue. We'd have to live up there until he was dead. I went on, despite the look of pained incredulity in the doctor's eyes. And as if that weren't bad enough, being locked up in one room with our playground in the attic, we soon found out our grandmother hated us too. She gave us a long list of what we could do and what we couldn't do. We were never to look out of the front windows or even open the heavy draperies to let in some light. At first, the meals the grandmother brought up each morning in a picnic hamper were rather good, but gradually they worsened to only sandwiches, potato salad, and fried chicken. Never any desserts, for they would rot our teeth and we couldn't go to a dentist. Of course, when our birthdays came around, Mama would sneak us up ice cream and a bakery cake and plenty of presents. Oh, you bet she bought us everything to make up for what she was doing to us, as if books and games and toys could ever make up for all we were losing, our health, our belief in ourselves. And worst of all, we began to lose faith in her. Another year came, and that summer Mama didn't even visit us at all. Then, in October, she showed up again to tell us she'd married a second time and had spent the summer touring Europe on her honeymoon. I could have killed her. She could have told us, but she'd gone away and not said a word to explain. She brought us expensive gifts, clothes that didn't fit, and thought that made up for everything, when it didn't make up for anything. Finally, I was able to convince Chris we should find a way to escape that house and forget about inheriting a fortune. He didn't want to go because he thought that any day the grandfather might die, and he wanted to go to college, then medical school, and become a doctor, like you." "A doctor like me," said Dr. Sheffield with a strange sigh. His eyes were soft with sympathy and something darker, too. "It's a strange story, Kathy, and hard to believe." "Wait a minute," I cried. "I haven't finished. I haven't told you the worst part. The grandfather did die, and he did write our mother into his will so she'd inherit his tremendous fortune, but he added a codicil that said she could never have children. If it were ever proven she'd given birth to children by her first husband, she'd have to forfeit everything she'd inherited and everything she'd bought with the money." I paused. I glanced at Chris, who sat pale and weak-looking, staring at me with hurt and pleading eyes. But he needn't have worried. I wasn't going to speak of Corey. I turned again to the doctor. "Now, that mysterious, elusive factor you can't put your finger on, the thing wrong with Carrie that makes her throw up, and us too sometimes, it's really very simple. You see, once our mother knew she could never claim us and keep the fortune, she decided to get rid of us. The grandmother began to add sugar donuts to the basket. We ate them eagerly enough, not knowing that they were coated with arsenic." And so I'd said it. Poisoned donuts to sweeten our imprisoned days as we stole from our room by using the wooden key Chris had fashioned. Day by day dying for 9 months while we sneaked into our mother's grand bedroom suite and took all the $1 and $5 bills we could find. Almost a year we'd traversed those long, dim corridors, stealing into her room to take what money we could. In that one room, Doctor, we lived 3 years and 4 months and 16 days. When I'd concluded my long tale, the doctor sat very quietly, staring at me with compassion, shock, and concern. "So you see, Doctor," I said to finish, "you can't force us to go to the police and tell our story. They might throw the grandmother and our mother in jail, but we'd suffer too, not only from the publicity, but also from being separated. They'd put us in foster homes or make us wards of the court, and we've sworn to stay together, always." Chris was staring at the floor. He spoke without looking up. "Take care of our sister. Do whatever is needed to make her well again, and both Kathy and I will find a way to meet our obligations." "Hold on, Chris," said the doctor in his slow, patient way. "You and Kathy have been fed arsenic too, and will need to undergo many of the same tests I order for Carrie. Look at the two of you. You're thin, pale, weak. You need good food, rest, and plenty of fresh air and sunshine. Maybe there is something I can do to help." "You're a stranger to us, sir," Chris said respectfully, "and we don't expect or need anyone's charity or pity. Kathy and I are not that weak or sick. Carrie's the one most affected." Full of indignation, I spun about to glare at Chris. We'd be fools to reject help from this kind man just so we could salvage some of our pride that had already gone down in defeat so many times before. What difference did one more time make? "Yes," continued the doctor, as if both Chris and I had already agreed to his generous offer to help. "Expenses are not as high for an outpatient as for an inpatient. No room and no board to pay. Now listen, this is only a suggestion which you're free to refuse and travel on to wherever you have in mind. And by the way, where are you going?" "To Sarasota, Florida," Chris said weakly. "Kathy and I used to swing from the ropes we tied to the attic rafters, so she thought we could become aerialists with some practice." It sounded silly when I heard him say it. I expected the doctor to laugh, but he didn't. He just looked sadder. "Honestly, Chris, I would hate to see you and Kathy risk your lives like that. And as a doctor, I feel I can't allow you to go as you are. Everything in my personal ethics, and professional ones too, refuses to let you go on without medical treatment. Common sense tells me I should keep my distance and not give a damn about what happens to 3 kids on their own. For all I know, that horrendous story may just be a pack of lies to gain my sympathy." He smiled kindly to take the sting from his words. Yet my intuition tells me to believe your story. Your expensive clothes, your watches and the sneakers on your feet, your pale skin and the haunted look in your eyes all testify to the truth. Such a voice he had, hypnotizing, soft and melodious, with just a bit of southern accent. "Come," he said, charming me if not Chris. "Forget about pride and charity. Come live in my home of 12 lonely rooms. God must have put Henrietta Beach on that bus to lead you to me. Henny is a terrific worker and keeps my house spotless, but she constantly complains that 12 rooms and 4 baths are just too much for one woman to care for. Out in the back I have 4 acres of garden. I hire 2 gardeners to help, for I just can't devote as much time to the garden as I need to." At this point he riveted his brilliant eyes directly on Chris. "You can help earn your keep by mowing the lawns, clipping the hedges, and preparing the gardens for winter. Cather can help out in the house." He shot me a questioning, teasing look with his eyes twinkling. "Can you cook?" Cook? Was he kidding? We'd been locked upstairs for more than 3 years, and we'd never even had a toaster to brown our bread in the mornings, and no butter or even margarine. "No," I snapped, "I can't cook. I'm a dancer. When I'm a famous prima ballerina, I'll hire a woman to do the cooking like you do. I don't want to be stuck away in some man's kitchen, washing his dishes and fixing his meals and having his babies. That's not for me." "I see," he said, his expression blank. "I don't mean to sound ungrateful," I explained. "I will do what I can to help out Mrs. Beach. I'll even learn how to cook for her and you." "Good," he said. His eyes were laughing, full of sparkling lights, as he templed his fingers beneath his chin and smiled. "You are going to be a prima ballerina, and Chris is going to be a famous doctor, and you are going to achieve all of this by running away to Florida to perform in the circus? Of course, I'm of another stodgy generation, and I can't fathom your reasoning. Does it really make good sense to you?" Now that we were out of the locked room and the attic and in the full light of reality, no, it didn't make good sense. It sounded like foolish, childish, and unrealistic folly. "Do you realize what you'd be up against as professional aerialists?" the doctor asked. "You would have to compete against people who've trained from early childhood, people descended from long lines of circus performers. It wouldn't be easy. Still, I'll admit there is something in those blue eyes that tells me you two are very determined young people, and no doubt you'll get what you go after if you really want it badly enough. But what about school? What about Carrie? What's she going to do while the 2 of you swing from trapezes? Now, don't bother to answer," he said quickly when my lips parted. "I'm sure you can come up with something to convince me, but I must dissuade you. First, you have to tend to your health and Carrie's. Any day the 2 of you could come down as swiftly as Carrie and be just as sick. After all, didn't all 3 of you exist under the same miserable conditions?" "4 of us, not 3, was the whisper in my ears, but I didn't speak of Corey. "If you meant it about taking us in until Carrie is well," said Chris, with his eyes shining suspiciously, "we're extremely grateful. We'll work hard, and when we can, we'll leave and repay you every cent you spent on us." "I meant it, and you don't have to repay me except by helping out in the house and the yard. So you see it isn't pity or charity, only a business arrangement to benefit all of us." Chapter 2. A New Home. That's the way it started. We moved quietly into the doctor's home and into his life. We took him over. I know that now. We made ourselves important to him, as if he hadn't had a life before we came. I know that now, too. He made it seem we were doing him a favor by relieving him of a dreary, lonely life by adding our youthful presence. He made us feel that we were being generous to share his life, and, oh, we did want to believe in someone. He gave Carrie and me a grand bedroom to share with twin beds and 4 tall windows facing south and 2 windows facing east. Chris and I looked at each other with a terrible shared hurt. We were to sleep in different rooms for the first time in ever so long. I didn't want to part from him and face the night with only Carrie, who could never protect me as he had. I think our doctor may have sensed something that told him to fade into the background, for he excused himself and drifted toward the end of the hall. Only then did Chris speak. "We've got to be careful, Kathy. We wouldn't want him to suspect." "There is nothing to suspect. It's over," I answered. But I didn't meet his eyes, guessing even then that it would never be over. "Oh, Mama, look what you started by putting the four of us in one locked room and leaving us there to grow up, knowing how it would be. You, of all people, should have known." "Don't," Chris whispered. "Kiss me good night, and there won't be any bedbugs here." He kissed me, I kissed him. We said good night, and that was all. With tears in my eyes, I watched my brother back down the hall, still holding his eyes on me. In our room, Carrie let out a loud howl. "I can't sleep in no little bed all by myself," she wailed. "I'll fall off. Kathy, why is that bed so little?" It ended up with Chris and the doctor coming back so they could take away the nightstand that separated the twin beds. Then they shoved the narrow beds so close they appeared as one wide bed. This pleased Carrie enormously, but as the nights passed, somehow the crack between our beds grew ever wider, until I, the restless sleeper, finally woke up with one leg and one arm in the crack, and Carrie being pulled along with me to the floor. I loved that room Paul gave us. It was so beautiful, with its pale blue wallpaper and matching curtains. The rug was blue. Each of us had a chair with lemon-yellow cushions, and all the furniture was antique white. It was the kind of room a girl should have. No gloom, no pictures of hell on the wall. All the hell I had was in my mind, put there by thinking back much too often. Mama could have found another solution if she'd really wanted to. She didn't have to lock us up. It was greed, avarice, that damned fortune. And Corey was in the ground because of her weakness. "Forget it, Kathy," said Chris when we were again saying good night. I was terribly afraid to tell him what I suspected. My head bowed low against his chest. "Chris, it was a sinful thing we did, wasn't it?" "It won't happen again," he said stiffly, then broke away and almost ran down the hall as if I were chasing. I wanted to lead a good life and hurt no one, especially Chris. Even so, I had to leave my bed around midnight and go to Chris. While he slept, I crawled in the bed beside him. He wakened when he heard the bed springs squeak. "Kathy, what the hell are you doing here?" "It's raining outside," I whispered. "Just let me lie beside you for a moment or so, and then I'll go away." Neither of us moved or even breathed. Then, without even knowing how it came about, we were in each other's arms, and he was kissing me. Kissing with such ardent fervor it made me respond when I didn't want to. It was evil and wrong, yet I didn't really want him to stop. That sleeping woman inside of me woke up and took over, wanting what he felt he had to have, and I, the thinking, calculating part, pushed him away. "What are you doing? I thought you said this would never happen again." "You came," he said hoarsely, "not for this. What do you think I'm made of, steel? Kathy, don't do this again." I left him and cried in my own bed, for he was down the hall and not there to waken me if I had a nightmare. No one to comfort me, no one to lend me strength. Then my mother's words came to haunt me with a horrible thought. Was I so much like her? Was I going to be the kind of weak, clinging vine female who always needed a man for protection? No, I was sufficient unto myself. I believe it was the next day that Dr. Paul brought me 4 pictures to hang, ballerinas in 4 different positions. For Carrie he brought a milk-glass vase filled with delicate plastic violets. Already he'd learned about Carrie's passion for all things purple or red. "Do what you can to make this room yours," he told us. "If you don't like the color scheme, we'll have it changed in the spring." I stared at him. We wouldn't be here come spring. Carrie sat holding her vase of fake violets while I forced myself to speak up and say what I had to. "Dr. Paul, we won't be here in the spring, so we can't afford to let ourselves become too attached to the rooms you've given us." He was in the doorway, ready to depart, but he halted and turned to look back at me. He was tall, 6'2" or more, and his shoulders were so wide they almost filled the doorway. "I thought you liked it here," he said in a wistful tone, his dark eyes gone bleak. "I do like it here," I quickly answered. "We all like it here, but we can't take advantage of your good nature forever." He nodded without replying and left, and I turned to see Carrie staring at me with a great deal of animosity. Daily, the doctor took Carrie to the hospital with him. At first, she'd wail and refuse to go unless I went along too. She made up fantastic stories about what they did to her in the hospital and complained about all the questions they asked her. "Carrie, we never tell lies, you know that. The three of us always tell the truth to each other, but we don't go around telling everybody about our past lives upstairs. Understand?" She stared up at me with those big haunted eyes. "I don't tell nobody Corey went away to heaven and left me. I don't tell nobody but Dr. Paul." "You told him?" "I couldn't help it, Kathy." Carrie buried her head in her pillow and cried. So now the doctor knew about Corey and how he was supposed to have died in a hospital from pneumonia. How sad his eyes were that night when he questioned Chris and me, wanting all the details of Corey's illness that ended in his death. Chris and I were huddled up close on the living room sofa when Paul said, "I'm very happy to report that arsenic has not done any permanent damage to any of Carrie's organs, as we all feared it might have. Now, don't look like that. I haven't let out your secret, but I had to tell the lab technicians what to look for. I made up a story about how you'd taken the poison accidentally, and your parents were good friends of mine, and I'm considering making you three my legal wards." "Carrie's going to live?" I whispered, drowning in relief. "Yes, she'll live, if she doesn't go swinging on trapezes." He smiled again. "I've made appointments for the two of you to be examined tomorrow. By me, unless you have some objections." Oh, I had objections. I wasn't keen about taking off my clothes and having him go over me, even if a nurse was there. Chris told me I was silly to think a doctor of 40 would get any erotic pleasure from looking at a girl of my age. But when he said it, he was looking the other way, so how could I tell what he was really thinking? Maybe Chris was right, for when I was on that examination table, naked and covered by a paper robe, Dr. Paul didn't seem the same man whose eyes followed me around when we were in the home side of his house. He did to me the same things he'd done to Carrie, but asked even more questions. Embarrassing questions. "You haven't menstruated in more than 2 months." "I've never been regular, really. I started when I was 12, and twice I skipped from 3 to 6 months. I used to worry about it, but Chris read up on the subject in one of the medical books Mama brought him, and he told me too many anxieties and too much stress can make a girl miss." "You don't think... there isn't anything wrong with me, is there?" "Not that I can tell. You seem normal enough. Too thin, too pale, and you're slightly anemic. Chris is too, but because of his sex, not as much as you are. I'm going to prescribe special vitamins for all three of you." I was glad when it was over and I could put on my clothes and escape that office where the women who worked for Dr. Paul looked at me so funny. I raced back to the kitchen. Mrs. Beach was preparing dinner. Her smile shone big and wide when I came in, lighting up a moon face with skin as slick as oiled rubber. The teeth she displayed were the whitest, most perfect teeth I'd ever seen. "Golly, am I happy that's over," I said, falling into a chair and picking up a knife to peel potatoes. "I don't like doctors poking me over. I like Dr. Paul better when he's just a man. When he puts on that long white jacket, he also puts a shade over his eyes. Then I can't see what he's thinking. And I'm very good at reading eyes, Mrs. Beach." She grinned at me with teasing devilry, then whipped out a pink notepad from the huge square pocket of her starched white apron. With the apron tied about her middle, she resembled nothing more than a rolled-up goose-down comforter waddling about speechless. By now, I knew she had a congenital speech defect. Though she was trying to teach Chris, Carrie, and me to understand her sign language, as yet none of us had caught on enough to carry on a quick conversation. I think I enjoyed her notes too much, notes she could write lightning fast in a very abbreviated style. "Doctors say," she'd written, "young people need lots of good fresh fruit and vegetables, plenty of lean meat, but go easy on starches and desserts. He wants to put on you muscle, not fat." Already we'd gained some weight in the 2 weeks of eating Mrs. Beech's delicious cooking, even Carrie, who was so darn finicky. Now she ate with enthusiasm, and for her that was remarkable. So as I peeled the red potatoes, Mrs. Beech wrote another note when her signals failed to communicate. "Fairy child, from now on call me only Henny, no Mrs. Beech." She was the first black person I'd known, and though at first I'd felt ill at ease with her and a little afraid of her, 2 weeks of intimacy had taught me much. She was just another human being of another race and color, with the same sensitivities, hopes, and fears we all had. I loved Henny, her broad smiles, her loose flowing gowns with flowers blooming riotously, and most of all I loved the wisdom that came from her small pastel paper sheets. Eventually I did learn to understand her sign language, though I was never as good at it as her doctor's son. Paul Scott Sheffield was a strange man. So often he looked sad when there was no apparent reason for him to be sad. Then he'd smile and say, "Yes, God favored Henny and me that day he put you 3 on that bus. I lost one family and grieved for them, and fate was kind enough to send me another ready-made family." "Chris," I said that evening when we had to reluctantly part, "when we lived in the room upstairs, you were the man, the head of the household. Sometimes it feels funny to have Dr. Paul around, watching what we do and listening to what we say." He blushed. "I know. He's taking my place. To be honest," and here he paused and blushed a deeper red, "I don't like him replacing me in your life, but I'm very grateful for what he's done for Carrie. Somehow all that our doctor did for us made Mama seem 1,000-fold worse in comparison, 10,000-fold worse." The next day was Chris's 18th birthday, and though I'd never forget, it surprised me that the doctor had planned a party with many fine gifts that sparkled Chris's eyes, and then saddened them with the guilt both he and I felt. Already we'd accepted so much. Already we had been making plans to leave soon. We just couldn't stay on and take advantage of Dr. Paul's good nature, now that Carrie was well enough to travel on. After the party, Chris and I sat on the back veranda mulling this over. One look at his face, and I could tell he didn't want to leave, the one and only man who could and would help him reach his goal of becoming a doctor. "I really don't like the way he keeps looking at you, Kathy. His eyes follow you about all the time. Here you are so available, and men his age find girls your age irresistible." They did. How fascinating to know. "But doctors have plenty of pretty nurses available to them," I said lamely, knowing I would do anything short of murder to see that Chris reached his goal. "Remember that day we first came? He spoke of the kind of competition we'd be up against in the circus. Chrissy's right. We can't go work for the circus. That's only a silly dream." He stared off into space with knitted brows. "I know all of that." "Chris is just lonely. Maybe he only watches me because there isn't anything else as interesting to watch as me." But how fascinating to know that men of 40 were susceptible to girls of 15. How wonderful to wield over them the power that my mother had. "Chris, if Dr. Paul says the right thing, I mean, if he really honestly wants us, would you stay on?" He frowned and studied the hedges he'd so recently clipped. After long consideration, he spoke slowly. "Let's give him a test. If we tell him we're leaving, and he doesn't say anything to prevent us, then that will be his polite way to let us know he doesn't really care. Is it fair to test him like that?" "Yes." It's a good way to give him the chance to get rid of us and not feel guilty about it. You know, people like him often do nice things because they feel they should, not because they really want to. Oh. We were not ones to procrastinate. The next evening, after dinner, Paul came to join us on the back veranda. Paul. I was calling him that in my thoughts, getting familiar, liking him more and more, because always he looked so casually elegant, so clean, so nice, sitting in his favourite white wicker rocker, wearing a red cable-knit sweater with grey slacks, and slowly, dreamily puffing on a cigarette. We three wore sweaters, too, for the evening was chilly. Chris perched beside me on the balustrade, while Carrie crouched on the top step. Paul's gardens were fabulous. Shallow marble steps, 9 feet across, took you down a few feet to other steps, which took you to a higher level. There was a small Japanese footbridge, lacquered red, arching over a small stream. There were nude statues of men and women placed at random, which lent to his gardens an atmosphere of seduction, of worldly sensuality. They were classic nudes, graceful and elegantly posed, and yet, I knew that garden for what it was. For I'd been there before in my dreams. The doctor was telling us, even as the wind turned colder and started to blow dead leaves hither and yon, that he travelled abroad every other year to search out the beautiful marble statues he'd ship home and add to his collection. He'd been so lucky the last time to come across a full-sized copy of Rodin's The Kiss. I sighed with the wind. I didn't want to go. I liked it here with him, with Henny, with the gardens that held me in thrall and made me feel enchanted, beautiful, desirable. So all my roses are old-fashioned roses that haven't had the heady scent bred from them, said Dr. Paul. Why have roses at all if they don't reek of perfume? In the fading, purplish light of the failing day, his glimmering eyes met with mine. My pulse quickened and forced another sigh. I wondered what his wife had been like, and how it felt to be loved by someone like him. Guiltily, my eyes fled from his long, searching look, afraid he'd see what I was thinking. You look disturbed, Kathy. Why? His question teased me, as if he knew already my secrets. Chris turned his head to give me a hard look of warning. It's your red sweater, I said foolishly. Did Henny knit it for you? He chuckled softly, then glanced down at the handsome sweater he wore. No, not Henny. My oldest sister knitted the sweater for my birthday, then mailed it to me parcel post. She lives on the other side of town. Why would your sister mail you a gift and not bring it in person? I asked. And why didn't you tell us you had a birthday? We would have given you gifts, too. Well, he began, settling back comfortably and crossing his legs, my birthday came and went shortly before you arrived. I'm 40, in case Henny hasn't told you. I've been a widower 13 years, and my sister Amanda has not spoken to me since the day my wife and young son died in an accident. His voice faded away, and he stared off into space, moody, solemn, distant. Dead leaves scuttled on the lawn, chased over the porch, and came to nestle near my feet like brown, dried-up ducklings. All this took me back to a certain forbidden night when Chris and I had so desperately prayed while we huddled on the cold slate roof under a moon that looked like the scowling eye of God. Would there be a price to pay for just one terrible sin committed? Would there? The grandmother would quickly say, Yes, you deserve the worst punishment. Devil's spawn, I knew it all along. And while I sat there floundering, Chris spoke up. Doctor, Kathy and I have been talking this over, and we feel now that Carrie is well, we should be leaving. We deeply appreciate everything you've done, and we intend to repay you every cent, though it may take us a few years. His fingers squeezed tight around mine, warning me not to say anything different. Hold on there, Chris, interrupted the doctor, jerking upright in his chair and planting both his feet solidly on the floor. Clearly he meant business. Don't think for 1 minute I haven't seen this coming. I've dreaded each morning, fearful I'd wake up to find you gone. I've been looking into the legal ramifications of making the three of you my wards, and I've found out it isn't as complicated as I thought. It seems most children who run away say they're orphans, so you'll have to give me proof your father is really dead. If he's alive, I would need his consent as well as your mother's." My breath caught. My mother's consent? That meant we'd have to see her again. I didn't want to see her, not ever. He went on, his eyes soft as they saw my distress. "The court would petition your mother to appear at a hearing. If she lived in this state, she'd be forced to comply in 3 days. But since she's in Virginia, they'll give her 3 weeks. If she doesn't show up, then instead of having only temporary custody of you, I will be granted permanent custody. But only if you're willing to say I've done a good job as a guardian." "You've been wonderful," I cried out. "But she won't come. She wants to keep us a secret. If the world finds out about us, she'll lose all that money. Her husband might turn against her, too, if he knew she'd hidden us away. You can bet your life if you dare to try for permanent custody, you'll get it. And you might be sorry in the end." Chris's hand tightened more on mine, and Carrie looked up with huge, scared eyes. "In a few weeks, Christmas will be here. Are you going to leave me to spend another lonely holiday by myself? You've been here for almost 3 weeks, and I've explained to everyone who asked that you were the children of a relative of mine who died recently. I'm not going into this blindly. Henny and I have given this a great deal of thought. She feels just as I feel, that the 3 of you are good for us. We both want you to stay on. Having young people in the house makes it more like a home. I feel healthier than I have in years, and happier, too. Since the death of my wife and son, I've missed having a family. In all this time, I've never gotten used to being a bachelor again." His persuasive tone grew wistful. "I feel fate wants me to have custody of you. I feel God planned for Henny to be on the bus, just so she could bring you to me. When fate steps in and makes the decisions, who am I to deny it? I accept the fact you 3 are God sent to help me make up for the mistakes I've made in the past." Wow! God sent! I was more than half won. I knew people could always find the motivation to justify what they wanted. Well enough I knew that. Even so, tears filled my eyes as I looked at Chris, questioningly. He met my look and shook his head in bewilderment, confused as to what I wanted. His hand gripped mine like iron while he spoke, still looking at me, not at Dr. Paul. "We're sorry for the loss of your wife and son, sir, but we can't replace them, and I don't know if we'd be doing right to burden you with the expense of 3 kids not your own." Then he added, looking the doctor squarely in the eyes, "And you should think about this, too. You'll have one hell of a time finding another wife when you assume guardianship of us." "I don't intend to marry again," he replied in a strange way. Then he went on with an abstract air. "Julia was the name of my wife, and my son was named Scotty. He was only 3 when he died." "Oh," I breathed, "how terrible to lose a son so young, and your wife, too." His obvious grief and remorse reached out and touched me. I was very in tune with those who grieved. "Did they die in an accident? A car accident like our father?" "An accident," he said sharply, "but not in a car." "Our father was only 36 when he was killed, and we were having a surprise birthday party with a cake, presents, and he never came. Only 2 state policemen." "Yes, Kathy," he said softly, "you've told me. The adolescent years aren't easy for anyone, and to be young and on your own without the proper education, with little money, no family, no friends." "We've got each other," said Chris staunchly so as to test him more, "so we will never truly be alone." Paul went on. "If you don't want me and what I have to give you isn't enough, then go on to Florida with my blessings. Throw away all those long hours you studied, Chris, just when you're almost there. And you, Kathy, can forget your dream of being a prima ballerina. And don't you think for one moment that's going to be a healthy, happy life for Carrie. I'm not persuading you to stay, for you'll do what you want to and have to. So make up your minds. Is it to be me and the chance to fulfill your aspirations? Or is it to be the hard, unknown world? I sat there on the balustrade as close as possible to Chris with my hand held in his. I wanted to stay. I wanted what the doctor could give to Chris, to say nothing of Carrie and myself. The southern breezes kept blowing, caressing my cheek and whispering too convincingly that everything would work out right. I could hear Henny in the kitchen making fresh dough for the hot rolls we'd eat in the morning, made golden by dripping butter. Butter was one of the things denied us before, and the luxury Chris had missed most. Everything here beguiled me. The air, the soft, warm glow in the doctor's eyes. Even the banging of Henny's pots and pans began to work magic, and my heart, so heavily burdened for so long, began to feel lighter. Maybe perfection did exist outside of fairy tales. Maybe we were good enough to walk upright and proud beneath God's blue sky. Maybe we were not contaminated shoots grown from the wrong seed, planted in the wrong soil. And more than anything the doctor had said, or anything his sparkling eyes implied, I think it was the roses that still bloomed, though it was winter, that made me feel dizzy from the overwhelming sweetness of their perfume. But it wasn't Chris and I who decided, it was Carrie. Suddenly she jumped up from the top step and went flying into the doctor's outstretched arms. She flung herself against him and wrapped her thin arms around his neck. "I don't want to go. I love you, Dr. Paul," she cried out, almost frantic. "I don't want no Florida and no circus. I don't want to go anywhere." Then she was crying, letting out all her grief for Corey, withheld for so long. He picked her up and held her on his lap and put kisses on her wet cheeks before he used his handkerchief to mop up the tears. "I love you too, Carrie. I always wanted a little girl with blonde curls and big blue eyes just like yours." But he wasn't looking at Carrie. He was looking at me. "And I want to be here for Christmas," sobbed Carrie. "I've never seen Santa Claus, not once." Of course she had, years ago, when our parents took the twins to a department store, and Daddy snapped a picture of the two of them on Santa's lap. But maybe she'd forgotten. How could a stranger come so easily into our lives and give us love, when our own blood kin had sought to give us death? Chapter 3. Life's Second Chance. Carrie decided. We stayed. Even if she hadn't decided, still we would have stayed. How could we not? We tried to give Dr. Paul what money we had left. He refused. "You keep that money for yourselves. You worked hard to get it, didn't you? And you might as well know I've seen my attorney so he can fill out the petitions that will bring your mother to Claremont. I know you believe she won't come, but you can never tell. If I'm so lucky as to win permanent custody, I'll give each of you a weekly allowance. No one can feel free and happy without some money in his pocket. Most of my colleagues give their teenage children $5 a week. $3 should be enough for a girl Carrie's age." He planned to buy all our clothes and everything else we needed for school. We could only stare at him, amazed he'd be so generous again. A few days before Christmas he drove us to a shopping mall that was carpeted in red. The ceiling was a glass dome. Throngs of people swarmed about as pop Christmas music played. It was like fairyland. I glowed. So did Carrie and Chris and our doctor. His huge hand held Carrie's small one as Chris and I held on to each other. I saw him watching us, enjoying our wide-eyed stares. We were charmed by everything, awed, impressed, very wanting, fearful, too, he would see and try to satisfy all our yearnings. I turned in circles when we reached the department that sold clothes for teenage girls. Dazzled and bewildered by so much, I looked at that and looked at this and couldn't decide what I wanted, when everything was so pretty and I'd never had the chance to shop for myself before. Chris laughed at my indecision. "Go on," he urged. "Now that you have the chance to fit yourself perfectly, try on what you like." I knew what he was thinking, for it had been my mean way to complain that Mama never brought me anything that fitted right. With great care I selected parsimoniously the outfits I thought suitable for school that would begin for us in January. And I needed a coat, real shoes, and a raincoat and hat and umbrella. Everything that kind-hearted, generous man allowed me to buy made me feel guilty, as if we were taking advantage of him. To reward me for my slowness and my reluctance to buy too much, Paul said impatiently, "For heaven's sake, Kathy, don't think we're going shopping like this every week. I want you to buy enough today to last you through the winter. Chris, while we finish up here, you dash on to the young men's section and begin picking out what you want. While you do that, Kathy and I can outfit Carrie with all the clothes she needs." I noticed that all the adolescent girls in the store were turning to stare at my brother as he made his way to the young men's department. At last we were going to be normal kids. Then, when I felt tentatively secure, Carrie let out a howl to shatter Crystal Palaces in London. Her cries jolted the salespeople, startled the customers, and a lady bumped her baby stroller into a dummy who went crashing down. The baby in the stroller added his screams to Carrie's. Chris came on the run to see who was murdering his small sister. She stood feet wide apart, head thrown back, with tears of frustration streaming her cheeks. "Good God, what's wrong now?" asked Chris, as our doctor looked dumbfounded. Men, what did they know? Obviously, Carrie was outraged by the pretty little pastel dresses brought out for her approval. Baby clothes, that's what. Even so, all were too large, and none were red or purple. Absolutely not Carrie's style at all. "Try the toddler department," suggested the heartless, haughty blonde with the beehive hair. She smiled graciously at our doctor, who appeared embarrassed. Carrie was 8. To even mention toddler clothes was insulting. She screwed her face into a puckered prune. "I can't wear toddler clothes to school," she wailed. She pressed her face against my thigh and hugged my legs. "Kathy, don't make me wear pink and blue baby dresses. Everybody will laugh. I know they will. I want purple, red, no baby colors." Dr. Paul soothed her. "Darling, I adore blonde girls with blue eyes and pastels, so why not wait until you're older to wear all those brilliant colors?" Bitter-sweet milksop like this was something someone as stubborn as Carrie couldn't swallow. She glared her eyes, balled her fists, prepared her foot for kicking, and readied her vocal cords for screaming, when a middle-aged, plump woman, who must have had someone like Carrie for a granddaughter, suggested calmly that she could have her clothes custom-made. Carrie hesitated uncertainly, looking from me to the doctor, then to Chris, and back to the saleslady. "A perfect solution," said Dr. Paul enthusiastically, looking relieved. "I'll buy a sewing machine, and Kathy can make you purple, red, and electric blue clothes, and you'll be a knockout." "Don't want to be no knockout. Just want bright colors." Carrie pouted, while I was left with my mouth agape. I was a dancer, not a seamstress, something that didn't escape Carrie's knowledge. "Kathy don't know how to make good clothes," she said. "Kathy don't do nothing but dance." That was loyalty. Me, who taught her and Corey to read, with a little help from Chris. "What's the matter with you, Carrie?" snapped Chris. "You're acting like a baby. Kathy can do anything she sets her mind to, remember that." The doctor readily agreed. I said nothing as we shopped for an electric sewing machine. "But in the meantime, let's buy a few pink, yellow, and blue dresses. All right, Carrie?" Dr. Paul grinned mockingly. "And Kathy can save me tons of money by sewing her own clothes, too." Despite the sewing, I'd have to learn heaven was ours that day. We went home loaded, all of us, made beautiful in barber shops and beauty salons. Each of us had on new shoes with hard soles. I had my very first pair of high-heeled pumps and a dozen pairs of nylons, my first nylons, my first bra, and to top it all off, a shopping bag full of cosmetics. I'd taken forever to select makeup, while the doctor stood back and watched me with the queerest expression. Chris had grumbled, saying I didn't need rouge or lipstick or eyeshadow, liner, and mascara. "You don't know anything at all about being a girl," I answered with an air of superiority. This was my first shopping binge, and by heaven I was making the most of it. I had to have everything I'd seen on Mama's fabulous dressing table, even her kind of wrinkle cream, plus a mud pack for firming. No sooner were we out of the car and unloaded than Chris, Carrie, and I dashed upstairs to try on all our new clothes. Funny how once new clothes had come to us so easily and hadn't made us happy like this. Not when no one would see us wear them. Yet, being what I was, when I slipped on the blue velvet dress with tiny buttons down the front, I thought of Mama. How ironic that I should want to cry for a mother we'd lost, who I was determined to hate forever. I sat on the edge of my twin bed and pondered this. Mama had given us new clothes, toys, and games out of guilt for what she was doing, depriving us of a normal childhood, a childhood we'd never have the chance to recover. Lost years, some of the best years, and Corey was in a grave. No new suits for him. His guitar was in the corner where Corey could wake up and see it and the banjo. Why was it us who always had to suffer? Why not her? Then suddenly it hit me. Bart Winslow was from South Carolina. I ran down to our doctor's study and purloined his big atlas. Then back I raced to the bedroom, and there I found the map of South Carolina. I found Claremont, but didn't believe my eyes when I saw it was a twin city to Green Glenna. No, that was too much of a coincidence. Or was it? I looked up and stared into space. God had meant for us to come here and live near Mama, if she ever visited her husband's hometown. God wanted me to have the chance to inflict a little pain of my own. As soon as I could, I was going to Green Glenna and look up all the information I could about him and his family. I had $5 a week to order a subscription of the community paper that told of all the social activities of the wealthy people who lived near Foxworth Hall. Yes, I was gone from Foxworth Hall, but I was going to know every move she made, and when she came this way I'd know that too. Sooner or later Mama was going to hear from me, and know I would never, never forget or forgive. Somehow, in some way, she was going to hurt 10 times more than we had. With this decided, I could join Chris and Carrie in the living room to model all our new clothes for our doctor and Henny. Henny's smile beamed like a dazzling sun. I watched the bejeweled eyes of our benefactor, only to see them shadow over as he frowned reflectively. I saw no admiration or approval. Suddenly he got up and left the room, offering a weak excuse of needing to do some paperwork. Soon Henny became my mentor in all things domestic. She taught me to bake biscuits from scratch, and tried to teach me how to make rolls light and fluffy. Wham! Went Henny's hand into the dough. Henny wiped her hands clean of flour and dashed off a note. Henny got bad eyes for seeing small things like needle eyes. You have good eyes. You sew on doctor's son's missing shirt buttons, yes? Sure, I agreed without enthusiasm. I can sew holes, and I can also knit, crochet, needlepoint, and do crewel work. My mother taught me how to do all those things as a way to keep busy. Suddenly I couldn't speak. I wanted to cry. I saw my mother's lovely face. I saw Daddy. I saw Chris and me as children hurrying home from school, rushing in with snow on our shoulders to find Mama knitting baby things for the twins. I couldn't help but bow my head into Henny's lap and begin to cry, really bawl. Henny couldn't speak, but her soft hand on my shoulder showed she understood. When I glanced upward, she was crying too, big fat tears that slid down to wet her bright red dress. Don't cry, Henny. I'll be happy to sew on Dr. Paul's missing buttons. He's saved our lives, and there's nothing I wouldn't do for him. She gave me a strange look, then got up to fetch years of mending and perhaps a dozen shirts with missing buttons. Chris spent every available moment with Dr. Paul, who was coaching him so he could enter a special college prep school in mid-term. Carrie was our biggest problem. She could read and write, but she was so very small. How would she manage in a public school where children were not always kind? It's a private school I have in mind for Carrie, explained our doctor. A very good school for young girls run by an excellent staff. Since I'm on the board of trustees, I think Carrie will be given special attention and not subjected to any kind of stress. He eyed me meaningfully. That was my worst fear, that Carrie would be ridiculed and made to feel ashamed because of her overlarge head and undersized body. Once Carrie had been so beautifully proportioned, so very perfect. It was all those lost years when the sun was denied us that made her so small. It was. I knew it was. I was scared to death Mama would show up on that day she was supposed to appear at the court hearing. But I was certain, almost, that she wouldn't come. How could she? She had too much to lose and nothing to gain. What were we but burdens to bear? And there was jail, too. A murder charge. We sat very quietly with Paul, dressed in our best, to appear in the judge's chamber, and waited and waited and waited. I was a tight wire inside, stretched so taut I thought I might break and cry. She didn't want us. Again she told us by not showing up how little she cared. The judge looked at us with too much pity, making me feel so sorry for all of us, and so angry with her. Oh, damn her to hell! She gave us birth. She claimed to have loved our father. How could she do this to his children? Her own children. What kind of mother was she? I didn't want that judge's pity, or Paul's. I held my head high and bit down on my tongue to keep from screaming. I dared to glance at Chris and saw him sitting blank-eyed, though I knew his heart was being shredded as mine was. Carrie crouched in a tight ball on the doctor's lap, as his hand soothed her and he whispered something in her ear. I think he said, "Never mind, it's all right. You have me for a father and Henny for a mother. You'll never want for anything as long as I live." I cried that night. I wet my pillow with tears shed for a mother I'd loved so much it hurt to think back to the days when Daddy was alive and our home life was perfect. I cried for all the good things she had done for us back then, and most of all for the love she'd so generously given us then. I cried more for Corey, who was like my own child. And that's when I stopped crying and turned to bitter, hard thoughts of revenge. When you set out to defeat someone, the best way was to think as they did. What would hurt her most? She wouldn't want to think of us. She'd try to forget we ever existed. Well, she wouldn't forget. I'd see to it that she didn't. This very Christmas I would send her a card and sign it with this: "From the 4 Dresden dolls you didn't want." And I had to change that to "the 3 alive Dresden dolls you didn't want, plus the dead one you carried away and never brought back." I could see her staring at that card, thinking to herself, I only did what I had to. We had let down our shields and allowed ourselves to be vulnerable again. We allowed faith, hope, and trust to come and dance like sugar plums in our heads. Fairy tales could come true. They were happening to us. The wicked queen was out of our lives, and Snow White would reign one day. She wouldn't be the one to eat the poisoned red apple. But every fairy tale had a dragon to slay, a witch to overcome, or some obstacle to make things difficult. I tried to look ahead and figure out who would be the dragon and what would be the obstacles. All along I knew who was the witch, and that was the saddest part of being me. I got up and went out on the upper veranda to stare up at the moon. I saw Chris standing near the railing, gazing up at the moon too. From the slump of his shoulders, usually held so proud, I knew he was bleeding inside just as I was. I tiptoed over to surprise him, but he turned as I neared and held out his arms. Without thought, I went straight into them and put my arms up around his neck. He wore the warm robe Mama had given him last Christmas, though it was much too small. He'd have another from me when he looked under the tree Christmas morning, with his monogram, CFS, for he wanted never to be called Foxworth, but Sheffield. His blue eyes gazed down into mine, eyes so much alike. I loved him as I loved the better side of myself, the brighter, happier side. "Kathy," he whispered, stroking my back, his eyes bright. "If you feel like crying, go ahead. I'll understand. Cry enough for me, too. I was hoping, praying that Mama would come and somehow give us a reasonable explanation for doing what she did." "A reasonable excuse for murder?" I asked bitterly. "How could she dream up one clever enough? She's not that smart." He looked so miserable I tightened my arms about his neck. One hand stole into his hair and twined there. My other hand lowered to stroke his cheek. Love. It was such an encompassing word, different from sex and 10 times more compelling. I felt full of love for him when he lowered his face into my hair and sobbed. He murmured my name over and over again, as if I were the only person in the world who would ever be real and solid and dependable. Somehow his lips found mine, and we were kissing with so much passion he was aroused and tried to draw me into his room. "I just want to hold you, that's all, nothing else. When I go away to school I need to have something more to hold to. Give me just a little more, Kathy, please." Before I could answer, he had me in his arms again, kissing me with such burning lips I became terrified, and excited too. "Stop! Don't!" I cried, but he went on, touching my breasts and pushing my gown aside so he could kiss them. "Chris," I hissed, angry then, "don't love me, Chris. When you're gone, what you feel for me will fade away like it never happened. We'll force ourselves to love others so we can feel clean. We can't be our parents in duplicate. We can't make the same mistake." He held me tighter and didn't say a word, yet I knew what he was thinking. There wouldn't be any others. He wouldn't let it come about. One woman had hurt him too deeply, betrayed him too monstrously when he was young and very, very vulnerable. There was only me he could trust. He stepped back, 2 tears shining in the corners of his eyes. It was up to me to slice the bond, now, here, and for his own good. Everybody always did everything for someone's good. I couldn't go to sleep. I kept hearing him calling me, wanting me. I got up and drifted down the hall and again got in his bed, where he lay waiting. "You'll never be free of me, Kathy, never. As long as you live, it will be me and you." "No." "Yes." "No." But I kissed him, then jumped from his bed and raced back to my room, slamming and locking the door behind me. What was the matter with me? I should never have gone to his room and gotten into his bed. Was I as evil as the grandmother said? No, I wasn't. I couldn't be. Part 2. Chapter 4. Visions of Sugar Plums. It was Christmas. The tree touched the 12-foot ceiling, and spread under it were gifts enough for 10 children. Not that Chris and I were children any more. Carrie was thrilled by everything Santa had brought for her. Chris and I had used the last of our stolen hoard of money to buy Paul a luscious red lounging robe and a brilliant gown of ruby red velvet for Henny, size 58. Dazzled and pleased, she held it before her. Then she wrote a thank-you note. "Make good church dress. Make all friends jealous." Paul tried on his lavish new lounging robe. He looked divine in that color, and it fitted him beautifully. Next came the biggest surprise of all. Paul strode over to me and hunkered down on his heels. From his wallet he pulled 5 large yellow tickets. If he had sat down for a year and thought about nothing but a way to please me most, he couldn't have been more successful. There, fanned in his large, finely shaped hand, were tickets to the Nutcracker, performed by the Rosenkopf School of Ballet. "It's a very professional company, I hear," explained Paul. "I don't know much about ballet myself, but I've asked around, and they say it is one of the very best. They also teach beginner, intermediate, and advanced lessons. Which level are you?" "Advanced," proclaimed Chris, while I could only stare at Paul, too happy to speak. Kathy was a beginner when she went upstairs to live, but something wonderful happened to her in the attic. The ghost of Anna Pavlova came and took over her body, and Kathy taught herself how to go on point. That night, all of us, including Henny, sat enthralled in the 3rd row center section. Those dancers on stage weren't just good, they were superb. Especially the handsome man named Julian Marquette, who danced the lead. As in a dream, I followed Paul backstage during intermission, for I was going to meet the dancers. He led us toward a couple standing in the wings. "Madame, Georges," he said to a tiny woman, sleek as a seal, and a not much larger man by her side. "This is my ward, Catherine Doll, who I was telling you about. This is her brother Christopher, and this younger beauty is Carrie. And you have met Henrietta Beach before." "Ja, of course," said the lady, who looked like a dancer, talked like a dancer, and wore her black hair just like a dancer would, drawn back from her face and pinned up in a huge chignon. Over black leotard she wore a floating chiffon dress of black, and over that a bolero of leopard skins. Her husband, Georges, was a quiet man, sinewy, pale-faced, with startlingly black hair, and lips so red they seemed made of congealed blood. They were a pair, all right, for her lips were scarlet slashed, too, and her eyes were charcoal smudges in pale pastry dough. 2 pairs of black eyes scanned me and then Chris. "You two are a dancer?" they asked of my brother. My, did they always speak simultaneously? "No, I don't dance," said Chris, appearing embarrassed. "Ah, the pity of that," sighed the madame regretfully. "What a glorious pair the two of you would make on stage. People would flock to stare at beauty such as you and your sister possess." She glanced down at small Carrie clinging fearfully to my hand, and casually disregarded her. "Chris plans to be a doctor," explained Dr. Paul. "Ha!" Madame Rosenkopf scoffed, as if Chris must have taken leave of his senses. Both she and her husband turned their ebony eyes on me, concentrating with such intensity I began to feel hot, sweaty, self-conscious. "You have studied the dance?" Always she said dance, as if it had a U. "Yes," I said in a small voice. "Your age when you started?" "I was 4 years old." "And you are now?" "In April I will be 16. "Good, very, very good." She rubbed the palms of her long, bony hands together. 11 years and more of professional training. At what age did you go on point?" 12. "Wonderful!" she cried. "I never put girls on full point until they are 13 unless they are excellent." Then she frowned suspiciously. "Are you excellent or only mediocre?" "I don't know." "You mean no one has ever told you?" "No." "Then you must be only mediocre." She half sneered, turned toward her husband, and waved her hand arrogantly to dismiss us. "Now you wait a minute," flared Chris, looking red and very angry. "There is not a dancer on that stage tonight who is as good as Kathy. Not one. That girl out there playing the lead role of Clara, sometimes she is out of time with the music. Kathy is never out of time. Her timing is perfect. Her ear is perfect. Even when Kathy dances to the same melody, each time she varies it just a little, so she never duplicates, always improvises to make it better and more beautiful and more touching. You'd be lucky to get a dancer like Kathy in your company." Those slanted jet eyes turned to him, savoring the intensity of his report. "You are an authority on the subject of ballet?" she asked with some scorn. "You know how to separate the gifted dancers from the horde?" Chris stood as if in a dream, and spoke as if his feet were firmly rooted there, and even his voice had a huskiness to betray his feelings. "I only know what I see, and what emotions Kathy makes me feel when she dances. I know when the music turns on and she begins to move with it, my heart stands still, and when her dance is over I know I am left aching because such beauty is gone. She doesn't just dance a role, she is that character. She makes you believe because she believes, and there's not a girl in your company who reaches out and grabs my heart and squeezes it until it throbs. So go on and turn her away, and let some other dance company benefit from your stupidity." The madame's jet eyes fixed on Chris long and penetratingly, as did our doctor's eyes. Then, slowly, Madame Rosenkopf turned to me, and from head to toe I was assessed, weighed, measured. "Tomorrow, 1 o'clock sharp. At my studio you will audition for me." It was not a request, but a command, not to be disobeyed. And for some reason, when I should have been happy, I was angry. "Tomorrow is too soon," I said. "I have no costumes, no leotards, no points." All of those things had been left behind in the attic of Foxworth Hall. "Trifles," she dismissed, with an arrogant wave of her shapely hand. "We will supply what you need. Just be there, and don't be late, for we demand that our dancers be disciplined in all things, including punctuality." With a queenly gesture we were dismissed, and gracefully she drifted off with her husband in tow, leaving me stunned. Mouth agape, speechless, I caught the strong study of the dancer Julian Marquette, who must have overheard every word. His dark eyes shone with a glow of interest and admiration. "Feel flattered, Catherine," he said to me. "Customarily, she and Georges won't take anyone unless they've waited months or sometimes years for an audition." I cried that night in Chris's embrace. "I'm out of practice," I sobbed. "I know I'm going to make a fool of myself tomorrow. It isn't fair that she won't let me have more time to prepare. I need to limber up. I'm going to be stiff, clumsy, and they won't want me. I know they won't." "Oh, come off it, Cathy," he said, tightening his arms about me. "I've seen you in here, holding to the bedpost and doing your pliés and tendus. You are not out of practice, or stiff or clumsy. You're just scared. You've got a great big case of stage fright, that's all. And you don't need to worry. You're terrific. I know it. You know it." He brushed a light good-night kiss on my lips, dropped his arms, and backed toward the door. "Tonight I'll go down on my knees and pray for you. I'll ask God to let you wow them tomorrow. And I'll be there to gloat when I see their stunned expressions, for no one is going to believe the dancing wonder of you." With that he was gone, and I was left aching and wanting. I crawled under my covers to lie wide awake and full of trepidations. Tomorrow was my big day, my chance to prove what I was, and if I had that special something you had to have if you were to reach the top. I had to be the best, nothing else would do. I had to show Mama, the grandmother, Paul, Chris, everybody. I wasn't evil or corrupt or the devil's issue. I was only me, the best ballerina in the world. I tossed, turned, fretted in and out of nightmares while Carrie slept on peacefully. In my dreams I did everything wrong at the audition, and what was worse, I did everything wrong throughout my whole lifetime. I ended up a withered old lady begging on the streets of some huge city. In the dark I passed by my mother and begged for alms. She was still young and beautiful, richly gowned, bejeweled and furred, and escorted by forever young and faithful Bart Winslow. I awoke. It was still night. What a long night. I stole down the stairs to find the Christmas tree lights burning, and on the floor Chris was lying and staring up into the tree branches. It was what the two of us used to do when we were children. Though I should have known better, I was irresistibly drawn toward him, and I lay down beside him. I gazed up into the sparkling otherworldliness of the Christmas tree. "I thought you'd forgotten," Chris murmured without looking my way. "Remember when we were in Foxworth Hall? The tree was so small, and it was on a table, and we couldn't lie under it like this. And look what happened. Let's never forget again. Even if our future trees are only 1 foot high, we will hang it up high so we can lie underneath." It worried me the way he said that. Slowly I turned my head to stare at his profile. He was so beautiful, lying there with his fair hair changing colors. Each strand seemed to catch a different rainbowed hue, and when he turned his head to meet my eyes, his eyes were glowing too. "You look so divine," I said in a tight voice. "I see candy in your eyes, and the crown jewels of England, too." "No, that's what I'm seeing in your eyes, Cathy. You're so very beautiful in that white nightgown. I love you in white nightgowns with blue satin ribbons. I love the way your hair spreads like a fan, and you turn your cheek so it rests on a satin pillow." He moved closer, so his head was on my hair, too. Even closer he inclined his head until our foreheads met. His warm breath was on my face. I moved so my head tilted backward and my neck arched. I didn't feel quite real when his warm lips kissed the hollow of my throat and stayed there. My breath caught. For long, long moments I waited for him to move away. I wanted to pull back myself, but somehow I couldn't. A sweet peace stole over me, quivering my flesh with a tingling sensation. "Don't kiss me again," I whispered, clinging harder to him and pressing his head to my throat. "I love you," he choked. "There will never be anyone for me but you. When I'm an old, old man, I'll look back to this night with you under the Christmas tree and remember how sweet it was of you to let me hold you like this." "Chris, do you have to go away and be a doctor? Couldn't you stay on here and decide on something else?" He lifted his head to stare down into my eyes. "Kathy, do you have to ask? All my life it's been the only thing I've wanted, but you." Again I sobbed. I didn't want him to go. I tickled his face with a tress of my hair until he cried out and kissed my lips. Such a soft kiss, wanting to grow bolder and afraid I'd turn away if he did. He began to say wild and crazy things when our kiss was over, about how much I looked like an angel. "Kathy, look at me. Don't turn your head and pretend you don't know what I'm doing, what I'm saying. Look and see the torment you've put me in. How can I find anyone else when you've been bred into my bones and a part of my flesh? Your blood runs fast when mine does. Your eyes burn when mine do. Don't deny it." His trembling hands began to fumble with the tiny lace-covered buttons that opened my nightgown to the waist. I closed my eyes and was again in the attic when he'd accidentally stabbed me in the side with the scissors, so now I was hurting, bleeding, and I needed his lips to kiss and take away the pain. "How beautiful your breasts are," he said with a low sigh, leaning to nuzzle them. "I remember when you were flat, and then when you began to grow, you were so shy about them, always wanting to wear loose sweaters so I couldn't see. Why were you ashamed?" Somewhere above I hovered, watching him tenderly kiss my breasts, and somewhere deep inside me I shivered. Why was I letting him do this? My arms drew his body tighter against me, and when my lips again met his, maybe it was my fingers that had unbuttoned his pajama jacket so his bare chest was against mine. We melded in a hot blend of unsatisfied desire before I suddenly cried out, "No, it would be sinful." "Then let us sin." "Then don't ever leave me. Forget about being a doctor. Stay with me. Don't go and leave me. I'm afraid of myself without you. Sometimes I do crazy things. Chris, please don't leave me alone. I've never been alone. Please stay." "I have to be a doctor," he said, then groaned. "Ask me to give up anything else and I'd say yes. But don't ask me to give up the only thing that's held me together. You wouldn't give up dancing, would you?" I didn't know, as I responded to his demanding kisses, the fire between us growing larger, overwhelming us both and taking us to the brinks of hell. "I love you so much sometimes I don't know how to handle it," he cried. "If only I could have you just once, and there would be no pain for you, only joy." The unexpected parting of his hot lips, his tongue that forced my lips open, shot through me with a jolt of electricity. "I love you. Oh, how I love you. I dream of you, think of you all day." And on he went, while his breath came faster, until he was panting, and I was overcome by my body, ready and willing to be satisfied. While my thoughts wanted to deny him, I wanted him. I gasped with the shame of it. "Not here," he said between kisses. "Upstairs in my room." "No, I'm your sister, and your room is too near Paul's. He'd hear us." "Then we'll use your room. Carrie can sleep through a war." Before I knew what was happening, he had me in his arms and was racing up the back stairs and into my room, where he fell with me on my bed. He had my gown off and his pajamas too when he fell down beside me and started again to complete what he had begun. I didn't want this. I didn't want it ever to happen again. "Stop," I cried, then rolled away from under him. I fell to the floor. In a flash he was on the floor with me, wrestling. Over and over we turned, two naked bodies that suddenly collided with something hard. That was what stopped him. He stared at the box with Oreo cookies, a loaf of bread, apples, oranges, a pound of cheddar cheese, a stick of butter, several cans of tuna fish, beans, and tomato juice. Out spilled a can opener, dishes, glasses, and silverware. "Kathy, why are you stealing Paul's food and hiding it under your bed?" I shook my head, fuzzy about why I had taken the food and hidden it away. Then I sat up and reached for the gown he'd tugged off, and modestly I held it before me. "Get out! Leave me alone! I don't love you except as a brother, Christopher." He came to put his arms about me and bowed his head on my shoulder. "I'm sorry. Oh, darling, I know why you took the food. You feel you have to keep food handy. You're afraid someday we will be punished again. Don't you know I'm the only one who will understand? Let me love you just one more time, Kathy. Just one more time to last us our whole lives. Let me just once give you the pleasure I didn't before. Just once to last us both all our lives through." I slapped his face. "No," I spat, "never again. You promised, and I thought you would keep that promise. If you have to be a doctor and go away and leave me, then it will always be no." I stopped short. I didn't mean that. "Chris, don't look at me like that, please." Slowly he drew on his pajamas. He flashed me a hurt look. "There is no life for me if I'm not a doctor, Kathy." I put both hands over my mouth to keep from screaming. What was wrong with me? I couldn't demand him to abandon his dream. I wasn't like my mother, making everyone else suffer so she could have her way. I sobbed in his arms. In my brother I had already found my everlasting, forever green, springtime love that could never, never blossom. Later, as I lay alone on my bed with my eyes open, I realized from the hopeless, flat way I felt that even in a valley without mountains, the wind could still blow. Chapter 5. The Audition. It was the day after Christmas. At 1 o'clock I had to be in Green Glenna, the home of Bart Winslow and Rosencroft's School of Ballet. We all crowded into Dr. Paul's car, and we arrived with 5 minutes to spare. Madame Rosencroft told me to call her Madame Marisha, if I was accepted. If I failed, I need never address her again by any name. She wore only black leotards, which showed up every hill and valley of her superb body, kept trim and slim, though she must be nearing 50. Her nipples poked through the black knit material hard as metal points. Her husband, Georges, was also wearing black to show off his sinewy body, which was just beginning to show age with the small protrusion of his belly. 20 girls and 3 boys were to audition. "What music do you choose?" she asked. It seemed her husband was never going to speak, though he kept his bright bird eyes on me constantly. "Sleeping Beauty," I said meekly, believing the role of Princess Aurora the greatest of all testing pieces in the classical repertory, so why choose a less demanding part? "I can dance the Rose Adagio all alone," I boasted. "Wonderful," she said sarcastically, then added with additional scorn, "I guess just by your looks you would want the Sleeping Beauty." That made me wish I'd chosen something lesser. "What color leotards do you want?" "Pink." "I thought so." She tossed me a pair of faded pink leotards, and then just as casually picked at random from a triple row of many dozens of point shoes. She threw me a pair that fitted perfectly, unbelievable as it sounds. When I'd undressed and donned my leotards and slippers, I sat before a long dressing table with a mirror to equal its length, and began to bind up my hair. I didn't have to be told Madame would want to see my neck cords, and any épaulement I'd perform was sure to displease her. I knew that already. Hardly had I finished dressing and doing my hair, with a gaggle of giggling girls surrounding me, when Madame Marisha put her head through a partially open door to see if I was ready. Critically, her jet-black eyes scanned me. "Not bad. Follow me," she ordered, and off she strode, her strong legs heavily muscled. How had she let that come about? I was never going to be on point so much my legs would look lumpy like hers. Never. She led me out into a big arena with a polished floor that really wasn't as slick as it appeared. Seats for onlookers were lined against the walls, and I saw Chris, Carrie, Henny, and Dr. Paul. Now I wished I hadn't asked them to come. If I failed, they'd witness my humiliation. 8 or 10 other people were there too, though I didn't pay much attention to them. The girls and boys of the company gathered in the wings to watch. I was more afraid than I thought I'd be. Sure, I'd practiced some since I escaped Foxworth Hall, but not with the same dedication as in the attic. I should have stayed up all night and exercised, and arrived at dawn to warm up more. Then maybe I wouldn't feel nervous enough to be sick. It was my desire to be last, to watch all the others and see the mistakes they made and learn from them, or to see their accomplishments and benefit from those. In this way I could size up what I should do. Georges himself sat down to play the piano. I swallowed over the lump in my throat. My mouth felt dry, and butterflies panicked in my chest as my eyes raked over the spectators to find the lodestone I needed in the blue of Chris's eyes. And as always he was there to smile and telegraph his pride and confidence and undying admiration. My dear, beloved Christopher Doll, always there when I needed him, always giving to me and making me better than I would have been without him. God, I prayed, let me be good. Let me live up to his expectations. I couldn't look at Paul. He wanted to be my father, not my touchstone. If I failed and embarrassed him, certainly he'd see me differently. I'd lose what charm I had for him. I'd be nobody special. A touch on my arm made me jump. Whirling about, I confronted Julian Marquette. "Break a leg," he whispered, then smiled to show his very white and perfect teeth. His dark eyes sparkled wickedly. He was taller than most male dancers, almost 6 feet, and soon I'd learn he was 19. His skin was as fair as mine, though in contrast to his dark hair it made him look too pale. His strong chin sported a devil's cleft, and another dimple in his right cheek teased in and out at his will. I thanked him for his wish of good luck. "Wow," he said, when I smiled, his voice husky. "You're sure a beautiful girl. Too bad you're only a kid." "I'm not a kid." "What are you then, some old lady of 18? I smiled, very pleased to think I looked that old. "Maybe so, maybe not." He grinned as if he had all the answers. From the way he bragged of being one of the hottest dancers in a New York company, maybe he did have all the answers. "I'm only here for the holidays, to do Madame a favor. Soon I'll go back to New York, where I belong." He looked around as if the provinces bored him beyond belief, while my heart did a flip-flop. I was hoping he was one of the dancers I'd work with. We exchanged a few more words, and then my musical cue sounded. Suddenly I was alone in the attic, with colored paper flowers dangling on long strings. Nobody but me and that secret lover who danced always just ahead, never letting me get near enough to see his face. I danced out, fearful at first, and did all the right things, the entrechat, the arm flutters, the pirouettes. I was sure to keep my eyes open and my face always toward the viewers I didn't see. Then the magic came and took me. I didn't have to plan and count. The music told me what to do and how to do it, for I was its voice and could do no wrong. And as always, that man appeared to dance with me, only this time I saw his face. His beautiful, pale, pale face with the dark and flashing eyes and the blue-black hair and the ruby lips. Julian! I saw him as in a dream, stretching out his strong arms as he went down on one knee, and the other leg pointed backward gracefully. With his eyes he signaled I was to run, then leap into his receiving arms. Enchanted to see him there, a professional, I was halfway to him when a terrible pain seized my abdomen. I doubled over and cried out. At my feet was a huge pool of blood. Blood streamed down my legs. It stained my pink shoes, my leotards. I slipped and fell to the floor, and grew so weak I could only lie there and hear the screams. Not my screams, but Carrie's. I closed my eyes, not caring who it was who came to pick me up. From a far distance I heard Paul's voice and Chris's. Chris's concerned face hovered above me, with his love for me too clearly revealed. It both comforted me and frightened me, for I didn't want Paul to see. Chris said something about not being afraid, as blackness came and took me to a far, far place where nobody wanted me. And my dancing career, not yet begun, was over. Over. Out of a dream of witches, I emerged to find Chris sitting on the hospital bed, holding my limp hand. And those blue eyes, oh God, those eyes! "Hi," he said softly, squeezing my fingers. "I've been waiting for you to come around." "Hi yourself." He smiled and leaned to kiss my cheek. "I'll tell you this, Catherine doll, you sure know how to end a dance dramatically." "Yeah, that's talent, real talent. I guess I'd better go into acting." He shrugged indifferently. "You could, I guess, though I doubt you will." "Oh, Chris," I stormed weakly, "you know I've ruined what chance I had. Why did I bleed like that?" I knew my eyes were full of fear that he saw and knew the cause. He leaned to draw me up into his embrace and held me fast against his chest. "Life offers more than one chance, Cathy, you know that. You needed a D&C. You'll be fine and on your feet by tomorrow." "What's a D&C?" He smiled and stroked my cheek tenderly, always forgetting I wasn't as medically sophisticated as he was. "It's short for a procedure in which a woman is dilated and an instrument called a curette is used to scrape waste material from the lining of the uterus. Those missed periods of yours must have clotted and then broke free." Our eyes met. "That's all it was, Cathy. All. Nothing else." "Who did the scraping?" I whispered, scared it was Paul. "A gynecologist named Dr. Jarvis, a friend of our doctor. Paul says he's the best gyne around." I lay back on the pillows, not knowing what to think. Of all times for something like that to happen, in front of everyone I was trying to impress. My God, why was life so cruel to me? "Open your eyes, my lady Catherine," said Chris. "You're making too much out of this when it doesn't matter. Take a look at that dresser over there and see all the pretty flowers, real flowers, not paper ones. I hope you don't mind if I took a peek at the cards." Of course I didn't mind what he did, and soon he was back from the dresser and putting a small white envelope in my flaccid hand. I stared at the huge floral bouquet, thinking it was from Paul, and only then did my eyes flick to the card in my hand. My fingers shook as I extracted from the envelope the small note that read, "Hope you recover soon. I expect to see you next Monday, 3 o'clock sharp. Madame Marisha." Marisha! I was accepted. "Chris, the Rosenkoffs want me." "Of course they do," he said mildly. "They'd be just plain dumb if they didn't. But that woman scares the hell out of me. I wouldn't want her controlling my life, even if she is little. But I guess you can handle her fine. You can always bleed on her feet." I sat up and threw my arms about him. "Is it going to work out for us, Chris? Do you really think it will? Can we be that lucky?" He nodded, smiling, and then pointed to another bouquet, one from Julian Marquette with another short note. "I'll be seeing you when I fly down from New York again, Catherine doll, so don't forget me." And over Chris's shoulder, while his arms held me tight, Paul came into the room and hesitated near the doorway, frowning as he stared at the two of us. Then he put on a smile and came forward. Quickly, Chris and I drew apart. Chapter 6. School Days Renewed. There came a day in January when we had to part. We'd taken exams to grade our abilities, and much to Chris's surprise and mine, we'd all done extremely well. I qualified for the 10th grade, Carrie for the 3rd, and Chris for a college prep school. But there was no happiness on Carrie's face when she screamed out, "No! No!" Her foot was ready for kicking, her fist balled to do battle with anyone who tried to force her. "Don't want no private old school for funny-looking little girls. I won't go." You can't make me go. I'm going to tell Dr. Paul, Kathy." Her face was red with fury, and her weeping voice was a siren's wail. I wasn't overjoyed by the idea of putting Carrie in a private school 10 miles outside the city. The day after she left, Chris would be leaving too. I'd be left alone to attend high school, and we'd sworn a solemn vow never, never to part. I'd forced myself to put back the hidden cache of food, and no one knew about that but Chris. I lifted Carrie onto my lap to explain to her how Dr. Paul had selected this very special school and had already paid an enormous tuition. She squinched her eyes shut and tried not to hear. "And it is not a school for funny little girls, Carrie," I said soothingly, and then kissed her forehead. "It's a school for rich girls with parents who can afford the best. You should feel proud and very lucky to have Dr. Paul as our legal guardian." Did I convince her? Had I ever convinced her of anything? "I still don't want to go," she wailed stubbornly. "Why can't I go to your school, Kathy? Why do I have to go off all alone with nobody?" "Nobody?" I laughed to hide what I was feeling, a reflection of her own fears. "You won't be alone, darling. You'll be with hundreds of other girls near your own age. Your school is an elementary one. I have to go on to high school." I rocked her to and fro in my arms and stroked her long, shining cascade of hair, then tilted her piquant doll face to mine. Oh, she was a pretty little thing. Such a beauty she'd be if only her body would grow in proportion to her large head. "Carrie, you have 4 people who love you very much. Dr. Paul, Henny, Chris, and me. We all want what's best for you. And even though a few miles separate us, you'll be in our hearts, in our thoughts, and you can come home every weekend. And believe it or not, school is not such a dreary place. It's fun, really. You'll share a lovely room with a girl your own age. You'll have expert teachers. And best of all, you'll be with girls who will think you're the prettiest thing they've ever seen. And you must want to be with other children. I know that being with a great many girls is loads of fun. You play games and have secret societies and parties and whisper and giggle all through the night. You'll love it." Yeah, sure. She'd love it. Carrie acquiesced only after she'd shed a waterfall of tears, her pleading eyes telling me she was going only to please me and her big benefactor whom she loved well. She'd sleep on nails to please him. And to her that school for girls was a bed of nails to endure. Just in time to hear, "Am I going to stay there a long, long time?" Paul and Chris entered the living room. The 2 of them had been sequestered in Paul's study for hours, with Paul coaching Chris on some of the chemistry he'd neglected studying while locked away. Paul gave Carrie just one glance, saw her misery, then headed for the hall closet. Shortly he was back with a big box wrapped in purple paper and tied with red satin ribbon 3 inches wide. "This is for my favorite blonde," he said kindly. Carrie's big haunted eyes stared up at him before she smiled thinly. "Oh," she cried in delight, to open her gift and see the bright red leather luggage, complete with a cosmetic case, outfitted with a gold comb, brush, mirror, and little plastic jars and bottles, and a leather stationery case for writing letters home to us. "It's beautiful," she exclaimed, won over at once by everything red and so fine. "I never knew they made red suitcases and put gold mirrors and things in them." I had to look at Paul, who certainly didn't think a little girl needed makeup. As if he read my thoughts, he said, "I know it's rather adult, but I wanted to give her something she can use for many, many years. When she sees it years from now, she'll think of me." "That's the prettiest luggage I ever saw," I said cheerily. "You can put your toothbrushes, your toothpaste, your bath powder, and your toilet water in your makeup case." "I'm not going to put no nasty toilet water in my suitcases." That made all of us laugh. Then I was up and running toward the stairs, hurrying to my room to fetch a small box that I rushed back to carry. Gingerly I held that box in my hands, wondering if I should give it to her and awaken old memories. "Inside this box are some old friends of yours, Carrie. When you're in Miss Emily Dean Calhoun's school for properly bred young ladies and feel a little lonely, just open this box and see what's inside. Don't show the contents to everybody, just to very special friends." Her eyes grew large when she saw the tiny porcelain people and the baby she loved so much, all stolen by me from that huge fabulous dollhouse that she'd spent so many hours playing with in the attic. I'd even taken the crib. "Mr. and Mrs. Parkins," breathed Carrie, tears of happiness shining in her big blue eyes. "And little baby Clara. Where did they come from, Kathy?" "You know where they came from." She looked at me, holding the box full of cotton to cushion the fragile dolls and handmade wooden crib, all priceless heirlooms. "Kathy, where is Mama?" Oh, God, just what I didn't want her to ask. "Carrie, you know we are supposed to tell everybody both our parents are dead." "Is Mama dead?" "No, but we have to pretend she is." "Why?" Once again I had to explain to Carrie why we could never tell anyone who we really were and that our mother still lived, or else we'd end up back in that dreary northern room. She sat on the floor near her shiny new red luggage with the box of dolls in her lap and stared at me with haunted eyes and no comprehension at all. "I mean this, Carrie. You are never to mention any family but Chris and me and Dr. Paul and Henny. Do you understand?" She nodded, but she didn't understand. It was in her lips that quivered and in her wishful expression. She still wanted Mama. Then came the terrible day when we drove Carrie 10 miles outside the city limits of Claremont to enter her in that fancy private school for the daughters of the affluent. The building was large, painted white, with a portico in front and the customary white columns. A brass plaque near the front door read, "Established in 1824. We were received in a warm and cozy-looking office by a descendant of the school founder, Miss Emily Dean Dewhurst, a stately, handsome woman with startling white hair and not a wrinkle to betray her age. "She's a lovely child, Dr. Sheffield. Of course we'll do what we can to make her happy and comfortable while she learns." I leaned to embrace Carrie, who trembled, and I whispered, "Cheer up. Make an effort to enjoy yourself. Don't feel abandoned. Every weekend we'll come to take you home with us. Now, is that so bad?" She brightened and forced a smile. "Yes, I can do it," she murmured weakly. It wasn't easy to drive away and leave Carrie in that beautiful white plantation house. The very next day was Chris's time to depart for the boys' prep school, and oh, how I hurt to see him pack up his things. I watched but couldn't speak. Chris and I couldn't even bear to look at one another. His school was even farther away. Paul drove 30 miles before we reached the campus, with buildings of rose-colored bricks and again the obligatory white columns. Sensing we needed to be alone, Paul made some flimsy excuse of wanting to inspect the gardens. Chris and I weren't really alone, but in an alcove with big bay windows. Young men were constantly passing by to glance in and stare at us. I wanted to be in his arms, with my cheek against his. I wanted this to be a farewell to love so complete we'd know it was forever gone, at least forever gone from being wrong. "Chris," I stammered, near tears, "whatever am I going to do without you?" His blue eyes kept changing colors, jumbling his kaleidoscope emotions. "Kathy, nothing will change," he whispered hoarsely, clinging to my hands. "When next we see each other, we'll still feel the same. I love you, I always will. Right or wrong, I can't help it. I'll study so diligently I won't have time to think about you and miss you and wonder what's going on in your life. And you'll end up the youngest graduate from med school in the history of mankind," I chided, though my voice was as hoarse as his. "Save a little love for me and store it away in the deepest part of your heart, the same as I'm going to store my love for you. We can't make the same mistake our parents did." He sighed heavily and hung his head, studying the floor at his feet. Or maybe he was studying my feet in the high heels that made my legs look so much prettier. "You'll take care of yourself?" "Of course. You take care of yourself. Don't study too much. Have some fun, and write me at least once a day. I don't think we should run up phone bills. Kathy, you're awfully pretty. Maybe too pretty. I look at you and see our mother all over again, the way you move your hands and the way you tilt your head to the side. Don't enchant our doctor too much. I mean, after all, he's a man. He has no wife, and you'll be living in the same house with him. He looked up, his eyes suddenly sharp. Don't rush into anything trying to escape what you feel for me. I mean it, Kathy. I promised to behave myself. It was such a weak promise when he'd awakened that primitive urge in me that should have been held back until I was old enough to handle it. Now all I wanted was to be fulfilled and loved by someone I could feel good about. Paul, Chris said tentatively, he's a great guy. I love him. Carrie loves him. What do you feel for him? Love, the same as you and Carrie. Gratitude, that's not wrong. He hasn't done anything out of the way. No, he's honorable, decent. I see him looking at you, Kathy. You're so young, so beautiful, and so needing. He paused and flushed, looking away guiltily before he went on. I feel ugly asking you when he's done so much to help us, but still, sometimes I think he took us in only because, well, only because of you, because he wants you. Chris, he's 25 years older than me. How can you think like that? Chris looked relieved. You're right, he said. You are his ward and much too young. There must be plenty of beauties in those hospitals who'd be happy to be with him. I guess you're safe enough. Smiling now, he pulled me gently into his embrace and lowered his lips to mine, just a soft, tender kiss of goodbye for a while. I'm sorry about Christmas night, he said, when our kiss was over. My heart was an aching ruin as I backed off to leave him. How was I going to live without him nearby? Another thing she'd done to us, made us care too much when we should never have cared in the way we did. Her fault, always her fault. Everything gone wrong in our lives could be laid at her door. Don't overwork yourself, Chris, or soon you'll be needing to wear glasses. He grinned, promised, made a reluctant gesture of farewell. Neither of us could manage to speak the word goodbye. I spun about to run out with tears in my eyes as I raced down the long halls and then out into the bright sunshine. In Paul's white car I crouched down low and really sobbed, like Carrie when she bawled. Suddenly Paul showed up from nowhere and silently took his place behind the wheel. He switched on the ignition, backed the car out, and turned to head for the highway again. He didn't mention my reddened eyes or the sodden handkerchief I clutched in my hand to dab at the tears that kept coming. He didn't ask why I sat so silently when usually I teased and jibed and rattled on nonsensically just to keep from hearing silence. Quiet silence. Hear the feathers fall. Listen to the house squeal. That was the attic gloom. Paul's strong, well-cared-for hands guided the car with an easy, casual skill, while he sat back relaxed. I studied his hands, for next to a man's eyes I noticed his hands. Then I moved my glance to his legs. Strong, well-shaped thighs, which his tight, blue knit trousers showed up well. Perhaps too well, for all of a sudden I wasn't sad or gloomy, but felt an onrush of sensuality. Giant trees lined the wide, black road, trees gnarled and dark, thick and ancient. "Bull Bay magnolias," said Paul. "It's a pity they aren't in bloom now, but it won't be too long. Our winters are short. One thing you must remember, never breathe on a magnolia blossom or touch one. If you do, it will wither and die." He threw me a teasing look, so I couldn't tell whether or not he was speaking the truth. "I used to dread turning onto my street before you came with your brother and sister. I was always so alone. Now I drive home happily. It's good to feel happy again. Thank you, Kathy, for running south instead of north or west." As soon as we got home, Paul headed for his office and I headed upstairs to try to work off my loneliness by exercising at the bar. Paul didn't come home for dinner, and that made it even worse. He didn't show up after dinner either, so I went to bed early. All alone. I was all alone. Carrie was gone. My steadfast Christopher doll gone too. For the first time we were to sleep under separate roofs. I missed Carrie. I felt awful, afraid. I needed someone. The silence of the house and the deep dark of the night was screaming all about me. Alone, alone, you are alone, and nobody cares. Nobody cares. I thought about food. I'd worried that I hadn't kept a big supply at hand. Then I remembered I needed some warm milk. Warm milk was supposed to help you fall asleep, and sleep was what I needed. Chapter 7. Enchantress. Me? Soft firelight glowed in the living room. The grey logs had guttered into ashes in the hearth, and Paul, wrapped in his warm red robe, sat in a wing-backed chair and slowly drew on a pipe. I gazed at his smoke-haloed head and saw someone warm, needing, wistful and yearning, as I yearned and I wished. And being the fool I often was, I drifted toward him on bare feet that didn't make a sound. How nice he'd wear our gift so soon. I wore a gift from him, a soft turquoise peignoir of airy fabric that floated over a gown of the same color. He started to see me there, so near his chair in the middle of the night, though he didn't speak to break the spell that was somehow binding us together in a mutual need. There was a lot I didn't know about myself, nor did I understand what impulse lifted my hand to caress his cheek. His skin felt raspy, as if he needed a shave. He put his head back against the chair and tilted his face to mine. "Why are you touching me, Catherine?" His question was asked in a tight, cold voice, and I could have felt rebuked and hurt, but his eyes were soft, limpid pools of desire, and I had seen desire before, only not in the kind of eyes he had. "Don't you like to be touched?" "Not by a seductive young girl wearing flimsy clothes who is 25 years my junior." 24 and 7 months your junior," I corrected. "And my maternal grandmother married a man of 55 when she was only 16. She was a fool, and so was he. My mother said she made him a good wife," I added lamely. "Why aren't you up in your bed asleep?" he snapped. "I can't sleep. I guess I'm too excited about school tomorrow." "Then you'd better go to bed so you'll be at your best." I started to go, really I did, for the thought of warm milk was still in my head, but I had other thoughts, too, more seductive. "Dr. Paul—" "I hate it when you call me that," he interrupted. "Use my first name or don't speak to me at all." "I feel I should show you the respect you deserve." "A fig for respect. I'm not any different than other men. A doctor isn't infallible, Catherine." "Why are you calling me Catherine?" "Why shouldn't I call you Catherine? It's your name, and it sounds more grown-up than Cathy." "A moment or so ago, when I touched your cheek, you flared your eyes at me as if you didn't want me to be grown-up." "You're a witch. In a second you change from a naive girl into a seductive, provocative woman, a woman who seems to know exactly what she's doing when she lays her hand on my face." My eyes fled before the onslaught of his. I felt hot, uneasy, and wished now I'd gone directly to the kitchen. I stared at the fine books on the shelves and the miniature objets d'art he seemed to crave. Everywhere I looked was something to remind me that what he needed most was beauty. "Catherine, I'm going to ask you something now that is none of my business, but I must ask. Just what is there between you and your brother?" My knees began to click together nervously. Oh, dear God, did it show on our faces? Why did he have to ask? It wasn't any of his business. He had no right to ask such a question. Common sense and good judgment should have glued my tongue to the roof of my mouth and kept me from saying what I did in a shamed, lame way. Would you be shocked to hear that when we were locked up in one room, always together, 4 of us, and each day was an eternity, that sometimes Chris and I didn't always think of ourselves as brother and sister? He attached a bar in the attic for me so I could keep my muscles supple, so I could keep on believing someday I'd be a ballerina. And while I danced on that soft, rotten wood, he'd study in the attic schoolroom, poring for hours over old encyclopedias. He'd hear my dance music and come and stand in the shadows to watch. "Go on," he urged when I paused. I stood with my head bowed, thinking backward, forgetting him. Then he suddenly leaned forward, seized hold of me, and yanked me down onto his lap. "Tell me the rest." I didn't want to tell him, yet his eyes were hot, demanding, making him seem a different person. Swallowing first, I continued with reluctance. "Music has always done something special for me, even when I was small. It takes me over and lifts me up and makes me dance. And when I'm up, there's no way to come down except by feeling love for someone. If you come down and feel your feet on the floor and there's no one there to love, then you feel empty and lost. And I don't like to feel lost or empty." "And so you danced in the attic and dwelled in your fanciful imagination and came back to the floor and found the only one there to love was your brother?" he said, with icy heat, burning his eyes into mine. "Right? You had another kind of love you reserved for your little twins, didn't you? You were mother to them, I know that. I see that every time you look at Carrie and speak Corey's name. But what kind of love do you have for Christopher? Is it motherly, sisterly, or is it—" He paused, flushed, and shook me. "What did you do with your brother when you were locked up there, when you were alone?" Seized by panic, I shook my head and pushed his hands from my shoulders. "Chris and I were decent. We did the best we could." "The best you could," he fired, looking hard and belligerent, as if the kindly, gentle man I knew had been only a disguise. "What the hell does that tell me?" "All you need to know," I flared back, and flashed my eyes with temper as hot and red as his. "You accuse me of seducing you. That's what you're doing. You sit and you watch every move I make. You undress me with your eyes. You take me to bed with you with your eyes. You talk about ballet classes and sending my brother to college and medical school, and all the while you imply that sooner or later you are going to demand your payment, and I know what kind of payment you want." I took my hands and ripped open the peignoir so the skimpy bodice of the aqua nightgown was revealed. "Look at the kind of gift you gave me. Is this the kind of nightgown a girl of 15 wears? No. It's the kind of gown a bride wears on her wedding night. And you gave it to me, and you saw Chris frown, and you didn't even have the decency to blush." His laughter mocked me. I smelled the strong red wine he liked to drink before retiring. His breath was hot on my face, his face very close to mine, so I could see each strong, dark hair that poked from his skin. It was the wine that made him act as he did, I thought. Only the wine. Any woman on his lap would serve. Any woman. Teasingly, he touched the peaks of both my nipples, skipping from one to the other, and then he dared to slip his hand beneath my bodice so he could fondle the young breasts that were fired with heat from his unexpected caresses. Then my nipples rose up hard, and I was breathing just as heavily and fast as he was. "Would you undress for me, Catherine?" he whispered in a mocking way. "Would you sit naked on my lap and let me have my way with you? Or would you pick up that Venetian glass ashtray and crash it down on my head?" He stared at me then, suddenly shocked to find his hand where it was, cupping my left breast, and he yanked his hand away as if my flesh burned him. He pulled the fabric of my frail peignoir together and hid what his hungry eyes had devoured before. He stared at my lips that were slightly parted and waiting to be kissed, and I think he planned to kiss me just before he gained control and shoved me away. At that moment thunder crashed overhead, and a lightning bolt sizzled jaggedly to crackle with fire as it struck a telephone wire outside. I jumped, cried out. As suddenly as he had withdrawn his hand, he snapped out of his fog and into what he was customarily, a detached, lonely man who was determined to keep himself aloof. How wise I was in my innocence to know this, even before he snapped, "What the hell are you doing sitting on my lap half naked? Why did you let me do what I did?" I didn't say anything. He was ashamed. I could see that now in the glow of the dying fire and in the intermittent flashes of lightning. He was thinking all sorts of self-condemning thoughts, chastising, berating, whipping himself. I knew it was my fault. As always, it was my fault. "I'm sorry, Catherine. I don't know what possessed me to do what I did." "I forgive you." "Why do you forgive me?" "Because I love you." Again he jerked his head into profile, and I couldn't see his eyes well enough to read them. "You don't love me," he said calmly. "You're only grateful for what I've done." "I love you, and I'm yours when or if you want me. And you can say you don't love me, but you'll be lying, for I see it in your eyes each time you look at me." I pressed closer against him and turned his face to mine. "When I was put away by Mama, I swore that when I was free, if love came and demanded of me, I'd open my door and let it in. The first day I came, I found love in your eyes. You don't have to marry me. Just love me when you need me." He held me, and we watched the storm. Winter fought with spring and finally conquered. Now it only hailed, and the thunder and lightning were gone, and I felt so right. We were much alike, he and I. "Why aren't you afraid of me?" he softly asked, as his big, gentle hands stroked my back, my hair. "You know you shouldn't be here, letting me hold you, touch you." "Paul," I began tentatively, "I'm not bad. Neither is Chris. When we were locked away, we did do the best we could, honest. But we were locked in one room and growing up. The grandmother had a list of rules that forbade us to even look at each other, and now I think I know why. Our eyes used to meet so often, and without a word spoken he could comfort me, and he said my eyes did that for him too. That wasn't bad, was it?" "I shouldn't have asked, and of course you had to look at each other. That's why we have eyes." "Living like we did for so long, I don't know a lot about other girls my age, but ever since I was only table high, any kind of beauty has made me light up. Just to see the sun falling on the petals of a rose, or the way light shines through tree leaves and shows the veins, and the way rain on the road turns the oil iridescent. All that makes me feel beautiful. More than anything, when music is playing, especially my kind, ballet music, I don't need the sun or flowers or fresh air. I light up inside, and wherever I am magically turns into marble palaces, or I am wild and free in the woods. I used to do that in the attic, and always just ahead a dark-haired man danced with me. We never touched, though we tried to. I never saw his face, though I wanted to. I said his name once, but when I woke up I couldn't remember what it was. So I guess I'm really in love with him, whoever he is. Every time I see a man with dark hair who moves gracefully, I suspect he's the one." He chuckled and twined his long fingers into my unbound hair. "My, what a romantic you are." "You're making fun of me. You think I'm only a child. You think if you kissed me it wouldn't be exciting." He grinned, accepted the challenge, and slowly, his head inclined until his lips met mine. Oh, so this was what it was like, a kiss from a stranger. Electric tingles sizzled madly up and down my arms, and all those nerves that a child my age wasn't supposed to have burned with fire. I drew away sharply, afraid. I was wicked, unholy, still the devil's spawn. And Chris would be shocked. "What the hell are we doing?" he barked, coming out of the spell I'd cast. "What kind of little devil are you to let me handle you intimately and kiss you? You are very beautiful, Catherine, but you are only a child." Some realization darkened his eyes as he guessed at my motives. Now get this straight in your pretty head. You don't owe me not anything. What I do for you, for your brother and sister, I do willingly, gladly, without expecting any repayment of any kind. Do you understand? But, I sputtered, I've always hated it when the rain beats hard and the wind blows at night. This is the first time I've felt warm and protected here with you before the fire. Safe? He teased lightly. You think you're safe with me as you sit on my lap and kiss me like that? What do you think I'm made of? The same as other men, only better. Catherine, Paul said, his voice softer and kinder now. I've made so many mistakes in my life, and you three give me an opportunity to redeem myself. If I so much as lay a hand on you again, I want you to scream for help. If no one is here, then run to your room or pick up something and bash me over the head. Oh, I whispered, and I thought you loved me. Tears trickled down my cheeks. I felt like a child again, chastised for presuming too much. How foolish to have believed love was already knocking on my door. I sulked as he lifted me away from him. Then he gently lifted me to my feet, but kept his hands on my waist as he looked up into my face. My God, but you are beautiful and desirable, he said with a sigh. Don't tempt me too much, Catherine, for your own good. You don't have to love me. My head bowed to hide my face, and my hair was something to hide behind as I shamelessly said, Just use me when you need me, and that will be enough. He leaned back in the chair and took his hands from my waist. Catherine, don't ever let me hear you offer such a thing again. You live in fairyland, not reality. Little girls get hurt when they play grown-up games. You save yourself for the man you marry, but for God's sake wait to grow up first. Don't rush into having sex with the first man who desires you. I backed off, scared of him now, while he stood to come within arm's reach. Beautiful child, the eyes of Claremont are fixed upon you and me, wondering, speculating. I don't have a gilt-edged reputation, so for the health of my medical practice and the good of my soul and conscience, stay away from me. I'm only a man, not a saint. Again I backed off, scared. I flew up the stairs as if pursued, for he wasn't, after all, the kind of man I wanted. Not him, a doctor, perhaps a womanizer. The last kind of man who could fulfill my dreams of faithful, devoted, and forever green springtime romantic love. The school Paul sent me to was big and modern, with an indoor swimming pool. My schoolmates thought I looked good and talked funny like a Yankee. They laughed at the way I said water, father, or any word that had an A in it. I didn't like being laughed at. I didn't like being different. I wanted to be like the others, and though I tried, I found out I was different. How could it be otherwise? She had made me different. I knew Chris was feeling lonely in his school because he too was an alien in a world that had gone on without us. I was fearful for Carrie in her school, all alone, made different too. Damn Mama for doing so much to set us apart so we couldn't blend into the crowd and talk as they did and believe as they did. I was an outsider, and in every way they could, all my schoolmates made me feel it. Only one place made me feel I belonged. Straight from my high school classes, I'd catch a bus and ride to ballet class, toting my bag with leotards, points, and a small handbag tucked inside. In the dressing room, the girls shared all their secrets. They told ridiculous jokes, sexy stories, some of them even lewd. Sex was in the air all around us, breathing hotly and demandingly down our necks. Girlishly, foolishly, they discussed whether they should save their bodies for their husbands. Should they pet with clothes on or off, or go all the way? And how did they stop a guy after they had innocently turned him on? Because I felt so much wiser than the others, I didn't contribute anything. If I dared to speak of my past, of those years when I was living nowhere, and the love that had sprung up from barren soil, I could imagine how their eyes would pop. I couldn't blame them. No, I didn't blame anyone but the one who'd made it all happen. Mama. One day I ran home from the bus stop and dashed off a long, venomous letter to my mother, and then I didn't know where to send it. I put it aside until I found out the address in Green Glenna. One thing for sure, I didn't want her to know where we lived. Though she had received the petition, it didn't have Paul's name on it or our address, only the address of the judge. Sooner or later, though, she'd hear from me and be sorry she did. Each day we began bundled up in heavy, woolen, knitted leg-warmers, and at the bar we exercised until our blood flowed fast and hot, and we could discard the woolens as we began to sweat. Our hair, screwed up tight as old ladies who scrubbed floors, soon became wet too, so we showered 2 or 3 times a day when we worked out 8 or 10 hours on Saturdays. The bar was not meant for holding on too tightly, but was meant only for balance, to help us develop control, grace. We did the pliés, the tendus and glissés, the fondus, the rondes de jambes à terre, and none of it was easy. Sometimes the pain of rotating the hips in the turnouts could make me scream. Then came the frappe on 3/4 point, the ronde de jambes en l'air, the petit and grand battement, the développe, and all the warm-up exercises to make our muscles long, strong, and supple. Then we left the bar and used the center arena to repeat all of that without the aid of the bar. And that was the easy part. From there on, the work became increasingly difficult, demanding technical skills awesomely painful to do. To hear I was good, even excellent, lifted me sky high, so there had been some benefits gained from dancing in the attic, dancing even when I was dying, so I thought, as I plied 1, 2, and on, as Georges pounded on the old upright piano. And then there was Julian. Something kept drawing him back to Claremont. I thought his visits were only ego trips, so we could sit in a circle on the floor and watch him perform in the center, showing off his superior virtuosity, his spinning turns that were blurrily fast. His incredible leaping elevations defied gravity, and from these grands jetés he'd land goose down soft. He cornered me to tell me it was his kind of dancing that added so much excitement to the performance. Really, Kathy, you haven't seen ballet until you see it done in New York. He yawned as if bored, and turned his bold jet eyes on Norma Bell in her skimpy see-through white leotards. Quickly I asked why, if New York was the best place to be, he kept coming back to Claremont so often. "To visit with my mother and father," he said with a certain indifference. "Madame is my mother, you know." "Oh, I didn't know that." "Of course not. I don't like to boast about it." He smiled then, devastatingly wicked. "Are you still a virgin?" I told him it was none of his business, and that made him laugh again. "You're too good for this hick place, Kathy. You're different. I can't put my finger on it, but you make the other girls look clumsy, dull. What's your secret?" "What's yours?" He grinned and put his hand flat on my breast. "I'm great, that's all. The best there is. Soon all the world will know it." Angry, I slapped his hand away. I stomped down on his foot and backed away. "Stop it!" Suddenly, as quickly as he'd cornered me, he lost all interest and walked away to leave me staring. Most days I'd go straight home from class and spend the evening with Paul. He was so much fun to be with when he wasn't tired. He told me about his patients, without naming them, and told tales of his childhood and how he'd always wanted to be a doctor, just like Chris. Soon after dinner he'd have to leave to make his rounds at 3 local hospitals, including one in Green Glenna. I'd try and help Henny after dinner while I waited for Paul to come back. Sometimes we watched TV, and sometimes he took me to a movie. "Before you came, I never went to movies." "Never?" I asked. "Well, almost never," he said. "I did have a few dates before you came, but since you've been here my time just seems to disappear. I don't know what uses it all up." "Talking to me," I told him, teasing with my finger that I trailed along his closely shaven cheek. "I think I know more about you than I know about anyone else in the world except Chris and Carrie." "No, he said in a tight voice. "I don't tell you everything." "Why not?" "You don't need to know all my dark secrets." "I've told you all my dark secrets, and you haven't turned away from me." "Go to bed, Catherine." I jumped up and ran over to him and kissed his cheek, which was very red. Then I dashed for the stairs. When I was at the top, I turned to see him at the newel post, staring upward, as if the sight of my legs under the short rose baby doll nightie fascinated him. "And don't run around the house in such things," he called to me. "You should wear a robe." "Doctor, you brought this outfit to me. I didn't think you'd want me to cover myself. I thought you wanted to see me with it on." "You think too much." In the mornings I was up early before 6 so I could eat breakfast with him. He liked me to be there, though he didn't say so. Nevertheless, I could tell. I had him bewitched, charmed. I was learning more and more how to be like Mama. I think he tried to avoid me, but I didn't let him. He was the one to teach me what I needed to know. His room was down the hall from mine, but I never dared to go to him at night as I had to Chris. I longed for Chris and for Carrie. When I woke up, I ached not to see them in the room beside me. I ached more not to see them at the breakfast table. And if Paul hadn't been there, I think I might have started off each and every day with tears instead of forced smiles. "Smile for me, my Catherine," Paul said one morning when I sat staring down at my plate of grits and scrambled eggs and bacon. I looked up, caught by something I heard in his voice, something wistful, as if he needed me. "Don't ever say my name like that again," I said hoarsely. "Chris used to call me his Lady Catherine, and I don't like to hear anyone else call me his Catherine." He didn't say anything more, just laid aside the newspaper, got up and went out to the garage. From there he'd drive to the hospitals, then back to his home offices, and I wouldn't see him again until dinner time. I didn't see enough of him, never enough of anyone I cared about. Only on the weekends, when Chris and Carrie were home, did he seem really at ease with me. And yet when Chris and Carrie were back in their schools, something would come between us, some subtle spark that revealed that he was just as attracted to me as I was to him. I wondered if the real reason was the same as my own. Was he trying to escape memories of his Julia by letting me into his heart, just as I was trying to escape Chris? But my shame was worse than his, or so I thought then. I thought I was the only one with a dark, ugly past. I never dreamed anyone as fine and noble as Paul could have ugliness in his life, too. Only 2 weeks passed, and Julian flew down from New York again. This time he made it very obvious he'd come just to see me. I felt flattered, and a little awkward, for he'd already gained success while I was still only hoping. He had an old rickety tin car he said had cost him nothing but his time, for all the pieces had come from the junkyard. "Next to dancing, I love to tinker with cars," he explained, as he drove me home from dance class. "Someday, when I'm rich, I'm going to have luxury cars, 3 or 4, or maybe 7, one for each day of the week." I laughed. It sounded so outrageous and ostentatious. "Does dancing pay that much?" "It will when I hit the big-time money," he answered confidentially. I had to turn my head and stare at his handsome profile. If you took his features apart one by one, you could find fault with them, for his nose could have been better, and his skin needed more color, and perhaps his lips were too full and red and too sensual. But when he was put all together, he was sensational-looking. "Cathy," he began, throwing me a long look as his tinny car chugged and choked along, "you'd love New York. There's so much to do, so much to see and experience. That doctor you live with isn't your real father. You shouldn't stick around just to please him. Think about moving to New York as soon as possible." He put his arm about my shoulders to draw me closer to his side. "What a team we'd make, you and I," he said, softly, cajolingly, and painted for me bright pictures of what our life would be like in New York. Clearly, he made me understand I'd be under his wing and in his bed. "I don't know you," I answered, pulling away to sit as far from him as possible. "I don't know your past, and you don't know mine. We're nothing at all alike, and though you flatter me with your attention, you also scare me." "Why? I won't rape you." I hated him for saying that. It wasn't rape I was afraid of. In fact, I didn't know what made me afraid of him, unless I was more afraid of myself when I was with him. "Tell me who you are, Julian Marquette. Tell me about your childhood, your parents. Tell me why you think you are God's gift to the dance world and to every woman you meet." Casually, he lit up a cigarette, which he wasn't supposed to do. "Let me take you out tonight, and I'll give you all the answers you want." We'd reached the big house on Belfair Drive. He parked in front while I stared toward the windows, softly lit in the rosy twilight glow. I could barely discern the dark shadow of Henny, who peered out to see who was parking in front of her home. I thought of Paul, but more than anyone else I thought of Chris, my better half. Would Chris approve of Julian? I didn't think he would, and still I said, yes, I'd date him that night. And what a night it turned out to be. Chapter 8. My First Date. I was hesitant about bringing up the subject of Julian to Paul. It was Saturday night. Chris and Carrie were home, and truthfully I'd just as soon have gone to a movie with them and Paul. It was with great reluctance that I brought up the fact I had a date with Julian Marquette. "Tonight, Paul. You don't mind, do you?" He flashed me a tired look and a weak smile. "I think it's about time you started dating. He's not too much older, is he?" "No," I whispered, feeling a little disappointed that he didn't object. Julian showed up promptly at 8. He was slicked up in a new suit, with his shoes shined, his unruly hair tamed, his manners so perfect he didn't seem himself. He shook hands with Paul, leaned to kiss Carrie's cheek. Chris glared at him. The two had been bicycling when I'd told Paul about my first date, and even as Julian held my new spring coat, I felt Chris's disapproval. He drove to a very elegant restaurant where colored lights churned and rock music played. With surprising confidence, Julian read the wine list, then tasted what the waiter brought and nodded, saying it was fine. This was all so new to me, I felt on edge, afraid of making a mistake. Julian handed me a menu. My hands trembled so much I turned it over to him and asked him to select. I couldn't read French, and it seemed he could from the speedy way he chose our meal. When the salad and main course came, it was just as good as he'd promised. I was wearing a new dress, cut low in front and much too old for a girl of my age. I wanted to appear sophisticated, even though I wasn't. "You're beautiful," he said, while I was thinking the same thing about him. My heart felt funny, as if I were betraying someone. "Much too beautiful to be stuck here in Hicktown for years on end while my mother exploits your talents." "I'm not a male lead, like I told you before, Kathy. I'm second string in the corps. I wanted to impress you, but I know if I had you with me as my partner, both of us could make it big. There's a certain magic between us I've never had with another dancer. Of course, you'd have to begin in the corps, but soon enough Madame Zolter would see your talent far surpasses your age and experience. She's an old crow, but no dummy. Kathy, I've danced my head off to get where I am, but I could make it easier for you. With me to back you up, you'll make it quicker than I did. Together we'd make a sensational team. Your fairness complements my darkness. It's the perfect foil." And on he talked, half convincing me I was great already, when a certain part of me knew deep down I wasn't that sensational and not nearly good enough for New York. And there was Chris, whom I couldn't see if I went to New York, and Carrie, who needed me on the weekends, and Paul. He fit in my life somewhere. I knew he fit somewhere. The problem was, where? Julian wined and dined me, then danced me out onto the floor. Soon we were dancing to rock like no one else in the place could. Everyone drew back just to watch, then applaud. I was giddy with the nearness of him and the amount of wine I'd consumed. On the way home, Julian drove onto a secluded lane where lovers parked to make out. I'd never made out, and wasn't ready for someone as overwhelming as Julian. "Kathy, Kathy, Kathy," he murmured, kissing my neck behind my ears while his hands sought to stroke my upper thigh. "Stop," I cried. "Don't. I don't know you well enough. You go too fast." "You're acting so childish," he said with annoyance. "I fly all the way from New York just to be with you, and you can't even let me kiss you." "Julian," I stormed, "take me home." "A kid," he muttered angrily and turned on the ignition. "Just a damn beautiful kid who tantalizes but won't come through. Wise up, Kathy. I'm not going to hang around forever." He was in my world, my dancing, glamorous world, and suddenly I was afraid of losing him. "Why do you call yourself Marquette when your father's name is Rosenkopf?" I asked, reaching to turn off the ignition. He smiled and leaned back, then turned to me. "Okay, if you want to talk. I think you and I are a lot alike, even if you won't admit it. Madame and Georges are my mother and father, but they have never seen me as a son, especially my father. My father sees me as an extension of himself. If I become a great dancer, it won't be to my credit. It will be just because I am his son and bear his name. So I put an end to that idea by changing my name. I made it up, just like any performer does when he wants to change his name. You know how many baseball games I've played? None. They wouldn't let me. Football was out of the question. Besides, they kept me so busy practicing ballet positions, I was too tired for anything else. Georges never let me call him father when I was little. After a while, I wouldn't call him father if he got down on his knees and begged. I tried my damnedest to please him, and I never could. He'd always find some flaw, some minute mistake I'd made to keep any performance from being perfect. So when I make it, I'm making it on my own steam, and nobody is going to know he is my father, or that Marisha is my mother. So don't go shooting off your mouth to the rest of the class. They don't know. Isn't it funny? I throw a tantrum if he even dares to mention he has a son, and I refuse to dance. That kills him. So he let me go on to New York, thinking I wouldn't make it without his name. But I have made it, and without his help. I think that kills him. Now, tell me about you. Why are you living with that doctor and not your own parents?" "My parents are dead," I said, annoyed he'd ask. "Dr. Paul was a friend of my father, so he took us in. He felt sorry for us and didn't want us to go into an orphanage." "Lucky you," he said with a certain sourness. "I'd never be so lucky." Then he leaned over until his forehead was pressed against mine and our lips were only inches apart. I could feel his breath hot on my face. "Kathy, I don't want to say and do anything wrong with you. I want to make you the best thing that's ever happened to me. I am 13th in a long line of male dancers who have married ballerinas, most of them. How do you think that makes me feel? Not lucky, you can bet. I've been in New York since I was 18, and last February I turned 20. That's 2 years, and still I'm not a star. With you, I could be. I've got to prove to Georges I'm the best and better than he ever was. I've never told anyone this before, but I hurt my back when I was a kid trying to lift an engine that was too heavy. It bothers me all the time, but still I dance on. And it's not just because you're small and don't weigh much. I know other dancers who are smaller and lighter, but something about your proportions seems to balance just right when I lift. Or maybe it's what you do to your body that adjusts to my hands. Whatever it is you do, you fit me to a T. Kathy, come with me to New York, please." "You wouldn't take advantage of me if I did?" "I'd be your guardian angel." "New York is so big." "I know it like the palm of my hand. Soon you'll know it just as well." "There's my sister and my brother. I don't want to leave them yet." "Eventually you'll have to. The longer you stay, the harder it will be to make the break. Grow up, Kathy. Be your own person. You never are when you stay home and let others dominate you." He looked away, his scowl bitter. I felt sorry for him and touched, too. "Maybe. Let me think about it more." Chris was on the upper veranda outside my bedroom when I went in to undress. When I saw him out there in his pajamas, his slouched shoulders drew me to him. "How'd it go?" he asked without looking at me. Nervously, my hands fluttered around. "Okay, I guess. We had wine with dinner. Julian got a little drunk, I think. Maybe I did too." He turned to stare in my eyes. "I don't like him, Kathy. I wish he'd stay in New York and leave you alone. From what I hear from all the girls or boys in your dance company, Julian has claimed you, so now no other dancer will ask you out. Kathy, he's from New York. Those guys up there move fast, and you're only 15. He moved to cradle me in his arms. "Who were you dating?" I asked with a sob in my throat. "Don't tell me you're not seeing any girls." His cheek was against mine when he answered slowly, "There's no girl I've met who can compare to you." "How are your studies going?" I asked, hoping to take his mind off me. "Great. When I'm not thinking of all I have to do in the first year of med school, gross anatomy, microanatomy, and neuroanatomy, I get around to prepping for college." "What do you do in your spare time?" "What spare time? There's none left when I finish worrying about what's happening to you. I like school, Kathy. I'd really enjoy it if you weren't constantly on my mind. I wait for the weekends when I can see you and Carrie again." "Oh, Chris, you've got to try to forget me and find someone else." But just one long look into his tortured eyes revealed that what had been started so long ago wasn't going to be easy to stop. I had to try to find someone else, and then he'd know it was over, forever over. My thoughts took wing to Julian, who was striving so to prove himself a better dancer than his father. How like me you had to be better in all ways than my mother. I was ready the next time Julian flew down. When he asked me for a date, this time I didn't hedge. It might as well be him. We did have the same goals. Then, after the movie and a soft drink in a club for me and beer for him, he again drove to the lover's lane every city seemed to have. I allowed him this time to do a bit more than just kiss me, but too soon he was breathing hot and fast and touching me with so much expertise that soon I was responding even when I didn't want to. He pushed me back on the seat. Suddenly I realized what he was about to do, and I grabbed up my handbag and began to beat him on his face. "Stop! I told you before, go slower." "You asked for it," he raged. "You can't lead me on, then turn me off. I despise a tease." I thought of Chris and began to cry. "Julian, please, I like you, honest I do. But you don't give me a chance to fall in love with you. Please stop coming at me so fast." He seized my arm and ruthlessly twisted it behind my back until I cried out from the pain. I thought he meant to break it, but he released it just when I was about to scream. "Look, Kathy, I'm half in love with you already, but no girl strings me along like I'm some country bumpkin. There are plenty of girls willing to give out, so I don't need you as much as I thought, not for anything." Of course he didn't need me. Nobody really needed me but Chris and Carrie, though Chris needed me in the wrong way. Mama had twisted and warped him and turned him toward me, and now he couldn't turn away. I couldn't forgive her for that. She had to pay for everything wrong she'd caused. If he and I had sinned, she had made us. I thought and thought that night of how I could make Mama pay, and I came up with the exact price that would hurt most. It wouldn't be money, she had too much of that. It would have to be something she prized more than money. 2 things. Her honorable reputation, which was a bit tarnished from marrying her half-uncle, and her young husband. Both would be gone when I was through with her. Then I was crying for Chris, for Carrie, who didn't grow, and for Corey, who was by now probably only bones in his grave. I turned over to grope for Carrie, reaching to draw her into my arms, but Carrie was in a private school for girls 10 miles outside the city limits. Chris was 30 miles away. It began to rain hard. The staccato beats on the roof overhead were military drums to take me into dreams and back to exactly where I didn't want to go. I was dumped down in a locked room, cluttered with toys and games and massive dark furniture and pictures of hell on the walls. I sat in an old wooden rocker, half coming apart, and on my lap I held a ghostly small brother who called me Mama, and on we rocked, and the floorboards creaked, and the wind blew, and the rain pelted down, and below us, around us, above us, the enormous house of countless rooms was waiting to eat us up. I hated the rain so close above my head, like it used to be when we were upstairs. How much worse our lives had been when it rained, and the room was damp and chill, and in the attic there was nothing but miserable gloom and dead faces that lined the wall. Bands like the grandmother's grey iron came to tighten about my head, smothering my thoughts, making me confused and terrified. Unable to sleep, I left the bed and slipped on a filmy negligée. For some curious reason, I stole to Paul's bedroom and cautiously eased open his closed door. The alarm clock on his nightstand read 2:00, and still he wasn't home. Nobody in the house but Henny, who was so far, far away, way at the other end of the house in her room adjacent to the kitchen. I shook my head and stared again at Paul's smoothly made bed. Oh, Chris was crazy to want to be a doctor. He'd never have a full night's rest. And it was raining. Accidents happened so often on rainy nights. What if Paul should be killed? What would we do then? Paul! Paul! I screamed to myself as I raced toward the stairs and flew down them, then sped on to where I could peer out the French windows in the living room. I hoped to see a white car parked in the drive or turning into the drive. God, I prayed, don't let him have an accident. Please, please don't take him like you took Daddy. Kathy, why aren't you in bed? I whirled about. There was Paul sitting comfortably in his favorite chair, puffing on a cigarette in the dark. There was just enough light to see he wore the red robe we'd given him for Christmas. I was so overwhelmed with relief to see him safe and not spread out dead on a morgue slab. Morbid thoughts. Daddy, I can barely remember how you looked or how your voice sounded, and the special smell of you has faded away. Is something wrong, Catherine? Wrong? Why did he call me Catherine at night when we were alone and only Kathy during the day? Everything was wrong. The Green Glenna newspapers and the Virginia one I'd subscribed to and had delivered to my ballet school both told stories of how Mrs. Bartholomew Winslow would make her second winter home in Green Glenna. Extensive renovation was being done, so her husband's home would be as it was when it was new, only the best for my mother. For some reason I couldn't fathom, I lit into Paul like a shrew. "How long have you been home?" I demanded sharply. "I've been upstairs worrying about you so much I can't sleep, and here you were all the time. You missed your dinner, you missed last night's dinner, you were supposed to take me out to a movie last night and you forgot all about it. I finished my homework early, dressed in my best clothes, and sat around waiting for you to show up, and you forgot it. Why do you let your patients make so many demands on your time so you don't have a life of your own?" For a long time he didn't answer. Then, when my lips parted to speak again, he said in a mild tone, "You really do sound upset. I guess the only excuse I can offer is to say I'm a doctor, and a doctor's time is never his own. I'm sorry I forgot about the movie. I apologize for not calling and telling you there was an emergency and I couldn't leave." "Forget? How could you forget? Yesterday you forgot to bring the things I had on my list. So after I waited for hours on end for you to come home, I sat around thinking you might come home and bring me the shampoo I wanted, but you didn't. I'm sorry again. Sometimes I have things on my mind other than movies and the cosmetics you need." "Are you being sarcastic?" "I am trying to control my temper. It would be nice if you could control yours." "I'm not mad," I shouted. He was so like Mama, so much in control, so poised when I never was. He didn't care. That's why he could sit there and look at me like that. He didn't really care if he made promises and broke them, like her. I ran forward as if to strike him, but he caught my fists and stared up at me in utter surprise. "Would you hit me, Catherine? Does missing a movie mean so much to you that you can't understand how I could forget?" Now say you're sorry for screaming at me, as I said I was sorry for disappointing you." What tortured me was more than mere disappointment. Nowhere was there anyone I could depend on. Only Chris, who was forbidden to me. Only Chris, who would never forget anything I needed or wanted. I shuddered. Oh, what kind of person was I? Was I so like Mama I had to have what I wanted, when I wanted, no matter what the cost to others? Was I going to make Paul pay for what she'd done? None of it was his fault. "Paul, I am sorry I yelled at you. I do understand. You must be very tired. Perhaps you take your ballet classes too seriously. Maybe you should let up a little." How could I tell him I couldn't let up? I had to be the best, and to be the best at anything meant hours and hours of work. I fully intended to give up all the pastimes other girls my age enjoyed. I didn't want a boyfriend who wasn't a dancer. I didn't want any girlfriends who didn't dance. I didn't want anything to come between me and my goal. And yet, sitting there looking up at me was a man who said he needed me and who was hurt by the hateful way I'd acted. "I read about my mother today," I said lamely, "and a house she's having remodeled and redecorated. She always gets what she wants. I never get anything. So I act ugly to you and forget all that you've done." I backed off a few feet, aching with the shame I felt. "How long have you been home?" "Since 11:30, he answered. "I ate the salad and the steak Henny left for me in the warming oven. But I don't sleep well when I'm exceptionally tired, and I don't like the sound of the rain on the roof." "Because the rain shuts you off and makes you feel lonely?" He half smiled. "Yeah, something like that. How did you know?" How he felt was all over his face, as dim as it was in that big room. He was thinking of her, his Julia, his dead wife. Always he looked sad when Julia was on his mind. I approached his chair and impulsively reached out to touch his cheek. "Why do you have to smoke? How can you tell your patients to quit the habit and keep on smoking yourself?" "How do you know what I tell my patients?" he asked in that soft voice in a way that tingled my spine. Nervously I laughed, telling him he didn't always close his office door tight, and if I happened to be in the back hall, sometimes, despite my will, I couldn't help overhearing a few things. He told me to go to bed and stop hanging around in the back hall where I didn't belong, and he'd smoke if he wanted to smoke. "Sometimes you act like a wife, asking such questions, getting angry at me for forgetting to stop at the drugstore for you. Are you sure you didn't desperately need that shampoo?" Now he had me feeling a fool, and again I was angry. "I only asked you to get those things because you pass by a discount store where everything is cheaper. I was just trying to save money. From now on, I'll never ask you to pick up anything I need. When you invite me to dinner in a restaurant or to a movie, I'll be prepared to be disappointed, and that way I won't be disappointed. I might as well get used to expecting the worst from everyone." "Catherine, you can hate me if that's what you want. Make me pay for everything you've suffered, and then perhaps you can go to sleep at night and not toss and turn and cry out in your sleep and call for your mother like a child of 3. Stunned, I stared at him. "I call out for her?" "Yes," he said. "Many, many times I've heard you call for your mother." I saw the pity in his eyes. "Don't be ashamed of being human, Catherine. We all expect only the best from our mothers." I didn't want to talk about her, so I stepped nearer. "Julian is back in town. I went out with him tonight, since you stood me up last night. Julian thinks I'm ready for New York. He thinks his dance instructor, Madame Zolter, would develop me quicker than his mother. He thinks together we'd make a brilliant team." "And what do you think?" "I think I'm not ready for New York yet," I whispered. "But he comes on so strong. Sometimes he makes me believe because he seems so convinced." "Go slowly, Catherine. Julian is a handsome young man with arrogance enough for 10 men. Use your own good common sense and don't be influenced by someone who might only want to use you." I dream every night of being in New York, on stage. I see my mother in the audience staring up at me with disbelieving eyes. She wanted to kill me. I want her to see me dance and realize I have more to give the world than she does." He winced. "Why do you need revenge so much? I thought if I took you three in and did the best I could for you, you'd find peace and forgiveness. Can't you forgive and forget? If there's one chance we poor humans have of reaching godliness, it's in learning to forgive and forget." "You and Chris," I said bitterly. "It's easy for you to talk about forgiving and forgetting because you haven't been a victim and I have. I've lost my younger brother, who was like my own son. I loved Corey, and she stole away his life. I hate her for that. I hate her for 10 million reasons. Now don't talk to me about forgiving and forgetting when she's got to pay for what she did. She lied to us, betrayed us in the worst possible way. She said nothing to let us know our grandfather had died, and kept right on letting us stay locked up for 9 long, long months. And in those long months we were eating poisoned doughnuts. So don't you dare talk to me of forgiving and forgetting. I don't know how to forgive and forget. All I know how to do is hate. And you don't know what it's like to hate as I do." "Don't I?" he asked in a flat voice. "No, you don't know." He drew me down on his lap when I sobbed and tears streamed down my face. He comforted me as a father would, with little kisses and kind, stroking hands. "Catherine, I've got a story of my own to tell. Maybe in some ways it equals the horror of yours. Maybe if I tell you, you'll be able to use some of what I've learned." I stared up into his face. His arms held me lightly as I leaned back. "Are you going to tell me about Julia and Scotty?" "Yes." A hard edge toned his voice. His eyes fixed on the rain-washed windows, and his hand that found mine squeezed tight. "You think only your mother commits crimes against those she loves. Well, you're wrong. It's done every day. Sometimes it's done to gain money, but there are other reasons." He paused, sighed, then went on. "I hope when you've heard my story you can go to bed tonight and forget about vengeance. If you don't, you'll hurt yourself more than anyone else." I didn't believe that because I didn't want to believe that, but I was eager enough to hear the tale of how Julia and Scotty both died on the same day. When Paul began to speak of Julia, I feared the ending. I squeezed my eyelids closed, wishing now my ears didn't have to hear, for I didn't need more to add to the anguish I already felt for one little dead boy. But he did it for my sake, to save me, as if anything could. Julia and I were childhood sweethearts. She never had another boyfriend. I never had another girlfriend. Julia belonged to me, and I let every other boy know it. I never gave myself or her the chance to experience what others were like, and that was a terrible mistake. We were foolish enough to believe our love would last forever. We went steady. We wrote love letters to each other, though she lived only a few blocks away. The older Julia grew, the more beautiful she became. I thought I was the luckiest guy in the world, and she thought I was perfect. We both had each other up on pedestals. She was going to be the perfect doctor's wife, and I was going to be the perfect husband, and we'd have 3 children. Julia was an only child, and her parents doted on her. She adored her father. She used to say I was like him. His voice deepened here, as if what he had to say was very painful. I put an engagement ring on Julia's finger the day she was 18. I was 19 at the time. When I was in college, I'd think of her back here and wonder what man had his eye on her. I was afraid I'd lose her to someone else if we didn't marry. So at age 19, she married me. I was 20. His voice turned bitter, while his eyes went blank and his arms tightened about me. Julia and I had kissed many times, and we always held hands, but she would never let me do anything truly intimate. That had to wait until she had a wedding band on her finger. I'd had a few sexual encounters, not many. She was a virgin and thought I was. I didn't take my marriage vows lightly, and I meant to be exactly the kind of husband who'd make her happy. I loved her very much. So on our wedding night, she took 2 hours to undress in the bathroom. She came out of the bathroom wearing a long white gown, and her face was as white as that gown. I could tell she was terrified. I convinced myself I would be so tender, so loving, she would enjoy being my wife. She didn't enjoy sex, Kathy. I did the best I could to arouse her, while she cringed back with her eyes wide and full of shock, and then she screamed when I tried to take off her nightgown. I stopped and thought I'd try again the next night, after she pleaded for me to give her more time. The next night it was the same thing all over again, only worse. Why can't you just lie here and hold me?" she asked tearfully. "Why does it have to be so ugly?" I was just a kid myself and didn't know how to handle a situation like that. I loved her and I wanted her. And in the end I raped her. Or so she said, time and again. Still, I loved her. I'd loved her most of my life, and I couldn't believe I'd made the wrong choice. So I began to read every book on love-making I could find, and I tried all the techniques to arouse her and make her want me, and she was only repulsed. I took to drinking after I graduated from medical school, and when I felt like it, I found some other woman who was glad to have me in her bed. The years passed while she held herself aloof, cleaned my house, washed my clothes, ironed my shirts, and sewed on my missing buttons. She was so lovely, so desirable, and so near that sometimes I'd force her, even if she cried afterward. Then she found out she was pregnant. I was delighted, and I think she was too. Never was a child more loved and pampered than my son, and fortunately, he was the kind of child who couldn't be spoiled by too much love. His voice took on an even deeper register, while I huddled closer in his arms, fearing what was to come, for I knew it would be terrible. After Scotty's birth, Julia told me flatly she'd done her duty and given me a son, and that from now on I was to leave her alone. Gladly I left her alone, but I was deeply wounded. I talked to her mother about our problem, and her mother hinted at some dark secret in Julia's past. A cousin of hers who'd done something to Julia when she was only 4. I never learned just what he'd done, but whatever it was, it spoiled sex forever for my wife. I suggested to Julia we should both visit a marriage counselor or a psychologist, but she'd have none of that. It would be too embarrassing. Why couldn't I leave her alone? I did leave her alone after that, he went on. There are always women around willing to accommodate a man, and in my office I had a lovely receptionist who let me know she was more than available any time, any place. We had an affair that lasted several years. I thought we were both very discreet and no one knew. Then one day she came and told me she was pregnant with my child. I couldn't believe her, for she'd told me she was on the pill. I couldn't even believe the child was mine, since I knew she had other lovers. So I said no, I couldn't divorce my wife and risk losing Scotty to father a child who might not be mine. She blew up. I went home that evening to confront a wife I'd never known before. Julia lashed out at me for being unfaithful when she'd done the best she could and given me the son I wanted, and now I'd betrayed her, broken my vow, and made her the laughingstock of the town. She threatened to kill herself. I pitied her as she screamed out she'd make me hurt. She'd threatened suicide before, but she'd never done anything. I thought this blow-up would clear the air between us. Julia never spoke to me again about my affair. In fact, she stopped speaking to me at all, except when Scotty was around, for she wanted him to have a normal home with ostensibly happy parents. I had given her a son she loved beyond reason. Then came June and Scotty's 3rd birthday. She planned a party for him and invited 6 small guests, who naturally had to bring along their mothers as well. It was on a Saturday. I was home, and to help calm Scotty, who was very excited about his party, I gave him a sailboat to go with the sailor suit he was going to wear. Julia came down the stairs with him, dressed in blue voile. Her lovely dark hair was bound back with a blue satin ribbon. Scotty clung to his mother's hand, and in his free hand he carried the sailboat. Julia told me she was afraid she hadn't bought enough candy for the party, and it was such a beautiful day that she and Scotty would walk to the nearest drugstore and buy some more. I offered to drive her there. She refused. I offered to walk along with them. She said she didn't want me to. She wanted me to wait and be there in case any of the guests arrived early. I sat down on the front veranda and waited. Inside, the dining table was all set for the party, with balloons suspended from the chandelier, and snappers, hats, and other favors, and Henny had made a huge cake. The guests began to arrive around 2, and still Julia and Scotty didn't return. I began to worry, so I got in my car and drove to the drugstore, expecting to see them on the sidewalk leading home. I didn't see them. I asked the druggist if they'd been there. None of the clerks had seen them. That's when I began to feel really frightened. I cruised the streets looking for them, and stopped to ask passers-by if they'd seen a lady dressed in blue with a little boy in a sailor suit. I guess I'd questioned 4 or 5 before a boy on a bicycle told me yes, he'd seen such a lady in blue with a little boy carrying a sailboat, and he pointed out the direction they'd taken. They were headed for the river. I drove as far as I could, then jumped out of the car and ran down the dirt path, fearing every moment I'd get there too late. I couldn't bring myself to believe she'd really do it. I kept calming myself by thinking Scotty only wanted to float his boat on the water like I used to do. I ran so fast my heart hurt, and then I reached the grassy river bank. And there they were, the 2 of them, both in the water, floating face upward. Julia had her arms locked around Scotty, who'd clearly tried to free himself from her hold, and his little boat was sailing with the tide. The blue ribbon had come unbound from her hair, and it floated too, and all about her hair streamed like dark ribbons to twine in the weeds. The water was only knee-high. I made some small sound that choked my throat, feeling his terrible anguish, but he didn't hear. He went on. In no time at all, I had them both in my arms, and I carried them to shore. Julia was barely alive, but Scotty seemed dead, so it was him I worked over first in a futile effort to bring him around. I did everything possible to pump the water from his lungs, but he was dead. I then turned to Julia and did the same for her. She coughed and choked out the water. She didn't open her eyes, but at least she was breathing. I put both of them in my car and drove them to the nearest hospital, where they slaved to bring Julia back. But they couldn't. No more than I could bring Scotty back to life. Paul paused and stared deep into my eyes. That is my story for a girl who thinks she's the only one who has suffered, and the only one who has lost, and the only one who grieves. Oh, I grieve just as much as you do, but I also bear the guilt. I should have known how unstable Julia was. We had watched Medea on TV only a few nights before Scotty's birthday, and she showed unusual interest in it, and she didn't care for television. I was stupid not to know what she was thinking and planning. Yet even now I cannot understand how she could kill our son when she loved him so much. She could have divorced me and kept him. I wouldn't have taken him from her. But that wasn't enough revenge for Julia. She had to kill the thing I loved best, my son. I couldn't speak. What kind of woman had Julia been? Like my own mother? My mother killed to gain a fortune. Julia killed for revenge. Was I going to do the same thing? No, of course not. My way would be better, much better, for she'd live to suffer on and on and on. I'm sorry, I said brokenly. So sorry I had to kiss his cheek. But you can have other children. You can marry again. I put my arms about him when he shook his head. Forget Julia, I cried, throwing my arms about his neck and snuggling closer in his arms. Don't you tell me all the time to forgive and forget. Forgive yourself and forget what happened to Julia. I remember my mother and father. They were always loving and kissing. I've known since I was a little girl that men need to be loved and touched. I used to watch my mother to see how she tamed Daddy down when he was angry. She did it with kisses, with soft looks and small touches. I tilted my head back and smiled at him as I'd seen my mother smile at my father. Tell me how a wife should be on her wedding night. I wouldn't want to disappoint my bridegroom. I will tell you no such thing. Then I'll just pretend you're my bridegroom, and I have just come from the bathroom after getting undressed. Or maybe I should undress in front of you. What do you think? He cleared his throat and tried to shove me away, but I clung like a burr. I think you ought to go to bed and forget games of pretending. I stayed where I was. Over and over again I kissed him, and soon he was responding. I felt his flesh grow warmer, but then his lips beneath mine tightened into a firm line as his hands went under my knees and shoulders. He stood with me in his arms and headed toward the stairs. I thought he was going to take me to his room and make love to me, and I was frightened, ashamed, and excited and eager, too. But he headed straight for my room, and there by my narrow bed he hesitated. He held me close against his heart for an excruciatingly long time, as the rain pelted down and beat on the window glass. Paul seemed to forget who I was, as his raspy cheek rubbed against mine, caressing with his cheek, not his hands this time. And again, as always, I had to speak and spoil it all. Paul? My timid voice drew him out of some deep reverie that might, if I'd stayed silent, have led me sooner toward that forever withheld ecstasy my body yearned for. When we were locked away upstairs, our grandmother always called us devil's spawn. She told us we were evil seed planted in the wrong soil, that nothing good would ever come of us. She made us all unsure of what we were, or whether we had the right to be alive. Was it so terrible what our mother did to marry her half-uncle when he was only 3 years older than she? No woman with a heart could have resisted him. I know I couldn't have. He was like you. Our grandparents believed our parents had committed an unholy sin, so they despised us. Even the twins, who were so little and adorable, they called us unwholesome. Were they right? Were they right to try to kill us? I'd said exactly the right words to snap him back into focus. Quickly he dropped me. He turned his head sideways so I couldn't read his eyes. I hated for people to hide their eyes from me so I couldn't see the truth. I think your parents were very much in love and very young, he said in a strange, tight voice. So much in love they didn't pause to consider the future and the consequences. Oh, I cried, outraged. You think the grandparents were right and we are evil. He spun about to face me, his full, sensual lips open, his expression furious. Don't take what I say and twist it about to suit your need for revenge. There's no reason ever to justify murder unless it's a case of self-defense. You're not evil. Your grandparents were bigoted fools who should have learned to accept what was and make the best of it. And they had much to be proud of in the 4 grandchildren your parents gave them. And if your parents took a calculated gamble when they decided to have children, I say they won. God and the odds were on your side and gave you too much beauty and appreciation of it, and perhaps too many talents. Most certainly there is one very young girl who smoulders with adult emotions too large for her size and age. Paul, don't look at me like that, Catherine. I don't know how I'm looking. Go to sleep, Catherine Sheffield, this instant. What did you call me? I asked as he backed off toward the door. He smiled at me. It wasn't a Freudian slip, if that's what you're thinking. Dollenganger is too long a name. Sheffield would be a much better choice. Legally, we can arrange to have your surname changed. Oh, he made me feel sick with disappointment. Look here, Catherine, he said from the doorway. He was so large he blocked out the light from the hall. You're playing a dangerous game. You're trying to seduce me, and you're very lovely and very hard to resist. But your place in my life is as my daughter, nothing else. Was it raining that day in June when you put Julia and Scotty in the ground? What difference does that make? Any day you put someone you love underground, it's raining. And he was gone from my door, striding quickly down the hall to his room where he slammed the door hard. So I'd tried twice, and he'd rejected me twice. Now I was free to go on my merry, destructive way, to dance and dance until I reached the top. And that would show Mamma, who could do nothing but embroider and knit, just who had the most talent and brains. She would see who could make a fortune on her own without selling her body, and without stooping to murder to inherit it. The whole world was going to know about me. They'd compare me to Anna Pavlova and say I was better. She'd come to a party they threw in my honor, and with her would be her husband. She'd look old, jaded, tired, while I'd be fresh and young, and her darling Bart would come straight to me, his eyes dazzled as he kissed my hand. "You are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen," he'd say, "and the most talented." And with his eyes alone I'd know he loved me 10 times more than he had ever loved her. And then when I had him and she was alone, I'd tell him who I was, and he'd not believe at first. Then he would, and he'd hate her. He'd take all her money from her. Where would it go? I paused, stumped. Where would the money go if it were taken from Mama? Would it go back to the grandmother? It wouldn't come to us, not Chris, Carrie, or me, for we just didn't exist as Foxworths. Then I smiled to myself, thinking of the 4 birth certificates I'd found sewn under the lining of one of our old suitcases. I began to laugh. "Oh, Mama, what stupid things you do. Imagine hiding the birth certificates. With those I could prove Corey existed, and without them it would be her word against mine, unless the police went back to Gladstone and found the doctor who had delivered the twins. And then there was our old babysitter, Mrs. Simpson, and Jim Johnston. Oh, I hope none had moved away and that they could still remember the 4 Dresden dolls. I knew I was evil, just like the grandmother said from the beginning, born to be bad. I'd been punished before I'd even done anything evil, so why not let the punishment fit to the crime that was to be? There was no reason why I should be haunted and ruined, just because once upon a miserable time I had turned for refuge into the arms of my brother. I'd go to the man who needed me most. If that was evil, to give what his words denied and his eyes pleaded for, then let me be evil. I began, as I grew sleepy, to plan how it would be. He wouldn't turn away and put me off, for I'd make it impossible. He wouldn't want to hurt me. He'd take me, and then he'd think to himself he had to, and then he wouldn't feel guilty, not guilty at all. The guilt would all be mine, and Chris would hate me and turn, as he had to someone else. Chapter 9. Sweeter Than All the Roses. I was 16 in April of 1961. There I was at the blossoming, ripe age when all men, young and old, and most of all those past 40, turned to stare at me on the streets. When I waited on the corner for a bus, cars slowed because male drivers couldn't keep from gaping at me. And if they were enraptured, I was even more so. I preened before the many mirrors in Paul's home and saw, sometimes by surprise, a lovely, even breathtakingly beautiful girl. And then that glorious revelation. That was me. I was dazzling, and I knew it. Julian flew down often to turn his desiring eyes upon me, telling me he knew what he wanted, even if I didn't. I saw Chris only on the weekends, and I knew he still wanted me, still loved me more than he'd ever love anyone again. Chris and Carrie came home for my birthday weekend, and we laughed and hugged and talked so fast, as if we'd never have the time to say enough, especially Chris and I. I wanted to tell Chris that Mama would be living in Green Glenna soon, but I was afraid he'd try to stop me from doing what I had planned, so I never mentioned it. After a while, Carrie drew away to sit with big, sad eyes and stare at our kind benefactor. That big, handsome man who ordered me to dress up in my very best. Why not wear that dress you've been saving for a special occasion? For your birthday, I'm treating all of you to a gourmet feast at my favorite restaurant, the Plantation House. Right away, I had to rush upstairs and begin dressing. I was going to make the most of my birthday. My face didn't really need makeup, yet I put it on, the whole works, including mascara, black as ink, and then I used tongs to curl my lashes. My nails gleamed like lustrous pearls, and the gown I wore was Paris pink. Oh, did I feel pretty as I preened and primped before a cheval glass bought for my vanity. "My Lady Catherine," said Chris from the open doorway, "you do look gorgeous, but it is in appallingly bad taste to admire yourself so much you have to kiss your own reflection. Really, Cathy, wait for compliments from others. Don't give them to yourself." "I'm afraid no one will tell me," I said defensively. So I tell it to myself to give myself more confidence. Do I look beautiful and not just pretty? Yeah, he said in a funny, tight voice. I doubt I'll ever see another girl as beautiful as you look right now. Would you say I'm improving with age? I'm not going to compliment you any more. It's no wonder that grandmother broke all the mirrors. I've got a good mind to do that myself. Such conceit. I frowned, not liking to be reminded of that old woman. You look fantastic, Chris, I said, giving him a big warm smile. I'm not ashamed or embarrassed to hand out compliments when they're deserved. You're as handsome as Daddy. Every time he came home from his school he looked more mature and more handsome. Though when I peered closer, wisdom was putting something strange in his eyes, something that made him seem much, much older than I was. He also appeared sadder than me, more vulnerable, and the combination was extremely appealing. Why aren't you happy, Chris? I asked. Is life disappointing you? Is it less than you thought it would be when we were locked away and we had so many dreams for the future? Are you sorry now that you decided on being a doctor? Are you wishing instead to be a dancer like me? I had neared to watch his oh-so-revealing eyes, but he lowered them to hide away, and his hands tried to span my waist, but my waist wasn't that small, or his hands weren't that large. Or was he just doing something to touch me? Making a game out of what was serious, was that it? I ducked to peer into his face, and I saw the love I was looking for, and then wished I didn't know. Chris, you haven't answered. What did you ask? Life, medical training. Is it living up to your expectations? What does? That sounds cynical. My style, not yours. He raised his head and smiled brightly. Oh, God. Yes, he said, life on the outside is what I thought it would be. I was realistic, unlike you. I like school and the friends I've made, but I still miss you. It's hard being separated from you, always wondering what you're up to. His eyes shifted again and became shadowed as he yearned for the impossible. Happy birthday, my Lady Catherine, he softly said, and then brushed my lips with his. Just a feathery little kiss that didn't dare much. Let's go, he said resolutely, taking hold of my hand. Everyone is ready but fussy, prissy you. We descended the stairs hand in hand. Paul and Carrie were all dressed and waiting, with Henny too. The house felt strange, so hushed and expectant, so weirdly dark, with all the lights off but in the hall. How funny! Then suddenly out of the dark came, "Surprise! Surprise!" screamed by a chorus of voices as the lights all came on and members of my ballet class thronging about Chris and me. Henny carried in a birthday cake of 3 layers, each smaller than the one underneath, and proudly said she'd made it and decorated it herself. Let me always succeed at what I set out to do, I wished, with my eyes closed when I blew out all the candles. I'm gaining on you, Mama, getting older and wiser each day, so when the time comes, I'll be ready, your match. I blew so well the melted pink wax smeared the sugary pink roses nestled sweetly on pale green leaves. Across from me was Julian, his ebony eyes riveted as mutely he asked the same question over and over. Whenever I tried to meet eyes with Chris, he had his turned another way or lowered to stare at the floor. Carrie crowded close beside Paul, who sat some distance away from the boisterous revelry and tried not to look stern. As soon as I had all the presents opened, Paul got up, picked Carrie up in his arms, and both disappeared up the stairs. "Good night, Kathy," called Carrie, her small face happy and flushed with sleepiness. "This is the best birthday party I've ever been to." I could have cried from the pain of that, for she was almost 9 years old, and the birthday party she could remember, except Chris's last November, had been pitiful attempts to make much out of little. "Why are you looking sad?" asked Julian, who came up and swung me into his embrace. "Rejoice, for now you have me at your feet, ready to set your heart on fire along with your body." Truly, I hated him when he acted like that. He tried to demonstrate in every way possible that I belonged to him and him alone. His gift had been a leather tote to carry my ballet leotard, shoes, etc. I danced away from him, not wanting to be claimed tonight. All the girls who weren't already infatuated with Julian immediately fell for Chris, and this in no way enhanced Julian's liking for my brother. I don't know what happened to put the match to the grass, but suddenly Chris and Julian were in a corner, arguing and about to exchange blows. "I don't give a damn what you think," stormed Chris in his eye of the hurricane calm way. "My sister is too young for a lover and not ready for New York." You, fired Julian back. "What do you know about the dance? You know nothing. You can't even manage to move your feet without stepping on yourself." "That may be true," said Chris in an icy voice, "but I have other skills. And we're talking about my sister and the fact that she is still underaged. I won't have you persuading her to accompany you to New York when she hasn't even finished high school yet." My head swiveled from one to the other, and between the two it was hard to say which was the better looking. I felt sick that they would show everyone their hostility, and sick because I wanted so much for them to like each other. I trembled on the brink of crying out, "Stop! Don't do this!" But I said nothing. "Kathy," called Chris, not moving his eyes for 1 second from Julian, who appeared ready to throw a blow or deliver a kick, "do you honestly believe you are ready to make your debut in New York?" "No," I said in a near whisper. Julian's eyes raged my way, for he was at me, demanding of me every second we were together, wanting me to accompany him to New York and be his mistress and dance partner. I knew why he wanted me. My weight, my height, my balance suited his abilities perfectly. It was of utmost importance to find the perfect partner when you wanted to impress in a pas de deux. "May all your birthdays be hell on earth," Julian said, as he headed for the front door, and he slammed it hard behind him. That's how my party ended, with everyone going home looking embarrassed. Chris stalked up to his room without wishing me good night. With tears in my eyes, I began to pick up the trash from the living room carpet. I found a hole burned in the plushy green from a carelessly held cigarette. Someone had broken one of Paul's prized pieces of hand-blown glass, a transparent rose of shimmering crystal. I held it, thinking about buying glue that would put it back together again, even as I planned a way, for there had to be a way, to cover up the holes in the carpet and take the white rings from the tables. "Don't worry about the rose," Paul's voice came from behind me. "It's just a cheap knick-knack. I can always buy another." I turned to look at him. He was standing so casually in the archway of the foyer, meeting my teary look with his soft, kind eyes. "It was a beautiful rose," I choked, "and I know it was expensive. I'll buy you another if I can find a duplicate, and if I can't, I'll buy you something better when I can." "Forget it." "Thank you again for the beautiful music box." Nervously, my hands fluttered to my daring décolletage and sought to hide the cleavage. "My father gave me a silver music box with a ballerina inside once, but I had to leave it—" My voice trailed off, and I could speak no more. The thoughts of my father always left me in childish ruins of bleakness without hope. "Chris told me about the music box your father gave you, and I tried to find one just like it. Did I succeed?" "Yes," I said, though it wasn't the same. "Good. Now go to bed. Forget the mess. Henny will clean up. You look sleepy." I was soon up the stairs and into my room, where, to my surprise, Chris was waiting for me. "What is going on between you and Julian?" he shot out fiercely. "Nothing is going on." "Don't lie to me, Kathy. He doesn't fly down here so often for nothing." "Mind your own damn business, Christopher," I said viciously. "I don't try to tell you what to do, and I demand the same from you. You are not a saint, and I am not an angel. The trouble is, you're just another man who thinks you can do anything you want, while I have to sit prim and prissy on the sidelines and wait for someone to come along and marry me. Well, I'm not that kind of woman. Nobody is going to push me around and make me do what I don't want to. Never again. Not Paul, not Madame, not Julian, and not you either." His face paled as he listened and restrained himself from interrupting. "I want you to stay out of my life, Christopher. I'll do what I have to, anything I have to get to the top." He glared at me with his heavenly blue eyes shooting devilish electric sparks. "I take it you'll sleep with just any man if that's necessary." "I'll do what I have to," I raged back, though I hadn't given that any thought. He seemed on the verge of slapping me, and the control it took to keep his hands at his sides made him clench them into fists. A white line etched about his tightened lips. "Kathy," he began in a hurt voice, "what's come over you? I didn't think you'd ever become another opportunist." Bitterly I met his eyes. What did he think he was doing? We'd stumbled, fortunately, upon an unhappy, lonely man, and we were using him, and sooner or later there'd be a price to pay. Our grandmother had always told us nobody did anything for nothing. But somehow I couldn't hurt him more, and I couldn't speak a word against Paul, who'd taken us in and was doing everything he could. Truthfully, I had reason enough for knowing he didn't expect any reward. "Kathy," he pleaded, "I hate every word you just said. How can you talk to me like that when you know how much I love and respect you? There isn't a day that passes that I don't long for you. I live for the weekends when I can see you and Carrie. Don't turn from me, Kathy. I need you. I'll always need you. It scares the hell out of me to think I'm not nearly that necessary in your life." He had hold of my arms and would have pulled me against his chest, but I yanked away and turned my back. How could I tell what was wrong and what was right when nobody seemed to care any more? "Chris," I began brokenly, "I'm sorry I spoke like that. It matters to me very much what you think, but I'm all torn up inside. I think I have to have everything immediately to help make up for all I've lost and suffered. Julian wants me to go with him to New York. I don't think I'm ready yet, and I don't have the discipline I need. Madame tells me that all the time, and she's right. Julian says he loves me and will take care of me, but I'm not sure what love is, or if he loves me at all, or only wants me to help him reach his goal. But his goal is my goal. So tell me how I can tell if he loves me or if he only wants to use me." "Have you let him make love to you?" he asked flatly, his eyes dead-looking. "No, of course not." His arms encircled me and held me fast. "Wait at least one more year, Kathy. Trust Madame Marisha, not Julian. She knows more than he does." He paused and forced me to lift my bowed head. I studied his handsome face and wondered why he hesitated and didn't go on. I was an instrument of yearning, filled with a ravenous desire for romantic fulfillment. I was scared, too, of what was inside me. So scared I was like Mama. When I looked in the mirrors, I saw my mother's face beginning to emerge more definitely. I was exalted that I looked like her, and paradoxically I hated myself for being her reflection. No, I wasn't like her inside, only on the outside. My beauty was not only skin-deep. I kept telling myself this as I made a special trip to Green Glenna downtown. In the city hall there I made some flimsy excuse about looking up my mother's birth certificate, just so I could look up the birth certificate of Bart Winslow. I found out he was 8 years younger than my mother, and I also discovered exactly where he lived. I walked 15 blocks until I came to a quiet, elm-lined street where old mansions were in a state of decaying disrepair. All but the home of Bart Winslow. His home had scaffolding all around. Dozens of workmen were putting up storm windows on a freshly painted brick home with white trim around the windows and a white portico. Another day found me in the Green Glenna Library, where I read up on the Winslow family. Much to my delight, when I searched back through the old newspapers, I found a society editor who seemed to devote most of her column to Bart Winslow and his fabulously wealthy and very beautiful wife with her aristocratic background, the heiress to one of the country's greatest fortunes. That column I snipped out furtively and sneaked home to Chris. I didn't want him to know Mama would live in Green Glenna. He showed some distress as he scanned the column. "Kathy, where did you find this article?" I shrugged. "Oh, it was in some Virginia paper they sell in a newsstand." "She's in Europe again," he said in a queer way. "I wonder why she keeps going to Europe." He turned his blue eyes my way, and a dreamy expression softened his features. "Remember the summer she went on her honeymoon?" Remember? As if I could ever forget. As if I would ever let myself forget. Someday when I was rich and famous too, Mama was going to hear from me, and when she did, she'd better be well prepared, for bit by bit I was forming my strategy. Julian didn't come to Green Glenna as much as he had before my 16th birthday party. I figured Chris had scared him off. I didn't know if that made me happy or not. When he did visit his parents, he ignored me. He began to pay attention to Lorraine Duval, my best friend. For some reason I felt hurt and resentment, not only against him, but also against Lorraine. In the wings I half hid myself and watched them dance a passionate pas de deux. That was when I determined I'd study twice as hard as I had before, for I was going to show Julian too. I was going to show everyone just what I was made of. Steel, covered over with frilly, silly tulle tutus. Chapter 10. Owl on the Roof. Now I'm going to recount an event in Carrie's life, for this is her story and Chris's as well as mine. When I look back now and reflect on how life turned out for Carrie, I truthfully believe what happened to Carrie in Miss Emily Dean Calhoun's School for Properly Bred Young Ladies had a great deal to do with how she thought of herself in the future. Ah, dig me a well to cry in before I begin, for I loved her so, and what pain she had to bear I bear even now. From the jigsaw pieces that I've gathered from Carrie herself, and from Miss Dewhurst, and from several other students at that school, this was Carrie's nightmare to endure, and I will report it as honestly as possible. Carrie spent her weekends with us, but she had retreated into that quiet little apathetic creature who grieved so when her twin died. Everything about Carrie worried me, though when I asked her questions she insisted everything was all right and refused to say anything against that school or the student body or the faculty. She said one thing, and one thing only, to express her feelings, and what a clue it was. "I like the carpet. It's colored like grass." That was it. She left me wondering, worried, trying to guess what was troubling her. Something was wrong, I knew it, and she wouldn't tell me what it was. Each Friday about 4, Paul would drive to fetch Carrie and Chris and bring them back home. He did his best to make all our weekends memorable. Though Carrie appeared happy enough with us, she seldom laughed. Try as we would, all we could pull from her was a weak smile. "What's wrong with Carrie?" whispered Chris. I could only shrug. Somewhere along the way I'd lost Carrie's confidence. Her big blue eyes fastened on Paul. They mutely pleaded with him. But he was looking at me, not Carrie. As the time approached for her to be driven back to school, Carrie would grow very quiet. Her eyes would become blank and resigned. We'd kiss her goodbye and tell her to be good, make friends, and if you need us, you know how to call. "Yes," she said weakly, her eyes downcast. I pressed her against me, telling her again how much I loved her, and if she was unhappy, she had to speak up and say so. "I'm not unhappy," she answered, with her eyes fixed sadly on Paul. It was truly a beautiful school. I'd have loved to attend such a school. Each girl was allowed to decorate her side of a double room as she saw fit. Miss Dewhurst had only one restriction, and that was each girl had to choose proper, ladylike appointments. Soft, passive femininity was greatly stressed in the South. Soft, whispering clothes, drifting chiffon, dulcet voices, shy, downcast eyes, weak, fluttery hands to express helplessness, and absolutely no opinions that would conflict with male ones, and never, never let a man know you had a brain that might be better than his. And I'm afraid, after reconsidering, it wouldn't be the proper school for me, after all. Carrie's bed was twin-size, covered by a bright purple spread. On it she had decorative pillows of rose, red, purple, violet, and green. Beside her bed was a nightstand with the milk-glass vase filled with plastic violets given to her by Paul. Whenever he could, he brought her real flowers. Strangely, she adored that little pot of violets more than the real flowers that soon withered and died. Since Carrie was the smallest girl in the school of 100 students, she was given as a roommate the next smallest girl, named Cissy Towers. Cissy had brick-red hair, emerald eyes that were long and narrow, thin paper-white skin, and a spiteful, mean temper, which she never displayed to any adult, but save for the girls she knew how to intimidate. Worst of all, though she was the second smallest, she towered over Carrie by 6 inches. Carrie had celebrated her 9th birthday with a party the week before her ordeal began. It was May, and it began on a Thursday. The school days ended at 3. The girls had 2 hours to play outside before dinner at 5:30. All the students wore uniforms of colours determined by what grade they were in. Carrie was in the 3rd grade. Her uniform was of yellow broadcloth with a dainty white organdy pinafore to top it off. Carrie had a strong dislike for the colour yellow. Yellow represented to her, as it did to Chris and me, the colour of all the best things we couldn't have when we'd been locked away and made to feel unwholesome, unwanted, and unloved. Yellow was also the colour of the sun that was denied us. The sun was what Corey had most wanted to see, and now that all yellow things were so easily accessible and Corey wasn't, yellow was a hateful thing. Cissy Towers adored yellow. She envied Carrie's long golden locks and despised her own head of crinkly rust. Perhaps, too, she envied the beauty of Carrie's doll-like face, and those big blue eyes with the long, dark, curling lashes, and her lips ripe as strawberries. Oh, yes, our Carrie was a doll with an exquisite face, sensational Goldilocks hair, and, the pity of it all, this beauty hovered above a body much too thin, too small, and a neck too delicate to support a head that belonged on someone bigger and taller. Yellow dominated Cissy's side of the room. Yellow spread, yellow slip-covered chairs. Her dolls were blondes wearing yellow. Her books wore yellow jackets, homemade. Cissy even wore yellow sweaters and skirts when she went home. The fact that Cissy looked unbecomingly sallow in yellow did not lessen her determination to annoy Carrie with the colour, come what may. And on this day, for some trifling reason that was never explained, she began to taunt Carrie in a mean, spiteful way. "Carrie is a dwarf, a dwarf, a dwarf," sang Cissy in a sing-song chant. "Carrie should be in a circus, a circus, a circus," Cissy chanted on and on. Then she jumped up on the top of her desk, and in the loud, brassy manner of a barker touting a freak show at a carnival, Cissy really began to shout, "Come one, come all, come pay your quarter to see the living sister of Tom Thumb, come see the world's smallest woman, come pay your money and see the little one with the huge, huge eyes like an owl's, come view the huge, huge head on the little scrawny neck, come pay your quarter to see our little freak naked." Dozens of little girls crowded into the room to stare at Carrie, who crouched in a corner on the floor, with her head hanging low and her long hair hiding her shamed, terrified face. Cissy opened up her small purse to receive the quarters the affluent little girls dropped in willingly. "Now take off your clothes, little dwarf freak," ordered Cissy. "Give the customers their money's worth." Quivering and beginning to cry, Carrie crouched into a tighter ball and pulled up her knees and prayed that God would somehow open up the floor. But floors never graciously open up and swallow you when they should. It remained hard and unyielding beneath her as the taunting voice of Cissy went on and on. "Look at her tremble, look at her shake, she's gonna make an earthquake." All the girls giggled, except one average-sized girl of 10 who looked on Carrie with pity and sympathy. "I think she's cute," said Lacey St. John. "Leave her alone, Cissy. It's not nice what you're doing." "Of course it's not nice," Cissy said with a little laugh. "But it's such fun. She's such a timid little mouse. You know she never says anything. I don't think she can talk." Down from the chair Sissy jumped to run to where Carrie was, and there she prodded Carrie with her foot. "Have you got a tongue, little freak? Come, little big eyes, tell us how you got to be so funny-looking. Did the cat steal your tongue? Do you have a tongue? Stick it out." Carrie hung her head even lower. "See, she doesn't have a tongue," proclaimed Sissy, jumping up and down. Sissy whirled around and spread her arms wide. "Look at what they gave me for a roomie, an owl without a tongue. What can we do to make her talk?" Lacey moved protectively closer to Carrie. "Come on, Sissy, enough is enough. Leave her alone." Pivoting, Sissy stomped down hard on Lacey's foot. "Shut up! This is my room. When you're in my room, you do as I say. And I'm just as big as you are, Lacey St. John, and my daddy's got more money, too." "I think you are a mean, nasty, ugly girl to torment Carrie," said Lacey. Sissy raised her fist in the manner of a professional boxer, dancing around to take quick jabs at Lacey. "You want to fight? Come on, put up your dukes. Just see if you can get me before I blacken your eyes." And before Lacey could raise her hands for protection, Sissy shot out a right that caught Lacey squarely on the left eye. Then Sissy's left hook smashed Lacey's fine, straight nose. Blood spurted everywhere. This was when Carrie lifted her head, saw the only girl who'd shown her the least bit of kindness being beaten to a pulp, and that was cause enough for Carrie to use her most formidable weapon, her voice. She began to scream. Full blast, using every bit of vocal power she had, Carrie threw back her head and let go. Down in her study on the first floor, Miss Emily Dean Dewhurst bolted upright and smeared the ink in her ledger. She ran to sound an alarm in the hall to bring each and every female teacher on the run. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Most of the faculty had retired to their rooms, clad in bathrobes, negligées, and one in a scarlet evening gown, apparently ready to slip out on the sly. The teachers raced toward the clamour. They burst into the room Carrie shared with Sissy and found a frightful scene. 12 girls all doing battle while others stood back and watched. One girl, like Carrie, only screamed, but the others were yelling, kicking, wrestling on the floor, pulling hair, biting and tearing off clothes, and above all the racket of the fray resounded the blaring trumpet of one small human in terror. "Where is the man? The man!" cried out Miss Longhurst, the one in the scarlet evening gown with her bosom about to fall out of the low-cut bodice. "Miss Longhurst, control yourself," ordered Miss Dewhurst, who promptly assessed the situation and planned her strategy. "There is no man here. Girls," she boomed, "stop this fracas this very second, or every one of you will be denied liberty this weekend." Then she said in a low voice to the sexy Longhurst, "You report to my office when this is under control." Every girl in that room, about to have her hair pulled or her face scratched, jerked abruptly still and quiet. With horrified eyes they looked around and saw the room full of teachers, and worst of all Miss Dewhurst, who was not known for showing mercy once bedlam broke loose, as it often did. All hushed. All but Carrie, who kept right on screaming, her eyes squeezed shut, her small pale hands in tight fists. "Why is that child screaming?" asked Miss Dewhurst, as a guilty-looking Miss Longhurst sneaked away to take off her incriminating evidence that somewhere a man was hiding and waiting. Naturally, it was Sissy Towers who recovered first. "She's the one who started it all, Miss Dewhurst. It's all Carrie's fault. She's like a baby. You've just got to give me a new roomie or I'll die living so close to a baby." "Repeat what you just said, Miss Towers. Tell me again what I must do." Intimidated, Sissy smiled uneasily. "I mean, I would like to have a new roomie. I don't feel good living so close to someone so unnaturally small." Coldly, Miss Dewhurst eyed Sissy. "Miss Towers, you are unnaturally cruel. From now on you will room on the first floor in the room next to mine where I can keep an eye on you." She flashed her sharp gaze around the room. "As for the rest of you, I'm going to notify your parents that your weekend leaves are cancelled. Now each of you report to Miss Littleton so she may mark your records with demerits." The girls groaned, and one by one they drifted out to have their names recorded with minus marks. Only then did Miss Dewhurst advance to where Carrie was on her hands and knees. Her voice faded to a whimper, but her head kept moving from side to side in a hysterical way. "Miss Dolenganga, are you calm enough now to tell me what happened?" Carrie was beyond speech. Terror and the sight of blood had taken her back to the locked room, to a hungry day when she had been forced to drink blood or starve to death. Miss Dewhurst was touched and bewildered. 40 years she'd seen girls come and go, and she knew girls could be just as devastatingly ugly and cruel as boys. "Miss Dolenganga, unless you respond to me, you will not visit your family this weekend. I know you've had a hard time of it, and I want to be kind to you. Can't you please explain what happened?" Fallen flat on the floor now, Carrie looked up. She saw the older woman towering above her, and the blue skirt she wore was almost gray. Gray was the color the grandmother always wore, and the grandmother did terrible things. Somehow the grandmother had caused Corey to die, and now she had come to get Carrie too. "I hate you! I hate you!" screamed Carrie over and over, until finally Miss Dewhurst was driven from the room, and the school nurse was sent in to give Carrie a sedative. That Friday, I answered the telephone when Miss Dewhurst called to say 12 of her girls had broken her rules and disobeyed her orders, and Carrie was one of them. "I'm sorry, really I am, but I can't give your sister privileges and still punish the others. She was in the room and she refused to quiet when I ordered her to." I waited until evening at the dinner table to discuss it with Paul. "It's a terrible mistake to leave Carrie over the weekend, Paul. You know we promised her she could come home every weekend. She's too little to be the cause of anything, so it's not fair she should be punished too." "Really, Kathy," he said, putting down his fork, "Miss Dewhurst called me right after she talked to you. She does have rules, and if Carrie misbehaved, then she has to suffer along with the rest of the girls. And I respect Miss Dewhurst, even if you don't." Chris, home for the weekend, spoke up and agreed with Paul. "Sure, Kathy. You know as well as I do that Carrie can cut up when she wants to. If she did nothing but scream, she could drive you batty and deaf." That weekend was a flop without Carrie. I couldn't get her off my mind. I stewed, fretted, worried over Carrie. I seemed to hear her calling to me. I closed my eyes and I saw her small white face with her eyes huge and haunted by fear. She was all right. She had to be, didn't she? What could happen to a little girl in an expensive school controlled by such a responsible, respectable woman as Miss Emily Dean Dewhurst? When Carrie was hurting and at odds with herself and all the world, and there was no one near who loved her, she retreated to yesterdays and the safe comfort of the tiny porcelain doll she'd carefully hidden away beneath all of her clothes. Now she was the only girl in the school with a room all to herself. She'd never been alone before. Not once in all her 9 years had Carrie spent a night in a room alone. She was alone now, and she knew it. Every girl in the school had turned against her, even pretty Lacey St. John. From her very secret place, Carrie would take her dolls, Mr. and Mrs. Parkins and dear little baby Clara, and she'd talk to them as she used to do when she was locked away in the attic. "And Kathy," she told me later, "I thought maybe Mama was up in God's heaven, in the garden with Corey and Daddy, and I felt so mean at you and Chris because you let Dr. Paul put me in that place, and you know how much I like to be with all of you, and I hated you, Kathy. I hated everybody. I hated God for making me so small so people laugh at my big head and little body." In the short halls and long corridors of green carpeting, Carrie heard the girls whispering. Furtively they shifted their eyes when she looked their way. "I told myself I didn't care," whispered Carrie hoarsely to me. "But I did care. I told myself I could be brave like you wanted and Chris wanted and Dr. Paul wanted. I kept on making myself feel brave, but I wasn't really brave. I don't like dark. And I told myself God was going to hear my prayers and make me grow taller, because everybody grows taller when they grow older, and so would I. It was so dark, Kathy, and the room felt so big and scary. You know I don't like night and darkness, with no lamp burning, with nobody there but me. I even wanted Sissy back. She seemed better than nobody. Something in the shadows moved, and I was terrified, and though we're not supposed to, I turned on a lamp. I wanted to take all my little dolls to bed with me so I'd have company. I was going to be so careful not to toss and turn and break off their heads. I always put Mr. and Mrs. Parkins left and right, with baby Clara in the middle, in the bottom drawer of my dresser. I picked up the cotton wadding that was in the middle first and felt something hard. But when I looked, Kathy, there was no baby, only a little stick. I unwrapped Mr. and Mrs. Parkins, and they were only sticks too, bigger ones. It hurt so bad not to find them, I began to cry. All my little dolls gone, all turned to wood, so I knew God was never going to let me grow tall when he would make my pretty dolls into only sticks. Something funny happened to me then, like I turned into wood too. I felt stiff and couldn't see too good. I went and crouched in a corner and waited for something bad to happen. The grandmother said something terrible would happen if I broke a doll, didn't she? Not another word would she say, but I learned from others what happened after that. In the dark, long after midnight, the 12 little rich girls Miss Dewhurst had denied liberty all stole furtively into Carrie's room. It was Lacey St. John who had the integrity to tell me, but only when Miss Dewhurst was out of hearing. 12 girls, all wearing long white cotton nightgowns, the official sleeping garments of the school, filed into Carrie's room, each bearing a single candle held so her face was lit up under her chin. Such lighting made their eyes appear sunken, dark hollows, and lent their youthful faces an eerie, ghoulish appearance, enough to terrify a little girl still crouched in the corner, already in a trance of haunted fear. They came to form a semicircle around Carrie, to stare down at her as each put over her head a pillowcase with holes for eyes. Then came the ritual of weaving the candles intricately in formalized patterns as they chanted in the way of real witches. They sought to drive the smallness out of Carrie. They sought to set her free, and themselves free, from whatever evil they were driven to do for self-protection from someone so unnaturally small and strange. One voice shrilled above all the others, and Carrie knew it was Sissy Towers. To Carrie, all those shrouded girls in their long nightgowns with white hoods over their heads and the black holes for eyes were devils straight from hell. She began to whimper, to tremble, and oh, she was so scared, as if once more the grandmother were in the room, only this time she had multiplied until there were 12 of her. "Don't you cry, don't you fear," soothed the nightmarish voice from a mouthless hood. "If you live through this night, through this initiation, you, Carrie Dollenganger, will become a member of our most private and very exclusive society. If you succeed from this night forward, you will share in our secret rituals, our secret parties, our secret hoards of goodies." "Oh," moaned Carrie, "go away, leave me alone. Go away, leave me alone." "Quiet," ordered the shrill voice of the hidden speaker. "You have no chance to become one of us unless you sacrifice your most beloved and precious possessions. It is either that or suffer our trial." Crouching in the corner, Carrie could only stare at the moving shadows behind the white witches who threatened her. The glows from the candles grew larger, larger, turning her world into one of yellow and scarlet fire. "Give to us what you dearly cherish, or you must suffer, suffer, suffer." "I have nothing," whispered Carrie, honestly. "The dolls, the pretty little china dolls, give us those," intoned the austere voice of the speaker. "Your little clothes won't fit us. We don't want those. Give us your dolls, your pretty man, woman, and child dolls." "They're gone," cried Carrie, fearful they would set fire to her. "They turned to wooden sticks." "Oh, a likely story. You lie. So now you must suffer, little owl, to become one of us, or die. Take your choice." It was an easy decision. Carrie nodded and tried not to sniffle. "All right. From this night forward, you, Carrie Dollenganga, funny name, funny face, will be one of us. It hurts to write of how they took Carrie, blindfolded her, then tied her small hands behind her back, then pushed her out into the hall, then up a flight of steep stairs, and suddenly they were outside. Carrie felt the cool night air, the slant of the support beneath her bare feet, and guessed correctly the girls had taken her onto the roof. There was only one thing she feared more than the grandmother, and that was the roof, any roof. Anticipating her bellowing screams, the girls had gagged Carrie. "Now lie or sit still as a proper owl should," said the same harsh voice. "Perch here on the roof, near the chimney under the moon, and in the morning you will be one of us." Struggling and frantic now, Carrie tried to resist the pull of so many who forced her to sit. Then, even worse, they suddenly took away their hands and left her there in the darkness on the roof, all alone. Far away she heard the whispering titters of their retreat and the slight click of a door latching down. "Kathy! Kathy!" she screamed to herself. "Chris, come save me! Dr. Paul, why did you put me here? Don't nobody want me?" Sobbing, making small mewing sounds while blindfolded, gagged, and bound, Carrie braved the steep incline of the huge, strange roof and began to move toward where the latching sound had come from. Inch by inch, sitting up and sliding along on her bottom, Carrie moved forward, praying every time she moved an inch not to fall. It seemed from her faltering report that she gave me much, much later that she was not only guided by instinct, but she could hear, above and from behind the oncoming spring thunderstorm, the sweet and distant voice of Corrie, singing as he strummed his melancholy song of finding his home in the sun again. "Oh, Kathy, it was so strange way up there high, and the wind started to blow, and the rain began to fall, and the thunder rumbled, and the lightning struck so I could see the brightness through the blindfold. And all the time Corrie was singing and leading me to the trapdoor that opened when I used my feet to force it upward, and somehow I wiggled through. Then I fell down the stairs. I fell into blackness, and I heard a bone break. And the pain, it came like teeth and bit me so I couldn't see or feel anything, or even hear the rain any more. And Corrie, he went away." Sunday morning came, and Paul, Chris, and I were at the breakfast table eating brunch. Chris had a hot, homemade buttery roll in his hand, his lips parted wide to put at least half inside with one bite, when the telephone in the hall rang. Paul groaned as he put down his fork. I groaned too, for I had made my first cheese soufflé, and it had to be eaten right away. "Would you mind getting that, Kathy?" he asked. "I really want to dig into your soufflé. It looks delicious, and it smells heavenly." "You sit right there and eat," I said, jumping up and hurrying to answer, "and I'll do what I can to protect you from the pesky Mrs. Williamson." He softly laughed and flashed me an amused look as he picked his fork up again. "It may not be my lonely widow lady with another of her minor afflictions." Chris went right on eating. I picked up the phone, and in my most adult and gracious way I said, "Dr. Paul Sheffield's residence?" "This is Emily Dean Dewhurst calling," said the stern voice on the other end. "Please put Dr. Sheffield on the phone immediately." "Miss Dewhurst," I said, already alarmed. "This is Kathy, Carrie's sister. Is Carrie all right?" "You and Dr. Sheffield are needed here immediately." "Miss Dewhurst—" But she didn't let me finish. "It seems that your younger sister has disappeared rather mysteriously. On Sundays, those girls who are being punished by weekend liberty denial are required to attend chapel services. I myself called the roll, and Carrie did not respond to her name." My heart beat faster, apprehensive of what I was to hear next, but my fingers moved to push a button that would put Miss Dewhurst's message onto the attached microphone, so Chris and Paul would hear even as they ate. "Where was she?" I asked in a small voice, already terrified. She spoke calmly. "A strange hush came in the air this morning when your sister's name was called, and when I asked where she was. I sent a teacher to check your sister's room, and she wasn't there. I then ordered a thorough search of the grounds and the entire school building from basement to attic, and still your sister wasn't found. I would, if your sister was of a different character, presume she'd run off and was on her way home. But something in the atmosphere warns that at least 12 of the girls here know what has happened to Carrie, and they refuse to talk and incriminate themselves. My eyes widened. You mean you still don't know where Carrie is? Paul and Chris had stopped eating. Now both stared at me with mounting concern. I'm sorry to say I don't. Carrie hasn't been seen since 9 o'clock last night. Even if she walked all the way home, she should have reached there by now. It's almost noon. If she is not there, and she is not here, then she is either injured, lost, or some other accident has befallen her. I could have screamed. How could she speak so dispassionately? Why every time something terrible came into our lives, was it a flat, uncaring voice that told us the bad news? Paul's white car sped down Overland Highway toward Carrie's school. I was sandwiched in the front seat between Paul and Chris. My brother had his bag so he could catch a bus and go on to his school after he found out what had happened to Carrie. He had my hand squeezed tight in his to reassure me that this child of ours was going to live. Stop looking so worried, Kathy, said Chris as he put an arm about my shoulder and drew my head to his shoulder. You know how Carrie is. She's probably hiding and just won't answer. Remember how she was in the attic? She wouldn't stay even when Corey wanted to. Carrie'd take off to do her own thing. She hasn't run away. She'd be too afraid of the dark. She's hiding somewhere. Somebody did something to hurt her feelings, and she's punishing them by letting them worry. She couldn't face the world in the dead of night. Dead of night? Oh, God, I wished Chris hadn't mentioned the attic, where Corey had almost died in a trunk before he went on to meet Daddy in heaven. Chris kissed my cheek and wiped away my tears. Come now, don't cry. I said all of that wrong. She'll be all right. What do you mean you don't know where my ward is? Fired Paul in a hard voice as he coldly eyed Miss Dewhurst. It was my understanding the girls in this school were properly supervised 24 hours a day. We were in the posh office of Miss Emily Dean Dewhurst. She was not seated behind her impressive large desk, but restlessly pacing the floor. Really, Dr. Sheffield, nothing like this has ever happened before. Never have we lost a girl. We make a room check every night to see the girls are tucked in bed with lights out, and Carrie was in her bed. I myself looked in on her, wanting to comfort her if she'd let me, but she refused to look at me or to speak. Of course, it all began with that fight in your ward's room and the demerits that resulted in their loss of their weekend liberty. Every member of the faculty has helped me search, and we've questioned our girls who profess to know nothing about it, which I imagine they do, but if they won't talk, I don't know what to do next. Why didn't you notify me when you first found her missing? Paul asked. I spoke up then and asked to be taken to Carrie's room. Miss Dewhurst turned eagerly to me, anxious to escape the doctor's wrath. As we three followed her up the stairs, she spilled forth lengthy excuses, so we'd understand how difficult it was to handle so many mischievous girls. When we finally entered Carrie's room, several students trailed behind us, whispering back and forth about how much Chris and I looked like Carrie, only we weren't so freakishly small. Chris turned to scowl at them. No wonder she hates it here if you can say things like that. We'll find her, assured Chris. If we have to stay all week and torture each little witch here, we'll make them tell us where she is. Young man, shot out Miss Dewhurst, nobody tortures my girls but me. I knew Carrie better than anyone, and around the grooves of her brain I ambled. Now, if I were Carrie's age, would I try to escape a school that had unjustly kept me from going home? Yes, I would do exactly that. But I was not Carrie. I would not run away in only a nightgown. All her little uniforms were there, custom sewn by Henny, and her small sweaters, skirts, and blouses, and pretty dresses, all there. Everything she'd brought to this school was in its proper place. Only the porcelain dolls were missing. Still on my knees before Carrie's dresser, I sat back on my heels and looked up at Paul and showed him the box that contained nothing but cotton wadding and sticks of wood. "Her dolls aren't here," I said dully, not comprehending the sticks at all. "And as far as I can tell, the only article of her clothing that's missing is one of her nightgowns. Carrie wouldn't go outside wearing only her nightgown. She's got to be here, someplace no one has looked." "We have looked everywhere." Miss Dewhurst spoke impatiently, as if I had no voice in this matter, only the guardian, the doctor, whose favour she sought, even while Paul turned on her another of his stern, hard looks. For some reason I can't explain, I swiveled my head about and caught a cat who's eaten the canary look on the pale and sickly face of a frizzled, rust-haired, skinny girl, whom I detested merely from hearing the little Carrie had told me about her roommate. Maybe it was just her eyes, or the way she kept fingering the big square pocket of her organdy pinafore that narrowed my own eyes as I tried to pierce the depths of hers. She blanched and shifted her green eyes toward the windows, shuffled her feet about uneasily, and quickly yanked her hand from her pocket. It was a lined pocket, and it bulged suspiciously. "You," I said. "You're Carrie's roommate, aren't you?" "I was," she murmured. "What is that you have in your pocket?" Her head jerked toward me. Her eyes sparked green fire as the muscles near her lips twitched. "None of your business." "Miss Towers," whiplashed Miss Dewhurst, "answer Miss Dollanganga's question." "It's my purse," said Cissy Towers, glaring at me defiantly. "It's a very lumpy purse," I said, and suddenly I lunged forward and seized Cissy Towers about the knees. With my free hand, as she struggled and howled, I pulled from her pocket a blue scarf. From that scarf tumbled Mr. and Mrs. Parkins and baby Clara. I held the 3 porcelain dolls in my hand and demanded, "What are you doing with my sister's dolls?" "They're my dolls," said the girl, her gimlet eyes narrowing to slits. The girls gathered around began to snicker and made whispering remarks to one another. "Your dolls? These dolls belong to my sister." "You lie," she fired back. "You are stealing from me, and my father can have you thrown in jail." "Miss Dewhurst," ordered the small demon, her hand reaching for the dolls, "you make this person leave me alone. I don't like her, no more than her dwarf sister." I got to my feet and towered threateningly above her. Protectively, I put the dolls behind my back. She'd have to kill me to get to them. "Miss Dewhurst!" shrieked the imp as she attacked me. "My Mommy and Daddy gave me those dolls for my Christmas." "You lying little devil," I said, itching to slap her defiant face. "You stole those dolls and the crib from my sister, and because you did, Carrie is at this very moment in extreme danger. I knew it. I felt it. Carrie needed help, and fast. Where is my sister?" I raged. I stared hard at that red-haired girl named Cissy, knowing she had the answer to where Carrie was, but knowing she'd never tell me. It was in her eyes, her mean, spiteful eyes. It was then that Lacey St. John spoke up and told us what they'd done to Carrie the night before. Oh, God! There was no place in the world more terrifying to Carrie than a roof, any roof. I went reeling back into the past, when Chris and I had tried to take the twins out on the roof of Foxworth Hall so we could hold them in the sunlight and keep them in the fresh air so they'd grow. And like children out of their minds from fright, they'd screamed and kicked. I squeezed my eyelids very tight, concentrating fully on Carrie. Where? And behind my eyes I saw her crouched in a dark corner in what seemed a canyon, rising tall on either side of her. "I want to look in the attic myself," I said to Miss Dewhurst, and she quickly said they'd already thoroughly searched the attic and called Carrie's name. But they didn't know Carrie like I did. They didn't know my small sister could go off to a never-never land where speech didn't exist, not when she was in shock. Up the attic stairs all the teachers, Chris, Paul, and I, climbed. It was so much like it used to be, a huge, dim, and dusty place, but not full of old furniture, covered with dusty grey sheets or remnants of the past. Up here were only stacks upon stacks of heavy wooden crates. Carrie was here. I could sense it. I felt her presence as if she reached out and touched me, though when I looked around I saw nothing but the crates. "Carrie!" I called as loudly as possible. "It's me, Kathy. Don't hide and keep quiet because you're afraid. I've got your dolls, and Dr. Paul is with me, and so is Chris. We've come to take you home, and never again are we going to send you away to school." I nudged Paul. "Now you tell her that, too." He abandoned his soft voice and boomed. "Carrie, if you can hear me, it's just as your sister says. We want you to come home with us to stay." "I'm sorry, Carrie. I thought you'd like it here. Now I know you couldn't possibly have been happy. Carrie, please come out. We need you." Then I thought I heard a soft whimper. I raced in that direction with Chris close at my heels. I knew about attics, how to search, how to find. Abruptly I drew to a halt and Chris collided with me. Just ahead, in the dim shadows created by the towers of heavy wooden crates, still in her nightgown, all torn, dirty, and bloody, gagged and still blindfolded, I spied Carrie. Her spill of blonde hair gleamed in the faint light. Beneath her a leg was twisted in a grotesque way. "Oh, God!" whispered Chris and Paul at the same time. "Her leg looks broken." "Wait a minute," Paul cautioned in a low voice, clamping both his hands down on my shoulders when I would heedlessly run forward and rescue Carrie. "Look at those crates, Kathy. Just one careless move on your part, and they will all come crashing down on both you and Carrie." Somewhere behind me a teacher moaned and began to pray. How Carrie had managed to drag herself down that close passageway while blind and bound was unbelievable. A fully adult person couldn't have done it, but I could do it. I was still small enough. Even as I spoke, I planned the way. "Carrie, do exactly as I say. Don't lean to the right or to the left. Lie flat on your stomach. Aim for my voice. I'm going to crawl into you and take hold of you under your arms. Raise your head high so your face won't be scraped. Dr. Paul will grab hold of my ankles and pull us both out. Tell her it's going to hurt her leg. Did you hear Dr. Paul, Carrie? It's going to hurt your leg, so please don't thrash about if you feel pain. Everything will be over in a second or two, and Dr. Paul will make your leg well again." It seemed to take hours for me to inch down that tunnel while the crates teetered and rocked. And when I had her by the shoulders, I heard Dr. Paul cry out, "Okay, Kathy." Then he pulled fast and hard. Down thundered the wooden crates. Dust flew everywhere. In the confusion, I was at Carrie's side, removing the gag and blindfold while the doctor untied her bonds. Then Carrie was clinging to me, blinking because the light hurt, crying from the pain, terrified to see the teachers and her legs so crooked. In the ambulance that came to take Carrie to the hospital, Chris and I rode and shared the same stool, each of us holding one of Carrie's hands. Paul followed in his white car, so he'd be there to supervise the orthopedist who had set Carrie's broken leg. Lying face upward on the pillow near her head, with fixed smiles and rigid bodies, were Carrie's 3 dolls. That's when I remembered. Now the crib was missing, too, just as the cradle had disappeared years ago. Carrie's broken leg spoiled the long summer vacation trip our doctor had planned for all of us. Again I raged inwardly at Mama. Her fault. Always we were punished for what she'd caused. It wasn't fair that Carrie had to be laid up and we couldn't journey north, while our mother gallivanted from here to there, going to parties, hobnobbing with the jet set and the movie stars as if we didn't exist at all. On the French Riviera now. I cut that item from Green Glenna's Society column and pasted it into my huge scrapbook of revenge. That was one article I showed to Chris before I put it into the book. I didn't show him all of them. I didn't want him to know I had subscribed to the Virginia newspaper that reported on everything the Foxworths did. "Where did you get this?" he demanded, looking up from the clipping he handed back to me. "The Green Glenna newspaper. It's more concerned with high society than Claremont's daily news. Our mother is a hot item, didn't you know?" "I try to forget, unlike you," he said sharply. "We don't have it so bad now, do we? We're lucky to be with Paul, and Carrie's leg will mend and be as good as ever. And other summers will come when we can go to New England." How did he know that? Nothing ever was offered twice. Maybe in other summers to come we'd be too busy, or Paul would. "You realize, being an almost doctor, don't you, that her leg might not grow while she's in that cast?" He looked strangely ill at ease. "If she grew like average kids, I guess there might be that risk. But, Kathy, she doesn't grow very much, so there's little chance one leg will be shorter than the other." "Oh, go bury your nose in Gray's Anatomy," I flared, angry because he'd always make light of anything I said that made Mama the fault of anything. He knew why Carrie didn't grow as well as I did. Deprived of love, of sunshine and freedom, it was a marvel she'd lived to survive. Arsenic, too. Damn Mama to hell. Busily, day by day, I added to my collection of news clippings and blurry photographs cut from many newspapers. That's where most of my pin money went. Though I stared at all the pictures of Mama with hate and loathing, I looked at her husband with admiration. How very handsome, how powerfully built her young husband was, with his long, lean, darkly bronzed skin. I stared at the photograph that showed him lifting a champagne glass high as he toasted his wife on their second wedding anniversary. I decided that night to send Mama a short note. Sent first class, it would be forwarded. "Dear Mrs. Winslow, how well I remember the summer of your honeymoon. It was a wonderful summer, so refreshingly pleasant in the mountains, in a locked room with windows that were never opened. Congratulations, and my very best wishes, Mrs. Winslow, and I do hope all your future summers, winters, springs, and falls will be haunted by the memory of the kind of summers, winters, springs, and falls your Dresden dolls used to have. Not yours any more, the doctor doll, the ballerina doll, the praying to grow taller doll, and the dead doll." I ran to post the letter, and no sooner had I dropped it in the mailbox on the corner than I was wishing I had it back. Chris would hate me for doing this. It rained that night, and I got up to watch the storm. Tears streaked my face as much as the rain streaked the window glass. Because it was Saturday, Chris was home. He was out there on the veranda, allowing the wind-driven rain to wet his pajamas and glue them to his skin. He saw me just about the time I saw him, and he stepped into my room without saying a word. We clung together, me crying and him trying hard not to. I wanted him to go, even as I held hard to him and cried on his shoulder. "Why, Kathy, why all the tears?" he asked, as I sobbed on and on. "Chris," I asked, when I could, "you don't still love her, do you?" He hesitated before he answered. That made anger simmer my blood into a rolling boil. "You do!" I cried. "How can you, after what she did to Corrie and to Carrie? Chris, what's wrong with you that you can go on loving when you should hate as I do?" Still he didn't say anything, and his very silence gave me the answer. He went on loving her because he had to if he were to go on loving me. Every time he looked in my face he saw her and what she'd been like in her early youth. Chris was just like Daddy, who had been just as vulnerable to the kind of beauty I had. But it was only a surface resemblance. I wasn't weak. I wasn't without abilities. I could have thought of 1,000 ways to earn a living, rather than lock my 4 children in a miserable room and leave them in care of an evil old woman who wanted to see them suffer for sins that weren't even theirs. Well, I thought my vengeful thoughts and made my plans to ruin her life when I could. Chris was tenderly kissing me. I hadn't even noticed. "Stop," I cried when I felt his lips pressing down on mine. "Leave me alone. You don't love me like I want to be loved for what I am. You love me because my face is like hers. Sometimes I hate my face." He looked terribly wounded as he backed toward the door. "I was only trying to comfort you," he said in a broken voice. Don't turn it into something ugly. My fear that Carrie's leg would come out of the cast shorter than the other proved groundless. In no time at all, after her leg was cut free from the plaster, she was walking around as good as ever. As fall neared, Chris, Paul, and I conferred and decided that a public school where Carrie could come home every afternoon would be best for her after all. All she'd have to do was board a bus 3 blocks from home. The same bus would bring her home at 3 in the afternoon. In Paul's big, homey kitchen, she'd stay with Henny while I attended ballet class. Soon September was upon us again. Then November had gone by, and still Carrie hadn't made a single friend. She wanted most desperately to belong, but always she was an outsider. She wanted someone as dear as a sister, but she found only suspicion, hostility, and ridicule. It seemed Carrie would walk the long halls of that elementary school forever before she found a friend. "Kathy," Carrie would tell me, "nobody likes me." "They will. Sooner or later they will know how sweet and wonderful you are. And you have all of us who love and admire you, so don't let others worry you. Don't care what they think." She sniffed, for she did care. She did. Carrie slept on her twin bed, pushed close beside mine, and every night I saw her kneel beside her bed, temple her small hands under her chin, and with lowered head she prayed, "And please, God, let me find my mother again, my real mother. And most of all, Lord God, let me grow just a little bit taller. You don't have to make me as tall as Mama, but almost as tall as Kathy, please, God. Please, please." Lying on my bed and hearing this, I stared bleakly up at the ceiling, and I hated Mama, really despised and loathed her. How could Carrie still want a mother who'd been so cruel? Had Chris and I done right in sparing her the grim truth of how our own mother had tried to kill us, how she'd caused Carrie to be as small as she was? Upon her smallness, Carrie placed all her unhappiness and loneliness. She knew she had a pretty face and sensational hair, but what did they matter when the face and the hair were on a head much too large for the thin little body? Carrie's beauty did nothing at all to win her friends and admiration, just the opposite. "Doll face, angel hair. Hey, you, midget, or are you a dwarf? Are you going to join a circus and be their littlest freak?" And home she'd run, all 3 blocks from the bus stop, scared and crying, tormented again by children without sensitivity. "I'm no good, Kathy," she wailed with her face buried in my lap. "Nobody likes me. They don't like my body 'cause it's too little, and they don't like my head 'cause it's too big, and they don't even like what is pretty 'cause they think it's wasted on someone too little like me." I said what I could to comfort her, but I felt so inadequate. I knew she watched my every movement and compared my proportions to hers. She realized I was very much in proportion, and how much she was constructed grotesquely. If I could have given her a part of my height, gladly I would have done so. Instead, I gave her my prayers. Night after night, I too went down on my knees and prayed to God, "Please let Carrie grow. Please, God, she's so young and it hurts her so much, and she's been through so much. Be kind. Look down, God. See us. Hear us." One afternoon, Carrie went to the only one who could deliver almost everything, so why not size? Paul was sitting on his back veranda, sipping wine, nibbling cheese and crackers. I was at ballet class, so I heard only Paul's version of what happened. "She came to me, Kathy, and asked if I didn't have a stretching machine to pull her out longer." I sighed when he told me. "If I had such a machine," I told her, and I knew he'd done it with love, kindness, and understanding, not with mockery, "it would be a very painful process. Have patience, darling. You're taller than you were when you came. Time will make you grow. Why, I've seen the shortest young people suddenly just shoot up overnight after they reach puberty." She stared at me with those big blue haunted eyes, and I saw her disappointment. I had failed her. I could tell from the way she ambled off with her shoulders drooping and her head hung so low. Her hopes must have ridden high when those cruel kids at her school chided her about finding a stretching machine. "Isn't there one thing modern medicine can do to help her grow?" I asked Paul. "I'm looking into it," he said in a tight voice. "I'd give my soul to see Carrie reach the height she wants. I'd give her inches of my height if only I could."